I apologize for not streaming yesterday. I'll be honest. I was playing 2K and Fortnite. And also, like I like these midday streams. I don't want to stream late at night. Um, I think I do a good mix of streaming between late night and also midday for these streams. And by the way, if you guys are watching, there'll always be an option for you to watch the whole broadcast if you didn't catch it live. Of course, I want to see you guys in the chat, but if you can't catch it for whatever reason, you got to go kick it with your family. You were sleeping because you work late. Don't like it's cool. Like, you know what I mean? We're trying to appeal to everybody. So whether you catch the rebroadcast or whether you're here live, I appreciate you guys. I think the goal is just to stream more, right? And I think, I seen somebody message me and they said, Act, don't forget the goal. You said you wanted to stream 200 days out of 365. And, thank you guys for keeping me encouraged. Is there any more housekeeping things we gotta get out the way? I'm gonna salute to all my gifters in a second. YouTube, welcome online. Yeah, I see the title. 6ix9ine done spun. Y'all niggas don't even know how. Exactly. Just today's Sunday. I'm feeling good. I'm let's do a mental health check. I hope you guys are feeling good. I'm gonna tell you why I started off by playing a lot of gospel music and stuff like that. I don't know. I woke up today, went outside. Finally, Jersey is getting some better weather. Ironically, chat, tomorrow, I'll give you an update about that later. But I don't know. I just walked outside and I felt good. I was just like, no matter all the bullshit, we all got some bullshit going on in life. There's always somebody trying to take us down, somebody who's like either hating on us, fighting against us. Things could be always a little bit better in life. But there's times that you kind of reflect, be like, you know what? All things considered, I'm very blessed. And it doesn't matter about your monetary status. It doesn't matter about whatever. You might just be like, if you've been dealing with illnesses or ailments or whatever the case is for the last few months or years, and today you wake up and you like, shit, my arm don't hurt, or shit, my leg don't hurt. This is a blessed day. So I woke up today, and no matter what, we all got problems in life. But today, when I walked outside, none of that mattered. It was just like, God is amazing. Like, I feel blessed. I feel blessed. You know what I mean? I'm healthy. I'm doing what I want to do. I'm talking to the people who I want to talk to. I'm happy when I get on stream. That's really all that matters. So I was happy today, and I hope you guys kind of find the silver lining in your life to figure out. We're all chasing shit, right? Whether you want to get more richer, you want to get more healthier, you want to lose weight, you want to whatever. You got to enjoy the journey too. And hopefully you guys woke up and realized, all things considered, you are blessed. All right. Anyway, we're here, people. We got a bunch of topics to get to. You guys have been amazing with hitting me up. Where'd my phone go? Right here. With a bunch of topics. So we're gonna get to a bunch of topics. I see the title of the stream. My boy 6ix9ine done slid. Stop playing. Stop fucking playing. Okay. Somebody said they arrested the guy who leaked the Cardi doc. No, they didn't. Somebody said it's Sunday. We not beefing with nobody today. Now, I can't guarantee that. Because even though I'm one of those people, if you don't know, I grew up in a Baptist church. I used to go to a very small Baptist church in Jamaica. I'm a Baptist denomination, but it's under the umbrella of Christianity. And we will go to church, but we'll probably cut somebody out later on. And it's not because we're bad people. It's just that's how life is. You know what I mean? You try to do good on Sundays, but things do go left. All right. We're going to get to some stuff, people. We're going to get to some stuff. Somebody said that 6ix9ine slide without the police. Come on, man. We're going to get to it, man. You sound federal with that. You sound like you 6ix9ine. All right. We're going to get to that. I'm going to give y'all a scope of some of the topics that I kind of got. My dog's up there. They fighting each other. Look at them. Oh, apparently they did get locked up. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. All right, we'll talk about the we will talk about a few things. Let me get to my topics. I'm sorry, chat. I'm a little bit discombobulated today. By the way, salute to all my chat queens. It's usually my chat queens that are sending me all the great topics. They're like, yo, you gotta talk about this, you gotta talk about this. And I appreciate y'all a lot. We're gonna talk about logic a little bit. And I'm trying to do like an overview of the topics before we get into shit. Give me a second. Okay, cool. Here we go. All right. Where my topics at? Where the fuck is my topics? Oh. We're going to talk about, matter of fact, let me just kind of, you guys can send me topics. We're just going to get into it. Let's actually hop into some Kanye shit real quick. I definitely want to point out the fact that after we've talked about Kanye West being very quiet, Kanye West has now put up a singular post. And the singular post is a post of, ironically, a very hilarious movie, but it's 21 Jump Street. But it features someone that you guys might know. I don't know if you guys know any of these actors, but one of them is Jonah Hill. I believe Jonah Hill is the guy on the left. And Kanye West put up this post saying, watching Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No one should take out anger against one or two individuals and transform that into hatred against millions of innocent people. No Christian could be labeled anti-Semite, knowing that Jesus is Jew. Thank you, Jonah Hill. I love you. I think this is a good step towards redemption for Kanye. By the way, I do believe that, I think sometimes we think Kanye West is just completely nuts. I think he's the smart guy playing crazy in a sense sometimes. And is it fueled by passion? Yes. I'm going to tell you why I think he's a smart guy playing crazy. He knows when to stop. Now, you might not think he knows when to stop because for what we're thinking on the outside, you're not a billionaire anymore. You should have stopped before you lost your billionaire status. But maybe he wanted to blow a deal up, right? I think that perhaps that him and Adidas are working shit out. He's been quiet. Like very uncharacteristically quiet. Now he pops back out and he's saying, he likes Jewish people again. Now, granted, do I believe that Kanye West gets it? No. Like, if 21 Jump Street is the reason why you like Jewish people or not, like, come on, dog. Like, dog, come on. Not only that, right? This is a great statement that he said. I agree with it wholeheartedly. No one should take out anger against one or two individuals and transform that into hatred towards millions of innocent people. I was saying that even towards Charleston White. I'm like, bro, you could say whatever about China Mac. You feel me? But, like, and obviously I don't even want to get into that whole thing with Charleston White because he claims he has had a long plight of issues with Asian people. But I'm like, just keep it at those particular motherfuckers, right? Anyway, this is where I think he doesn't get it with this next statement. He says, no Christian could be labeled anti-Semite knowing that Jesus is Jew. Now, this is the long-standing debate within certain communities about what could be anti-Semitic and what's actually the derivation of not only the Jewish faith, but Jewish people. So when he says, like, no Christian could be labeled anti-Semite because you know that Jesus was Jew, I don't know if everybody believes that. And also, I do believe there's a group of people who, regardless of thinking about it in a religious perspective of, Jesus being Jewish, I think the word anti-Semite or anti-Semitic is basically people who are just opposed to Jewish people or the Jewish faith. And a lot of those people kind of draw a parallel to, we went through the Holocaust. So because we went through that, we not about to sit here and let nobody even act like they not fucking with us. Because that's how shit starts. Like once we allow people to normalize that we're the bad people, that normalization goes further and further till they throw us in the gas chamber. We ain't finna do that at all no more. So I think Kanye West probably, like, he's not acknowledging that portion of it. Like, we get it if you want to have a theological conversation or debate about anti-Semitic, and because I think that the Hebrew Israelites or whatever they be called it, like, they be trying to have these conversations too. But you got to also understand the full scope of why Jewish people do feel how they feel. They're not just feeling that way because they're debating over ideology. They're debating over, it's not even a debate. They're sensitive over, we were, subjected to some shit that was on some genocidal shit. So we can't even allow full conversations to be had when y'all are labeling the entire community. I get that. You get what I mean? Like, I get it. Now, could this conversation be had? I guess perhaps, but it just can't be had where you're like, yo, no matter what we say, we can't be anti-Semitic. No, you know what I mean? Not knowing, full and well that there was an entire genocide of those particular people. You know what I mean? Anybody could be anti-Semitic. I think even if you're Jewish, you could be anti-Semitic if you don't like yourself. Just like if you a black person and you don't like other black people, or you don't like black people, period, even if you're black, we usually just call you Uncle Tom or Uncle Ruckus, but we call you a self-hater. You know what I mean? There's not particularly a word for that, but like anti-Semite. But yeah, nigga, it exists. So again, I think Kanye West really doesn't get it all the way, but I think this is a little bit of road to redemption for him. I think he's trying to get it a bit. And I think if you're asking me what I personally think, I think Adidas looks at him and says, yo, check this out, Kanye. We were in bed business-wise with you for a long time. We can't support some of the shit you're saying. But business-wise, it's going to be cutting off our nose to spite our face. Because we are in bed with you business-wise. Let's give you this option. We already canceled all the shit with you, so you're going to lose billions of dollars. But we're losing billions too. How about we recover some of the billions? But here's the stipulations. You got to shut the fuck up. Or you got to just come out and act like you're okay with people of Jewish descendant until we get this fucking money in, and then we can sever relationship ties. Don't you want to be a billionaire? And we don't want to lose money either. So I believe that that's some incentive. I believe that conversation may have happened. Do I have any proof it happened? No. But Kanye West is now like hitting a 180. Oh, I like Jewish people again. Before he was saying he was going to war on Jewish people. Now he likes them again. What I think this is doing is opening a possible door that Adidas could say, hey, we're not doing any long-term partnership with him, but this backstock inventory that we have that we need him to sell. You know what I mean? Maybe donate like 30% of the proceeds to Jewish people. You know what I mean? That's how these companies do, right? But they ain't really fucking with these niggas. They just be like, well, let me just donate some of the money. That's what I believe. So I believe that's probably going to happen. And if that's the case and Kanye West plays ball, we're now going to realize that Kanye West ain't that crazy. He just plays crazy. Because Kanye West, there's a Charleston White, and I know y'all hate when I compare them to each other. I don't think Kanye West really had a issue with Jewish people. Now, you might look back at his history and be like, no, yes, he did. Kanye West felt like he's one of them niggas that when he's talking shit, he want nobody to oppose him. He was saying all this shit about George Floyd, nobody opposed him. Once he said the stuff about Jewish people, suspended off Twitter, whatever, and him, just like Charleston White, they double down. Like, they don't want to take the L like, oh, shit. Oh, I can't talk about that. Let me just move on. They double down. Except, I keep saying that African Americans or black people were probably the only group of people that don't stand on business, where people could disrespect the entire race or the entire, the entire pigment of our skin, right? They could disrespect not only just ethnically African Americans, black people, period, and we'll still forgive him without even a proper apology. You disrespect, for example, the LGBT community or the Jewish people, you're going to have to be on bending knees, copping please, okay? That's just what it is, right? We've seen it with the baby. I think we're about to see it with Kanye, and Kanye is like a really powerful dude. But a nigga like Kanye, he don't take no for an answer. So he doubled down, and now this is the end result. We'll see what happens. Obviously, I do believe that what Kanye West is doing, he's the only one that could do it. I still believe Kanye West could come back from this. Nobody else will be able to come back from this. But musically and culturally, Kanye West holds such a special place that if we just hear 6 months of him just saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dissed the Jewish people. Forgiven. You know what I mean? Wasn't there some actor that there was a leaked video of him saying some anti-Semitic shit? That nigga been starring in Tubi movies ever since that nigga. He can't even get a role in Medea. That nigga been on Peacock. That nigga cannot get any type of roles. Why? Usually when you diss certain groups, they don't forgive, they don't forget. Kanye, the only dude who probably could be like, yo, if he say sorry for like a couple of weeks, they'd be like, oh, it's Kanye. He off his meds. We love Ye. Nobody else. Anybody else disses Jewish people? Done. And don't mention no Kyrie to me. Kyrie, he went to the next team. You know, he deleted his apology. He went to the Mavericks. He been going on live acting like he's spitting all this motherfucking shea butter Twitter shit. He ain't mentioned Jew yet. You know why? He gonna be out the fucking league. Like he ain't got that much cachet. Kanye still talking Jewish shit. You know what I mean? He's saying he's still trying to have the thing no Christian could be labeled anti-Semite. Kyrie would never dare talk about, oh, I'm a black Jew, whatever the fuck he was saying when he was like, yo, I can't be anti-Semite. He won't say that shit. So, it is what it is. All right. Somebody said nothing wrong with Peacock. You're right. There ain't nothing wrong with Peacock. Okay, cool. Let's move on from this a little bit because we got to go get to this next story. Yo, Memes, are you sending these joints to me? Let me know. Shout out to my boy Memes, man. Where my chat niggas in the building at? Where my chat niggas in the building? Sir Lee Productions, I see you in the building. Oh, we got to speak on Burner Boy today. I had my list. Where's my list of things? Please, if you're watching this, send me my list again. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Oh, no, we got it. Okay, yeah, I got it. Perfect. All right. Say Cheese posted this. Apparently, this is what's going on cracking in the streets right now. They're saying that the fans responsible for leaking a Playboy Cardi documentary has been arrested. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. The nigga who would leak a Playboy Cardi documentary definitely looks like this, in my mind. Now, we don't know if this is true, but we're probably going to have to do some research. Somebody find this motherfucker's name. Let's see if we can find his name. Oh, here it is. Is this him? Wait, is this him recording when the police are outside his crib? Now, this sounds like a great story, but like we kind of do have to like be a little bit honest too. I don't know if the police in any precinct or whatever, and who knows if he lives in the same city as Cardi or wherever the fuck he lives. I don't know if they're just running down and raiding people leaking a documentary. So it seems a little far-fetched, but it plays into a rollout narrative, I'm going to be honest. I'm sorry to say, like, people have been leaking music and leaking shit. Niggas have leaked movies and we've never heard, oh, this guy's locked up for leaking a movie. You know what a movie's finna make? Hundreds of millions of dollars. You leaked a Playboy Cardi documentary where he's doing the, like, you know, I'm not buying this. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. Niggas is leaking Lionsgate movies, Sony Pictures movies, and they're not getting ran down on by the cops, but you leak a Cardi documentary and the police raid you? It sounds good. Niggas is leaking Game of Thrones. Niggas leaking Narcos. Like, niggas leaking all type of shit. But you leak the Playboy Cardi, you know what I mean? Like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, them Alice is crazy. Like, nigga he was wilding too with it. As beautiful as that looked, because it's great music, right? We love Cardi music. Is the police taking this as high priority? Niggas leaked GTA 6. Did they? Oh, no, they did get a GTA guy. But did the police arrest him? Let me see. GTA 6 leaker arrested. Did he get arrested? Oh shit. The suspected GTA leaker did get arrested. They arrested, and this was in London. They arrested 17-year-old. See, we got to get technical. They don't know. They haven't confirmed why. Here's what I believe. Not saying leakers don't get arrested, but usually it's bigger than you leak one thing. It's because you probably have been systemically like leaking mad shit from big studios that they've probably reported and been following up with the cops and forensic teams to try to track who's doing it. And they have enough proof, so they go get you. It's usually not, oh, you leak one thing and they just run in your house. I'm pretty sure this dude who leaked the GTA shit probably been leaking shit for dumb long. Let's see. This was a GTA thing. As reported by the desk, reporter Matthew Keys, the arrest of the suspect, blah, 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 was a part of the investigation. Yeah, it was by the FBI, the UK cyber crime unit. It had been previously been reported that they were looking into recent hacks of Uber and Rockstar Games. Okay, that makes sense. So it was a bigger thing. It was a bigger investigation that they were looking at people who were hacking or leaking shit from these companies, right? And now they find the guy who leaked GTA 6, right? But it's not like, yo, you leak a song and they run up and arrest you. You get what I mean? Designer Pinebox on YouTube, he says, yo, I know a kid who got raided for piracy. Like his parents' house seriously got raided for Avatar and like 30 other movies. Designer, you're making sense. That's what I'm trying to say. If you are a serial leaker, now maybe this guy is a serial leaker, right? Maybe he is a serial leaker. Because just look at his face. Like this is the guy who I would imagine if this guy's been leaking all Cardi songs, period. The only thing I'm saying when I say cap is I'm not saying that this guy isn't responsible for the leak and he wasn't arrested because of it. I'm saying is that the police don't give a fuck about Playboi Carti's documentary. What they would organize a task force and expend resources to investigate is if this guy has been leaking a huge amount of things more than just one documentary, right? If this guy's the source of not only this documentary leaking, but like 10 other things from Interscope, Cardi's on Interscope, yeah, that's why they probably got his ass, right? Like think about the niggas who leaked the Fappening. I remember the Fappening when people were like they were hacking people's iClouds. Like yeah, like they opened up a whole fucking federal thing and arrested everybody who was a part of that. Somebody said serial leaker. Somebody said Atkins hungry again. Somebody said LOL, just look at his face. Could somebody find out his name? It looked like he might be a juvenile, right? So if he's a juvenile, we can't find out information on him. But if he is over 18, we should be able to get his name if he's arrested, and we could look up charges that he got. Somebody go to the Playboi Carti Reddit. Actually, we could go ourselves, right? Let's go to the Playboi Carti Reddit. I've never gone there before. They always got the real shit. Playboi Carti Reddit. I love Reddit for like anybody with a stan base. Let's see. They would have this nigga's name. Hopefully they don't put too much on here. And hopefully they don't porn or some shit on this bitch. What's this guy's name? Is it Dom is Live reported on it? What's the name of the guy? Because it's easy just to say that. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm telling you, if I was in a fan base and truth be told, I'll be honest with y'all. So Interscope hit me up. I had it on my Instagram. I'll tell you why I deleted it. Interscope hit me up and say, "Hey, Act, this was a leak. This was Playboi Carti's documentary. We're actually enforcing a takedown on every page. Obviously, we fuck with you. Could you just take it down, bro? Because this is not supposed to be out, right?" And I said, "All right, sure." So I took it down myself. But they're definitely not trying to have this fucking leak out, clearly. But are they working with the police over it already? I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's nothing on the Reddit, and the Reddits are usually the biggest stand. Nah, this Reddit can't be that popping. It said 5 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago. Then I go down 13 minutes ago, 27. Okay, it is kind of popping. Oh, yeah, it is kind of popping. Yeah. Anybody know his name? Anybody know his name? This is the guy supposedly responsible for leaking the documentary. Somebody say his name is John. Y'all assuming his name is John. Okay? I saw good. We'll circle back to this. Please just add a note to this. We're going to get back to this. We definitely got to talk about it. What else did I want to talk about? I see some people saying, hey, I know some of y'all got to go. I don't even know. Somebody just typed in the chat. They're like, yo, hurry up and get to 6ix9ine shit. We got to go. Brother, we're going to talk about the 6ix9ine shit all stream. All right? Little pieces of it here and there. If you want to know the real update, I'll give you this. Actually, wait. There's a new Trap Geek video. We're going to watch that. There is a new Trap Geek video. We're going to watch that. All right, shit. If I'm this guy, I got to feel like shit. You went to jail for leaking a documentary, and no disrespect, the documentary was all pretty much shot in night vision. It's a night vision, which kind of makes sense, right? Because ain't Cardi's thing vamp, right? The whole documentary is shot in like night vision. But I'm gonna be honest with you. This, you know what the documentary told me, or like the pieces I saw of it. I don't know if it was a whole documentary, or if it's multiple episodes, or just one thing. It's why most artists don't do interviews or don't do they don't do interviews or they don't do like really documentaries. Cardi isn't as weird as people think. Like, yes, he has a little, like, you might call it weird recording style, but he's a very normal human making regular jokes, hanging out, taking pictures. He's just a fashion icon in the sense of culturally young kids believe that he's very influential. But all that shit with the vampire, blood, all that, he just puts that shit on for stage. Like, did y'all realize that? Like, it's not like he was like fucking, like, you know what I mean, just licking blood in the back of the cars. No, he's normal as shit. Like, right? Am I capping? Like, all the shit you saw, like, he was pretty regular. He was like a regular person. You feel like, oh, I could hang with him. He's cool. A lot of artists kind of remain concealed because they want you to believe that they're living this extraterrestrial, I'm a vamp. You be like, damn, is this nigga part human, part vampire? No, he's just fooling your stupid ass. Somebody said, who thought it was a vampire? Hey, it's not about who thought it was a vampire. It's about marketing. It's about marketing. It's the reason why Uzi, who's regular as shit, is tattooing the weird shit on his face and coming on stage wearing red with spiky hair to look like the devil. They're trying to almost give a perception, and that's why he doesn't do interviews. If Uzi did an interview talking about, I ain't gonna lie, I'm addicted to Frosted Flakes right now, and he was talking about some regular shit, you would be like, I thought this thing was weird. Like, part of the marketing is being fucking weird. So when you see a nigga just being like mad regular, you're like, I'm gonna give you, I say this. Me and Wayno, we did Everyday Struggle for a couple years. And I remember we were talking about the crazy things Uzi did. And Wayno would always say this to me, be like, yo, y'all a trip, because Wayno is really close friends with DJ Drama, Lake Sheezy, and Don Cannon. Generation Out, the label that manages Uzi. He said to me, he'd be like, yo, it's so crazy what people think about Uzi. They're like, yo, Uzi is the most regular Philly nigga possible. He's like, yo, Uzi's just playing with niggas by going online and just doing weird shit. He don't believe in the devil. He don't believe in none of that. He's the most normal person ever. But does that sell? Nope. I'm the normal kid from Philly. Boring. I'm a devil worshiper. Sales up. Do you get what I'm saying? okay, the weird don't gotta be demonic. What I'm trying to say is that whatever y'all see from a lot of these artists is them being edgy. That's not them at all. Like, for example, again, I'm not trying to impugn anybody's integrity, but let us talk about it. Most of these guys keep saying, I'm a rock star. Let's talk about the very basic rock. And I would say very basic because he's a legend. Uzi says he's a rock star. He even has songs saying, I'm a rock star. Do you think Uzi's lifestyle outside of music matches a real rock star like Kid Rock? Kid Rock and them niggas is snorting coke, doing that millions of drugs. They're just on a roll. Like, that's a rock star. These niggas rap it and then go back to their regular life of rolling dice. They're not doing it. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. So, like, y'all are believing when these artists come out as their rock stars, they're not doing it beyond when it says action and then be like, okay, great scene. They're back to being regular. They're not living it. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, didn't Kid Rock do rock? I just used Kid Rock. Nigga, you know what I'm talking about, man? Like, people who are rock stars, okay? Like, rock stars were like, they were actually, when people think about rock stars, they're thinking about a lifestyle associated with it. I'm telling you, the rappers who are saying they're rock stars, they just utilize the image. As soon as it says clip, I can imagine as soon as Cardi gets backstage, he's like, yo, wipe all this face paint off me, man. I'm about to go fuck some hoes. Duh! All right, come on, man. Let's get out of this fucking outfit. All right, let's go fuck some bitches. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, like Marilyn Manson, like, that's a weird motherfucker. Marilyn Manson is a weird motherfucker. Not musically, not marketing. He's just weird. Ozzy Osbourne and them type of nigga. Weird. Playboi Carti, dumb normal. He's an Atlanta nigga. Uzi, dumb normal. Philly nigga. Impressionable fans, oh my God, Vimp. Uzi's the devil. Okay, stupid. Okay. Okay, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about? All right, man. Oh, anyway, if this guy got locked up for releasing Playboi Carti shit, the reason why I'm finding this hard to believe, unless he was leaking all the Playboi Carti music, well, from what Carti be slick. Carti be throwing out some leaks himself. But Carti music leaks a lot. Don't tell me the first time they arrest a leaker with Carti is when a nigga leak a documentary. Niggas been leaking Carti music for years. All right. Anyway. Somebody said Lil Nas X. Nigga, Lil Nas X is just gay. That nigga just wants some dick. Like, you think all that shit he talking about twerking on the devil? That boy just want to suck some cock. That's all he want, man. That nigga not weird. I mean, well, I'm just saying he's just a gay nigga. He just want to suck some dick, bro. That's what it is, bro. All that shit, like, you think he believe in devil? Hell no, man. That nigga just want to suck some dick. All right. Don't say no Ayo to me. Nigga's Lil Nas X. Like, he's gay. Like, what do you think he wants to do? He's making it seem like he's a devilish guy. No, he's fucking gay. He wants to suck some cock. And he's trying to make it seem more raunchier than it is. Everybody know a gay nigga that's just mad horny and wants to suck cock. All right. Some people said, y'all want me to talk about Jonathan Majors. We'll talk about him in a little bit. Y'all don't know no gay people? Yo, I hate when y'all act so tough. No, we don't know no gay people. Fuck out of here. Y'all know gay people. Lil Nas X is just, yo, listen, everybody know a flamboyant gay nigga like Lil Nas X. He does his eyebrows and wants to twerk with the bitches. Everybody knows a nigga like that. If you gotta go outside if you don't know nobody like that. There's always, even at your school, your high school, there's one nigga who want to wear makeup like the hoes and twerk like the bitches. And matter of fact, you throw on a City Girls song, He's the one gay nigga that everybody know. Like, I know the, like, you know the name. Yo, why, like, you see all bitches, like, y'all in the gym, it's basketball, y'all watching high school basketball, and they play the twerk song during timeout. All the bitches start turning around and start twerking, and there's that one gay nigga, he up there too. And you like, fucking up. All right, let him do it. But you know him. You like, all right, let that nigga do him, bro. Let him do him, bro. Y'all remember that in high school? Okay. All right. Yeah, all right, man. Y'all niggas gonna act like we not in reality. I ain't say nothing wrong with it, but we know a nigga like that. I ain't post this on my page just because Instagram got me pussy these days. You post certain shit, they ready to cancel your page. Christian Rock is over here smoking weed while pregnant. She at the club smoking weed. Now, I don't have to Google this. If you're pregnant, you shouldn't be drinking or smoking. But we got somebody who literally, you know what I mean? She's like a wildebeest. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, somebody caught video of her outside the club in the car, and she's smoking while allegedly pregnant. Now, I've told you, she ain't really pregnant. You know what I mean? Like the bitch ate like 5 tacos or whatever the case is and like puffed out her belly. They took a picture. They're going to pregnancy storyline because, you know, it is what it is. You get what I mean? Now, here's the thing. You got to keep up that type of facade. She's an habitual drinker. She's an alcoholic. And it might be her fault. Actually, she's grown, so it is her fault. But she's always, let me tell you about reality TV. They put you in an environment where alcohol is very free. Like, yo, they you know, before they used to shoot Love and Hip Hop, they would say there's a bar behind the scenes. So it's like, how do you get the most lit content? Have everybody take 5 shots and then start filming. Duh. I ain't gonna lie. I remember me and Joe when we were filming Everyday Show. I knew shit was gonna go left because he would drink wine and I would come in with Hennessy. And anytime I could convince Joe to take 2 shots of Hennessy with me, oh shit, he gonna be shouting on the show. He's sweating like a motherfucker. It was gonna be viral. Liquor does shit to people. It is what it is. She drinks all the time. They're trying to like do this fake pregnancy thing. To her credit, there's a lot of women who see themselves in her. A woman who's a broken woman, who has probably daddy issues, who came from disappointment but have now put their faith in a man. That man they call their daddy. We see a lot in the black community. Black women tend, let's not only say black women, a lot of women, when the family structure that should help them and protect them has broken down, they have sexualized the term daddy. They call their boyfriend, the guy who was giving them dick, daddy. She calls Blueface literally daddy more than she calls him Blue. Go watch all the interviews they done. She just calls him daddy. She's tattooed him 7 times. There's some issues there and probably issues of insecurity, right? Now, because of all these things, she's always trying to appease him. I'll tell you this another thing too. Blueface is not an alcoholic, I believe. Now, he might take other illicit drugs. I don't know. But I do believe going from how she used to act and look before she got with him, she's trying to keep up with the lifestyle that he knows how to control. He's a dude, you know what I mean? Like, knows how to control things a little bit better. Not saying that he's clean, but knows how to control a little bit better. Go back and watch the video where she was doing an interview with
Carl Dago.
She's belligerently drunk very quickly, and they walk in with a bottle while Blueface is still able to handle business. I've said that with women. I've been around with women who try to drink with me. I've been a habitual drinker since college. A woman trying to drink with me is going to be a bad idea. For every shot I take, you should take you should drink with me like every 3-4 shots. Because no matter what happens, even when I'm on stream, I'm going to be able to handle business. Like when women or some other people who don't know how to drink, they start slurring slurring is normal, but you start getting distracted what the goal is. Anyway, the point of why I'm even saying that is that I believe she's been trying to live with the lifestyle that Blueface has kind of been a little bit used to because he's been famous longer. They're doing this reality show. I don't believe she's pregnant. However, how do you suck in views after she beat your ass, this and third? Now the question is, why are you still with her? The only thing that could make that make sense, she's pregnant. So they're faking a pregnancy. I think we all kind of know they're faking a pregnancy. Blueface is playing the heel in a situation where he's like, I don't want the baby. She's seeming sympathetic. That's why all the women love her, to be like, yo, oh, we all have been there where we gave our all to a nigga. We tatted his name bunch of times and we get pregnant and he say he don't want nothing to do with us. That's the storyline going on, except you got to play it through till the season is done. So she's still getting club hostings and shit like that. She's now hooked onto alcohol. So at like 2 weeks ago, she's at a club host and she's drinking. Like, she's in an environment, like, remember, she's supposed to be playing a pregnant woman, but she's in an environment where liquor is just as free like when she's shooting the show. If everybody, like, you know, I deal with alcoholism in a sense because I drink all the time. I know when people drink to a certain extent, if everybody's drinking, you know how hard it is to resist alcohol? Now, granted, if you're really pregnant, you do, unless you're really that much of an addict. But she's not really pregnant. So she starts indulging, then she gets drunk. Then people get videos of her. And the story don't make sense. Now, she probably was thinking, let me just get high before I go in the club. Nobody will see me, except the nigga right next to you is filming you, and you're smoking. So this is the video. So that's her in the front seat, smoking. Another thing that be disgusting about Chrisean Rock, yo, I hate women who, like, she doesn't do it here, but she the type of girl who be just like hawking up her spit and spitting it. If you've ever seen a girl spit, completely, for me, it just loses all attraction. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not getting sexist here or nothing like that, but like spitting, like, it's not an attractive trait for me. I assume niggas are gonna spit, but I'm not attracted to niggas. When I see women doing that, I'm like, whoa, it's like a nigga to me. You feel me? Anyway, also, I don't like women that smoke too. You know what I mean? If a girl occasionally smokes some weed, because, you know, I don't smoke weed, but weed is, you know, kind of pretty popular at this point. Cool. But if a chick constantly smells like smoke, no. If a girl smokes cigarette, it's off. I can't fuck with her either. You know what I mean? Now, for me, I'll tell you how I view it. I don't know how you guys view it. If you smoke cigarettes or you smoke all the time, I'll still fuck you. Like, that's the thing women always get confused. I'll still fuck you. There's certain requirements for me to take serious. If Big Act gonna take you serious, you can't wear weave or wig in your head all the time. I like natural hair. I like women who could embrace their beauty. I don't care even if you got a buzz cut. We ain't gonna have you talking about you got 18-inch fucking bundles. Get the fuck on out of here, bitch. If you're gonna be my girl, you're gonna, like, I don't want to wake up with your head wrapped up like a fucking turban. You're not Osama bin Laden. We're not doing that. Okay? So if there's no naturalness to you, I could fuck real quick on your best night when, like, you got your lace front glued the fuck on, but I don't want to wake up to you continually. You get what I mean? That's just me, though. Maybe I love girls with lace fronts. I don't. That's just my thing. If we're going to be together long term, we're going to have to start moving a little bit different. You feel me? If you are a habitual smoker, you got to start quitting that. You know what I mean? You got to get out of that habit. You feel me? Like, it's not attractive. And also, I can't think of you as a potential mother of my child. What women don't realize, because now women are competing with men, I'll look at a woman for, and by the way, I'm only talking about women for long term, if I'm looking to plan with you. When I see a woman who smokes a lot continuously, I look at your womb as just being a gas chamber. You're not going to have my baby up in there fucking suffocating off of what you got going on. You got bad habits. You are, like, the woman is still the carrier of life. So you smoking all the time because you just trying to get high. My baby over there, his brains is getting fucking, like, goddamn air fried because of your stupid ass. I'm not with that. So that's not a woman I want to have kids with. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, will I fuck you? Of course. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Bitches who do that, they be the freakiest hoes. But you can't have kids with them. Like, I think Blueface was kind of showcased that, like, us dudes, like, there's still something genetically hardwired in us that we even know sometimes the freakiest or the baddest don't make for the most suitable to be a mom. You get what I mean? Yeah, Krishan Rock, yeah, she's way more lit than Blueface's baby mama, but you want her to be a mom? Bitch fighting in the club all the time. She's smoking. Who knows if she's snorting? Maybe she popping pills. We don't know. Nah. It is what it is, man. Somebody said it right in the chat. Your baby come out like a little baby. You feel me? Your baby come out like a little baby. You know what I mean? Got a side dish of Tourette's. You know what I mean? Got an entree of Down syndrome. Yeah, you don't want all that type of shit. For real. Trust me on that one. But anyway, she's smoking it up. In my belief, I think everybody is in acknowledgement that she's not really pregnant, but they're trying to keep it on for the show. One thing that's kind of alarming to me, and this is what I realized about the whole Shade Room crowd and a lot of women. Let me see if I don't even think Shade Room even posted this. I see women excusing the behavior. And that's when I kind of like harken back to like my mother, like, shit, my mom is a square, really. Like, she never really done anything, period, even with or without being pregnant. But she treated pregnancy and raising kids like the biggest responsibility in life. The way how I hear women talk about like Krishan Rock and the fact that she's pregnant is like, oh, why can't she be in the club? I don't want my girl, if my girl is pregnant with my kid, why the fuck is she in the club drunk twerking? It's like bringing the fetus to great adventure. Krishan Rock is on the table twerking, drunk as hell. That baby's like, hell no. Hell to the fucking no. I'm telling you, man. One thing you'll realize is we gotta start thinking about the women who have our kids or will possibly, like it's a different level. You slang dick on all these chicks. If they look good, they can get some dick. But you got to think about, is this person a suitable mother? And the majority of these women, based on how they've been bred to act, because they're all acting the same, they are not. Yeah, I don't even think Shade Room posted this. They'll post all the other bullshit, but Shade Room won't post this. They won't post that. You know why? Because most of these women who are already single baby mamas, who are bad mothers already, they're looking like, look how Uzi treat JT. Like, they don't care about actually family structure. They just care about a bag. So anyway, yeah, I'm not surprised by this type of bullshit right here. But let's say it wasn't fake in the sense of like it's not a fake pregnancy. This is exactly why I could see why Blueface, even though he's a degenerate, wouldn't want her to have her kid. That's another thing women don't realize. Every dude has two type. If you fucked with enough girls, there's two different girls. There's a girl you say, if I'm going on vacation right now and I could bring any bitch, I'm bringing her. You know why? She gonna be fucking on the beach. You on the yacht, she sucking your dick, all that type of shit. Freaky as hell, you're having threesomes, whatever. Anything goes. Then you have that corny bitch. She ain't that fun. To keep it real, probably wouldn't bring her on no vacation. She's kind of like, But the person you would want to raise your kid, that's the bitch. That's the bitch right there. That's just what it is. It's like two different things. And men have always had two different roles for women, where it's like, yo, fun, to put it in the words of my dudes from Fresh and Fit, recreational use only, and serious. All right, let's keep this shit going. What else is going on in the world, people? We did have to talk about Burna Boy a little bit. Let's talk about Burna Boy. It's my guy, Burna Boy. But this has been happening a lot recently. And I feel like there is a push to try to divide African Americans. And there's a push to divide African Americans and Africans, or just black people. Even with the Tariq Nasheed like movement of, FBAs, is turned black people against black immigrants and almost lost the cause of realizing that at the end of the day, you still a nigga in a coupe, right? Like, you know what I mean? That's the most famous Kanye West line. Anyway, if you don't know Burna Boy, he's a Nigerian artist. He's very successful. I've gotten like really in love with his music recently. Anyway, recently he did like this interview backstage at like some festival or something like that. And a guy was asking him a question. The guy's name is Shaka Bar, salute to him. And this is what his answer was to this question. You tell me what you think.
So I'm here with the man himself, the African giant Burna Boy, and I want to ask you, why is it important that the diaspora come home?
You know why?
Now let me clarify the question. He's asking why it's important that the diaspora is basically the spread of African people throughout the globe. They're saying why African people or people of African descent, or let's just say black people, no matter if you're a black person in Poland, whether you're in the Caribbean, whether you're in like, you know, Central or South America, or even in America itself, the guy's asking, why is it important that all of those people eventually go back to Africa, right? Granted, Burna Boy, he's a African artist. He's from Nigeria. And this was Burna Boy's answer.
Okay, let's use America for example, right? Because we can use anywhere. Yeah. But let's just use America, right? Why do you think the Chinese American, has their respect, and they don't go through the things that African Americans go through? You know, even though they might go through their struggles, I'm not taking anything away from them, but they don't go through what the African American goes through. You know why? Because the Chinese American has a base. He actually knows where he's from in China.
Right. And they have support from the Chinese government.
You understand? Like the Italian American.
They have Italy.
They know where their grandparents came from in Italy before. They know the first person in their family to come to America to start that line that made them Italian American. They know. You understand what I'm saying? And same goes for everyone else except the African American. You understand what I'm saying to you? So how can an African American and an Italian American be on the same field when how do I put this in a nice politically correct way?
Okay, he further clarified these comments by saying this, because there was a lot of backlash. He says, it's so sad to see that in 2023, there are still such black people who would prefer we stay divided and conquered. Maybe it's my accent or something, but I never said that you are African and not American. I also did not say Africa is part of heaven. You deserve all the land and reparations you want from America, and I'm 100% in support of that. All I ever done is try to make you understand that you have Africa too that loves you, and I believe coming together as brothers and sisters is the only way forward for us black people worldwide. You work against the progress of our people worldwide if your goal is to keep us divided. Now, one of the reasons why, I love sitting with people who I don't understand, as long as I believe they have a sound political ideology that we could discuss that's just not rooted in ignorance. And, I watched like probably about 3 hours of Tariq Nasheed's like stream. I don't know if you guys know Tariq Nasheed. I had him on podcast. I had him on my podcast. And he is someone who has been touting this movement called the FBA, which is Foundational Black Americans. And it's kind of more cemented around that foundational Black Americans who came here and put work in the United States and are the descendants of slaves deserve reparations, but not necessarily people who come here and immigrate here and they are like either first or second generation Black people, right? I don't think he's trying to be anti-Black, but he's just saying that people or slaves who are Black that have a lineage here that put in all the work that helped build the country deserve a little bit more. So I've tried to understand both sides. I clearly, if you don't know, I'm an immigrant. I am a first generation American. I was born in Jamaica. I have came over here and I love the United States. I love Jamaica as well. And I've always told people, like, listen, after living in two countries and after being born in another country, I always tell people and ridicule people when they I say, listen, if you think there's another place that's better to live than America, you are severely wrong. I've lived other places. I was born in another place. America is the closest it gets to being able to be as free as you can, as much as y'all think it might be otherwise. What I do believe with this statement, though, I think people are always triggered by it, right? Even when I speak about it, I think sometimes people feel like there is a shitting on or you're taking for granted the plight of African Americans. And when I mean African Americans, I'm really saying maybe these FBA people where like you could trace back your lineage to slaves being in the Civil War or something like that, right? And I've heard like, I've said things before. I'm like, which I still believe. Like, I do believe sometimes indoctrination and sometimes past traumatic effects from slavery has, kind of mentally held down a lot of people who have been in the United States who are black. And that's why sometimes immigrants, not all, but sometimes immigrants, like there's conversation about, if you had an African, like if your parents is Nigerian and you come over here, you got to go to college and come out with and be a doctor or a fucking engineer. Now, do I believe that African Americans are lazier? No, but this is what I think Burna Boy was trying to get to. But I don't think there's a possible way to really do it without people getting offended. The bigger picture here is literally African Americans and black people, or just black people in general. We got to unite. And as I see music getting more global, I think this is a great thing when we embrace Africa, just like they've embraced black culture or African American culture. They embrace hip hop. So trying to have this inner infighting is the reason why we never really get anything done. Let me tell you, in most countries, even, I once said, and I might be losing y'all a little bit, I once said, one of the big difference, I've never been to a country, so I've never been to Europe. I'm going to go to Europe for the first time this year. I'm going to the UK. I was born in Jamaica. I've always given the story, I never heard the word nigga until I came to the United States. Now, does it exist in Jamaica? Yes. But when you grow up in a country where the people and the money look like you, everybody around you looks like you, there are people that were white that maybe lived in the town or some people that are Chinese, but we're the majority. We never looked at each other like, it felt like we don't even have the mentality. Now, granted, there are other issues. There's always issues in society, bro. There's colorism. Colorism is huge in places like Africa, Jamaica. While it might not be racism because you're the majority, it then goes to colorism. The lighter you are, the more preference you get, whatever the case is. But that mentality, though, I believe when it comes into I'm trying to figure out how to say this. And I feel like now I'm in the Burna Boy position, right? Where it's like, you're trying to explain something, but it's two different perspectives because I'm trying to understand, or I completely understand like what Tariq Nasheed would say, but I'm trying to explain where Burna Boy is coming from, like where his outlook is from. And I don't know, man. I'm trying to explain it better. Give me a second. There's some leaders that their idea of overcoming racism or systemic oppression, especially as it relates to race, was that not only there's one step of segregation to say, we can't be integrated with people that ain't of color, so let's just keep separate from them. We got to make our own banks, this and third. But then there's an more extreme perspective to say, fuck them, let's just go back to Africa, right? Now, that is a particular point of view. Then there's and I believe Marcus Garvey may have shared that. I might be wrong, but I believe he did. Marcus Garvey's from Jamaica. Then there are people like Tariq Nasheed, which I believe Tariq is completely within his right, and anybody who is an African American should be within the right to hold this. And I think Burna Boy was trying to say in here about reparations. If you were a slave, or if your family were descendants of slaves, for hundreds of years and you built America, you don't want to hear a motherfucker tell you, let's go back to Africa. Oh, so you just built this whole shit and be like, oh yeah, let them keep it. Let's go back to Africa. Fuck no. I'm owed some shit here. Like, nigga, I built here. Like, my great-grandfather, I'm not talking about me, but I'm talking about, like, I completely understand that, right? And that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think those two mentalities have to be against each other. I think you could embrace Africa and still demand of the United States that, yo, you need your reparations, or that you need some type of fucking, you have some type of birthright to this land because you built the shit. I don't think it has to be like in opposition as it could be. And for whatever reason, I feel like we keep getting to these ideological arguments between immigrants and people who weren't immigrants, but we're all black. Like, why are we arguing with people from Nigeria? You know what I mean? Like, some of my best friends are Nigerian, but also some of my best friends were like born in like, who knows, Patterson, New Jersey. Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, it doesn't matter to me. We're all black. That's one thing I realized about being over here. People, your skin color is your skin color. It don't matter if you came from Jamaica, Nigeria, if your mama was a slave, or not mama, but your grandmama was a slave, or whatever the case is, you're gonna get the same type of outlook from people. And to the point of what Burna Boy is saying that I do agree with, I do believe that all these other groups that seem to get more protection is because they do hearken back to, well, if you treat the Chinese people fucked up, remember China is a global power. I think they use it as a base. I do agree with Burna Boy that us black people, we should use, right, some place as a base, right? Even if this is the continent of Africa. Because we have to be united in some sense. We can't be infighting and try to get something done. And I know some people might be offended about that. And by the way, let me go to Discord about it, because I don't want to have conversations where I'm like the immigrant nigga talking for all black people. Let me get on here just for this topic, and then I'll hop back off afterwards. Yo, if you have a point of view on this, I would definitely like for you to join chat. By the way, join the Discord, please. Everybody join the Discord. But I would just definitely want to have a conversation with people, whether you be an immigrant, whether you are someone who, like, you only could really track your family tree to be in the United States, whether it's Southern United States or whatever. I kind of want to hear what you guys think, because I do think it's whack when it's like, oh, it's African Americans versus Africans, or immigrants versus foundational black Americans. We're all black, my nigga. You know what I mean? And I feel like we all still have a story of being the underdog or just not getting treated right. All right. Yeah, no, I'm only on Discord for this topic, but this is a topic that kind of requires a little bit of conversation. I don't want to just preach to y'all on that one, right? Yo,
yeah.
What's good?
Hey, but like, being for somebody who grew up in South Carolina Low Country, everybody knows the birthplace of African Americans is Charleston, South Carolina. That's where you see like the original
come on,
slave trade and everything. You can go back.
I feel like every time this nigga get on the mic, he got something to say, like Charleston, South Carolina. Just hold on. Wait, first of all, let me ask you about you.
Yeah.
If
so
you,
my family,
yeah.
I'm Gullah Geechee. I'm Gullah Geechee. So you Google that'll pretty much explain what I am. That's like the descendants of like from slavery, like slave descents. Like, we're the closest people to our ancestors by the way we talk.
Okay.
By our own lingo. So like you hear like Charlemagne would talk about, oh yeah, like he Geechee or whatever.
Uh-huh. So, all right, so let me ask you like the overall question, right? So when you trace your great grandparents or your lineage, all you pretty much know is just South, like, right? Pretty much America, right? Like, it's not like you're like, oh yeah, and that's when we came from Liberia. Like, that's not in how you kind of see the history or how you know of the history.
Nah, because pretty much you could trace like yeah, we trace our family back to like where we was brought at and like in the slave trade. Then you quote unquote got your last name from your slave master. That's why like yeah, your last name is Johnson or Jackson. You're the son of so and so, so that's how you got your slave last name.
Okay, well, hold
But
on. Not
but
to cut you off, but perfect, right? So let me kind of epitomize like the discussion, right? So you have clearly said that the majority of your lineage that is knowledgeable to you and probably the rest of your family is that your family came it came obviously from Africa somehow through a slave trade, but the history and the tradition of how you got to where you are and where your family owns land or whatever is probably through a lot of the history of since you guys have been here. Now, that is different than someone who they just came, like they're a first or second generation Nigerian immigrant, right? Their mama came over here to work and they stayed and they had a kid and their kid is here. They're going to trace their lineage to Nigeria or to Liberia, wherever. You get what I mean? Now, I think the fundamental argument, and I hope you guys stay with me with this, the fundamental argument here, right? That's why I think these discussions keep happening, is that the people who are immigrants or the people who have ties to these other countries, include myself, sometimes seem to say, well, we should either go back to these other countries or we should link up with these other countries, and then the people who, like you, that don't really have that much ties are saying, okay, I get it in principle, but my whole family came here to build this country. What the fuck are y'all niggas talking about? Then you get into some like petty shit, which is like, there's a lot of people that would say, yo, someone come from another country works harder than someone who was born here, who are both,
Stop
and
right.
they're both black.
I can give you the perspective from a born in America and can't trace none of my ancestry back to Africa. So essentially, that's what you just said it right there. At the immigrants will critique Black America unfairly, and then they lash back out, and that's where the back and forth kind of goes. But yeah, it's just that when you don't know American history and you just come over here and you say a statement without knowing the history, and you hurt some feelings. Yeah, that's where the back and forth comes from.
And another thing too, like the African people who come over here, they do think they better than the other black people, and they don't even fuck with the other black people. Even though at the end of the day, if white people see us, they still gonna treat us the same, but they have like this arrogance about them.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you mentioned that. So let me give you the perspective of a lot of immigrants. And I know this because I have a lot of family, and they're all immigrants, right? Not only my family, but other families I know who, okay, so-and-so down the street, she's from Jamaica too, or she's from Trinidad, or she's from Nigeria, or whatever. This is what a lot of people say about sometimes Black Americans, right? Those people say this about Black Americans. Black Americans, they're mentally oppressed because of the history of slavery here. There's been slavery everywhere, but because there was so much oppression here, it's handicapped them not to do anything, in the sense of it's easier to talk about reparations and, oh, we need these like laws or whatever to equal the playing field, while somebody from Africa will come here and be like, fuck it. Yeah, are we starting to race like 10 feet back? We are, but we're not going to make excuses about it. We're just going to work harder than motherfuckers. And those immigrants start thinking about African Americans as, oh, y'all niggas is lazy. We just work harder. So then it becomes an argument, right? Because now it's like you have the people who are immigrants looking at black Americans, we're all black, but immigrants are looking at black Americans like, oh, y'all niggas is lazy. We come to y'all country and we outwork y'all and outperform y'all. Do you get what I mean? And then it's like almost it becomes like adversarial more than, okay, how about we learn from each other? How about we pull each other up? What do you think about that?
But think about it is it's got to be a congruent effort because nobody's not going to want to do that. One, we don't even do that for each other, and a lot of that we used to have that before integration. So during like the Reconstruction era after the Civil War, like okay, we had black communities, we had our own schools, we had our own like banks, we had our own grocery stores, we had opportunity to put money back into our own community. After the Civil Rights Act of 1964, all of that went away. All our black banks, all of our like black hospitals, all the schools, because everything got integrated together, and we lost that.
One thing I say I agree with, and you know, I think I'm a really fair person when it comes to like, you know, just debating ideology and shit like that. In a sense of, you know, I'm an immigrant, right? And I sat with Tariq Nasheed. One thing I did agree with him, and by the way, salute to Just a Girl from Brooklyn. I want to get some female voices. I want to get some like really educated voices in here. I got to get in the Discord. Get in the Discord, type, like they'll add you. Like if you know you got a good this is the high IQ part of the shit before we start roasting motherfuckers soon. But here's the thing, right? What Tariq did say that I agree with is like he was talking about Fresh and Fit. He was like, it's easy to come and from another country and then shit on black Americans like, oh, they're lazy or blah, blah, blah. But if you felt that way, why didn't you get success in your own country, right? Like, honestly, I got to be honest. Am I academics in Jamaica or did I need to come to the United States? I think I needed to come to the United States. Now, me being able to profit or take advantage of these opportunities in the United States, isn't that the byproduct of what African Americans have done who are descendants of slaves that have made those sacrifices and put in that work? So in a sense, I shouldn't shit on them. You can't shit on them where they have created the infrastructure that you're now benefiting from, because if they didn't create it, nigga, go get popping in Sudan. I remember he used to say that to like Myron. He keeps saying that about Myron. He's like, yo, he's like, why don't you go get popping in Sudan? Or like, why don't you go get popping to that extent in Jamaica? I think that's a good point too. You know, like for me, I'm still thinking about unity to a certain extent, man. It's like, you know, we shouldn't shit on each other. We should learn from each other, but we should pull each other up, right? And like I see what's happening now. I think this is going to be a bigger conversation. I'm gonna tell you why. Nigeria has I never knew it had 260 million people. The U.S. has about 400. 260 million people where we're now in an attention economy, and now you have people or artists, I'm thinking in the music sense, that could weaponize that attention by being huge stars just by having their own country fuck with them on a social media level just to get attention. The U.S. market, yes, they spend a lot, but the attention economy is given more and more stars from Africa, from Nigeria. That's why we're seeing Afrobeats even more. Burna Boy, Davido, who just, you know, he lost his son recently, but, you know, he's back. Salute to him. Whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Thames, all these beautiful artists, the reason why these conversations, like Afrobeats is kind of being imposed on us because it's big globally. So it's not only if the U.S. wants to fuck with it, it's big globally. So we're all black. We got to have these conversations, but it shouldn't be shitting on each other, if y'all understand what I mean.
Nah, the reason why people shit on each other is because we compete. Like, everybody want to be that nigga. Nobody want to just play their role and be in that position.
Explain a little bit.
You said explain, elaborate?
Yeah.
Basically, everybody want to be a king, and nobody want to just wait until it's their turn to get the throne. Because just like Lil Baby said, my turn, like, you gotta wait. Like, people just want to be that nigga. That's why black people are not united. They gotta want to be that nigga, want to fuck all the bitches. Woo. That's why.
Hey, so let me ask you, and his name is Lil Wavy who's talking. So does your family have like like immigrant background, or you just
Yeah,
only know
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah. My people Nigerian. Yeah. So basically, my dad, he's from Nigeria, and then he got a job in Tokyo. So he moved to Tokyo to work for like 2, 3, 4 years, and then my mama was pregnant still back in Nigeria. So he saved up money to move my mom back, to move my mom to Tokyo, and then my mom had my brother, my oldest brother. So he was born in Japan, and they were living there for like 3, 4 years. So my brother was going to school in Tokyo with all Asian kids. He was the only black kid. It was funny. And then finally, they won the lottery to come to the United States. So
Oh
when they came
shit.
to the United States, yeah, woo woo. So I'm Nigerian with woo woo.
Okay. So let me ask you this question. By the way, Blazes Chula, I see you in here. I definitely want you to add in on this. So let me ask you this question, Lil Wavy. So a lot of African Americans say this, yo, immigrants come over here and they be looking down on us like they better than us type shit. And I ain't gonna lie, for a while I was like, no, that's not true, but that is kind of, yo, I know how, listen, I'm in a family. A lot of families that are friends and close friends of my family or my brother's friends' families, they're immigrants, and they talk about like black people different from immigrant people. Like they're like, yo, them niggas is lazy, we work. Like I'm telling you, so this is true. There's no looking down.
I be telling my people, bro, Africans are racist. They call them akatas. They call black people akata. That's what they say.
Really?
They racist. I feel like they
All right,
racist in a way.
stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. All right. So it's from what I'm hearing, it seems like the Black Americans are being picked on, but I want to hear the critique that Black Americans are agitating the Africans, like, because it sounds like we getting picked on. If you ask me,
Okay.
what did Black Americans do to African Americans?
Well,
I'm curious, and I have Africans in my family. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just curious, like,
No, it's just because they don't think y'all serious. Y'all not serious. Y'all not grateful for what the opportunity that America brought y'all. Y'all just y'all don't take advantage of shit. That's what it is.
And
That's what it be. That's how they.
I don't think
you
we take
worded it very
advantage of
politely.
stuff, but it's just like we understand what's given to us. Like
Like the
we under
opportunity,
like certain
like, y'all don't.
conversations that you come over here as an immigrant, like you didn't have those conversations growing up. Like your parents ain't had to tell you, oh yeah, you gotta act a certain way when you're around white people, or you gotta act a certain way when you're dealing with the police. And when you at school and stuff, like you have to act a certain way because at the end of the day, these white teachers and white administrators doesn't understand. So you gotta play by their rules. So it's not even that they playing by our rules as a culture, we playing by their rules.
And then my dad would say, Wale, speaking about that, my dad would just tell me common sense. He said, just common sense. Just use your common sense. Because Africans are smart, bro. They book smart. That's one thing about Africans. They so smart when it comes to education. That's why I love Africans. They big on education.
wait, hold on. And I'm gonna answer this because I want to have kind of a fair conversation. So I know I'm an immigrant, but I want to be on both sides of the fence in a sense. Well, here's the thing, right? So, like for example, if you're wondering why my name is Academics, right? I grew up. My mom is a teacher. My dad's a principal, right? I grew up in Jamaica. Like Jamaican school structure is completely different. Like you get a rank in your class. Like, you know what I mean? There's no A's. Well, I mean, you could internalize it to be an A, B, and C. But I was in elementary school or primary school as we call it, second grader telling you, are you the first? That's how your report card goes. Are you the first or the last? If you're the last, you're the dumbest nigga in class. Like, and you're ranked against people, right? Now, that's how other cultures or other countries kind of like develop themselves and their kids. Let's think about the United States. If you're stuck in poverty, right, where you might be from a broken household, maybe your pops might either have a job or not, or might be around or not. We know there's a lot of things that has affected the core traditional family structure of a lot of black families coming up. Now you're dealing with a mom who's working with 2 different jobs. Like, you're not really being supervised. Like, I'm gonna lie to you, I used to believe that being smart was just a genetic thing till I realized, no, like the family structure around me, you couldn't go outside and have fun until you did like 10 different things that all had to do with schoolwork. So when I showed up and I did well on tests, it was because I couldn't even watch TV. You get what I mean? Now, let's talk about the family structure that's in the United States. For families that have been disrupted or affected by a lot of oppressive, either laws or all these type of things. Yeah, yes, maybe the kids won't be getting the same type of, hey, you got to focus on school, blah, blah, blah. Now you get people who are going to more stray off into street life or whatever the case is. And that's just, that's a product of the environment, not necessarily of black people being or African Americans being lazy. That's just the situation they're in. Where I came from, it was just a little bit different. But should I look down on them? Or should I realize the history and all the lineage that I'm now taking advantage of now, it probably fucked them up a lot, right? And they had to go through these growing pains, right? Does that make sense a little bit or no? Somebody said that's excuses. Somebody said that's excuses. And I would say it's excuses, but you got to think about the historical context. Like even what Wale Inter was talking about, some of these things that it definitely affected black families. I wouldn't want to think about it because I just got here, right? I showed up here in 2001. So I'm like, nah, fuck it. It's a free for all, right? But if you are born into some shit, and whoever I'm cutting off, I'm gonna let you go now. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, how are the school systems in Jamaica funded? Because in America, we go by, they actually draw property lines. So as you know, in the poor neighborhoods, those
it's called red zone. It's called red line.
Those neighborhoods fund the schools. So poor neighborhoods, your school gonna get funded. You're gonna have shitty books, you done seen the trashy hood schools before. You go to the nice areas. I don't know if you've seen that viral TikTok of them white schools. They got some nice ass schools, nice education. The neighborhood you live in now probably got a fire ass high school.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But I don't know how is it in Jamaica? How do the school systems get funded? You know what I mean? Because in America, it's built different.
I'll give you an insight on how Jamaica runs and this is why it incentivizes you to be good at school. Like, for example, it's not only school and it's politics. I've always told people where I grew up at, right? In the town I grew up in the countryside, we didn't have phones in the house. You had a pay phone down the street. Why? By the way, the town to the left of us and the town to the right of us had it. Why? Because politics is huge. Our little region didn't vote for the power, the party that got in power. And you know what happens? They don't treat it like how America's treated. If you voted for them, you get shit. If you didn't vote for them, you don't get shit. So that's why you realize in that country, you see everybody talking about like political suppression here up here. You get killed if you campaigning or like you wilding out for another party. Bro, it could affect people's livelihoods. Yo, you campaigning for them. We going for them. These people, they funding us. They giving us jobs on the low. You trying to get this other party elected. If this other party get elected, we're done.
You not campaigning or
hold on. Just beat up an official point. All right. And then, so when it comes to schooling now, this is how it works. In schooling, it's about performance, right? Like, so when I graduated from primary school, that's 6th grade. For you to go to high school, it was about performance. So if you performed well, you could go to the best high school that's the best funded. You get what I mean? Or if you performed the worst, you were only going to be granted access to like the high school where everybody's thugging and doing all type of shit. So it's like you get to realize performance, like everything was performance based. It was not, you were never owed anything. So like you kind of bred that into yourself, at least where I came from, performance based. Like my brother got a scholarship for the entire parish, which is like a state. And that shit changed the life of everybody at the school I was at. They got additional funding. We built a new computer lab off of that shit. Just off of, there's a standardized test that he took that he did really well on, the best in the whole state. So our school got this big grant. So you get what I mean? So it was incentivized from early on. The better you do, the better things will be. You were never owed anything. Now, granted, over here, and by the way, is that a right way to do things? Probably not, because now you're putting pressure on a bunch of kids who really, like, you don't really know their back. Like, it's a lot of shit. Like, I know people saying excuses, but I've just kind of grown to think that it's more than excuses. I'll give the floor to you.
Oh, so act like you were saying, like they do stuff like that for performing basis, but like I know, like for the most part, it's like if you in a certain part of the state or a certain area, a lot of people will like you would try to live in certain areas to get your kids to go in certain schools. Then on top of that, you have to try to score well on certain end of course tests to get in maybe like an AP class or an honor class to get that better learning ability to get get that education to score well on that SAT or ACT to go to those colleges. But other than that, yo, if you're in the hood and you live in that urban hood area, you're going to a shitty school. It doesn't matter how smart you are.
And let me read this comment, and anyone could jump in. Blazing Chula, you here? Yeah, we got to get our
Can you hear me?
Okay, great. I want you to jump in after this comment, and then you can respond to anything
Okay.
anybody else said. So
Yes.
poetic, the poetic painter. Thank you for the $20, brother. He says, yo, the majority of black doctors in the U.S. are Nigerians. He says, how can they figure it out so rapidly? Yet we've been here for centuries and are still making excuses. Why isn't oppression suppressing them? The reason is because we're lazy. All right, hold on. Let Blaze and Chula get in, and then anyone else could jump in afterwards.
Hey, I want to say something. The problem is everybody is so sensitive these days. I just know it's going to come across wrong, but I'm going to try it the nicest way possible. As a black person who grew up in the Caribbean and Europe, and I have family in America, I kind of feel like African Americans isolate themselves from other black people.
Okay.
I really feel that. You know how many times I'm not saying all African Americans, but the ones that I have encountered, you know how many times they have the discussion on whether Africans and Caribbeans are actually black?
Okay.
Like, you never wonder that? You know how many times they say, well, they're not really black, they're from Africa. Or you know how many times I've seen people say it about you? If Shade Room posts something about you, someone in the comment will say, why is he talking about that? He's not black, he's from Jamaica.
I've
Because
seen
I
that
feel
too.
like they feel like they are the only ones that are black and can date with blackness. But that's my experience with the people I've known. So I'm not speaking for all African Americans. I'm just speaking for the ones that I have encountered.
Can I say something?
Can I give a perspective real quick?
Wait, hold on. Let me just moderate this. All right, who wants to jump in?
So let me give you like some perspective, right? So my dad is a doctor, my mom's a nurse, right? I'm a young nigga, I'm in college right now.
By the way, hold on.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Because we're hearing new voices, just identify yourself that the chat could understand. Because you know this is gonna be on YouTube.
Right.
So I want to be like, this nigga spitting facts or he talking shit. So this is it's your boy Mark, right?
Yes. So I'm an engineering major in college. My dad is a doctor. He's a surgeon. My mom's a nurse. I'm Nigerian, right? They're Nigerian. So let me explain so this is how like my mom looks at it, right? So when we first came out, so we got like 2017, right? So when we first came here, my mom and my dad, they look at it as black. They see black people, they think they're lazy. That's just what it is. Like it sounds horrible, but that's just what it is because they think if y'all have all these opportunities, right? Like where we're from, like bruh, you gotta like fight to get every single thing you're gonna get in life, right? So when they come here, they see as y'all have schools, y'all have fucking power, y'all have internet. Excuse the question. Y'all have all these resources, but yet y'all can't seem to figure it out. To them, it's just like we come here, it's like easy game because all you got to do is what? Just work hard, go to school, and get your shit right, and you'll be successful. That's what it is. To them, that's just what it is. That's just what it is, plain and simple. And let me explain. So before I let you go, like let me explain why they look at it different because they don't understand like how racism has affected black people in general, right?
Okay.
Because they come here, they just think like, they have like all the research, the government is there. Y'all got Social Security, like all these things like so in place in the system. Why can't y'all get together? That's why when they come here, they just like they put in the work, put in the time, and that's why everything clicks for them. That's where that difference is. So as with black people, it's like they got like all these like like all this shit like intangible shit we don't think about as Africans. We just come here and it's like we just gotta put in the work and you be successful. So that's how that is.
Hey,
if y'all
academics,
what do y'all think about that?
Okay, thank you.
This is Swigger Giovanni, bro.
So are you calling black people lazy?
Yeah, no, they're not lazy. Listen, Africans or anybody from any other country are conditioned to think that Americans live that way. When they come and when they visit, there's a tour guide with them. Ask any Nigerian, my brother, ask your mother or father. Somebody told them that blacks are lazy. They watch movies, they watch TV shows, and they believe that that's the real interpretation of American men and women, when that's not true.
Okay,
My mother's
Swigger.
from the South. What's up?
Okay, so my mom, I said my mom's a nurse, right? So she works like a bunch of like fellow like black women who are like nurses
Yeah,
as well.
my mother's a nurse too. She's
Right.
an RN for the Veterans Affairs Hospital.
Right, my mom, she's a charge nurse. She's been a nurse for
Okay.
16 years now. So what she says is like she feels like they treat her differently because she doesn't like act the same way they act.
What does that mean? Wait, hold on. What does that mean? What does that mean?
No, you're not getting the point. It's a condition in theory. Why do you think black Africans and black Americans are beefing? It is a condition. When we watch Africans on TV, the first thing we see as Americans is bush trees and huts. When that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? It's what we are given.
That's a good point.
Swigger speaking facts is a big warrior. I came into England from Somalia when I was young. I was born in the Netherlands, but I come from a Somali background. When we first came here, the people that were already here, the black people, the Jamaicans, people that are already here from the 60s, when they saw us, they treated us badly. So we culturally, we just became split. And that's the reason why when we identify ourselves, especially with a lot of Africans, we don't say we are black. We say the country we're from. We look at black as a westernized term.
Really?
Right. Your academics, that term came from Jesse Jackson or something. When did Negroes come out? Like, when did the term black come out? Like that's a new word. What were we called before Negroes? What were we?
Wait.
Okay, so
hold on.
Go ahead.
That guy real quick.
No.
Can I answer the guy that said where does the word Negro come from and all that?
No, that's not what I asked. I said what were we called before Negroes? I know where the word Negro comes from. Don't school me on that. The question that I have, I don't want to hear that. The question that I have is what were we called before Negroes? If you don't have that answer, I don't want to hear you.
Well, then fine. I just wanted to say something, but if you don't want to hear it, that's fine too. I don't feel like arguing.
Hold on. Wait.
Real quick, I want to answer the.
Wait. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to recenter the conversation because I think Swigger Giovanni said something very important, and I kind of remember it because that's kind of how I interpreted Africa for a while. There was a long time that I interpreted Africa as literally either very uncivilized or just huts or whatever. I'm gonna be honest. And you know why that thought was in my mind? I remember them kind of showing what Africa was, a bunch of bushes. And then I remember I had some Nigerian friends and everybody kept telling me, yo, we live great. And they would show me pictures and other things of how their families living. I remember like my Nigerian best friend, which was a girl, her family bought her car from Nigeria and sent it over here. I'm like, I thought y'all broke over there. Then I realized I'm kind of being a little bit indoctrinated by what I'm seeing Africa looks like. Every video or every movie that depicts Africa shows impoverishedness and also we think that's uncivilized people. I do think now the internet is catching us up to be like, I don't care about going to Europe. You know the one place I want to go to? Lagos. Lagos looks so beautiful. I never thought that Africa was that beautiful. I swear. And you know how I learned about Africa? I'm learning about it through, over the years I'm talking about, not now. I was learning about it through movies. And it was always making Africa look like a bunch of bushes with spears, right? When you heard comedians talk about it, they would just talk about Africa like it was such a primitive place. Like you would go there and niggas is just still like they're not even talking English all year. I swear, I ain't being funny. I'm not being funny.
I got a question. I got another question. How come black Americans are afraid to call themselves Africans? Because most Americans think that civilization started in America when it didn't. So it's impossible for you to be a black American if you're not looking at your native origin. And I believe the native origin is Africa. Of course, people travel all over and settle places, but come on, nobody just picked a black person from the ground like a potato. You know what I'm saying? They had to have migrated from somewhere to America because civilization did not start in America. So when you American black men are afraid to call yourselves African, that's just showing that you're afraid of your history. That's all I gotta say.
Y'all can jump in.
Yeah, but yo, Suga, I agree with you. Like people like should call themselves Africans, but at the end of the day, the Africans don't look at y'all the same way.
Okay, that's interesting. Wait, hold
No,
on.
not all Africans. Just the Twitter beef for Africans, because there's Africans who would really say, "Come back home, bro."
And you go back home. I've been to Africa, bro. I've been to Somalia. I'm telling you, they're not accepting. They're not accepting it like that.
I wanted to answer the donation, who was basically just saying it was an ignorant donation, but they asked a question. We kind of skimmed over it. But all the Nigerian doctors who come over here, that's the cream of the crop. You get me? These are the best, and you have a choice. You have a choice. You want to be a doctor in Nigeria, or you want to go in America, which I'm assuming. I'm assuming America pays better. I'm assuming. I don't know. But so these are good. These are the cream of the crop who's coming over here. That's not an average Nigeria. You know what? These aren't the bottom of the barrel. These niggas got good grades. These are
Hood magic.
So,
Hood magic.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that real quick.
And Trump used to talk about that too with immigrations. Like, when we get immigrants, the ones that come over do it the right way, those are the best of the best.
Right. So
like same time too. Like if we want to go to the UK and those type of Western like countries over there, even like certain countries in Asia, they're not gonna let all the like dumb criminals, crazy people immigrate over there. No, they're gonna want the best of us over there.
That's a great point. By the way, let me just jump in for 2 seconds. That's a great point you're mentioning, because I'm thinking about even my own aunt. Like, if you wonder how my family came to the United States, right? So my uncle, who, hard worker but never the smartest, he came over here on a work visa. He was supposed to do field work. He got deported pretty quick because he just really wasn't on shit, right? Now, by the way, God bless his soul, love him, his family. Now, the rest of my family that came over here, my aunt came over here on a specialized visa when she was in the university for her performance. So then she was able to be a nurse over here. And what does that mean? She was probably one of the best nurses in Jamaica. So maybe we're also like we're hyping up immigrants, but sometimes the ones who come here legally, they're the cream of the crop, but they're not really the entire, because I know some ain't shit Jamaicans. That's a fact. Like, as much as we can talk about, like, anybody, like, say, African Americans or people who are here, I know some ain't shit Jamaicans. They just would never get here. So that's my 2 cents. Yo, Blazing Chula, let me give a little order of how I want people to jump in. Yo, let's do Blazing Chula, Hood Magic, Swigga Giovanni, and then Warrior. And then if anyone else wants to jump in, you can definitely do it. But Blazing Chula, you have anything to add?
Yeah, there is one more thing that I want to say, because like what you were saying about the education in America and how sometimes schools are underfunded. Someone said it, I don't remember which one it was, but I do have to say, as a Black person in Europe, I have a different experience than that, because I grew up in Holland, and here they admire education. I don't really know how to say it exactly. But let's say you you migrate here and you want to be, I don't know, a doctor. They will fund your study and help you become a doctor. You have to do the work yourself, but they will help you with education. Like here in Holland, honestly, it's really rare for me to meet a person that only speaks one language. Almost everyone is multilingual. I myself am fluent in 4 different languages.
Oh, wow.
Most of the people speak 2-3 languages. It's very, they push you to be a better person. I'm not saying that it's perfect. There is some racism. There are some things that are wrong. People of color do sometimes get treated unfairly. But when I look at the way America is, and I look at the way that we have it in Europe, I would say, well, not all the countries in Europe, the one that I experienced then, I do say it's a better place for Black people than America is, I would think, from my experience then.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. Before we go into the next point, let me read this super chat, and hopefully, I forgot who I said was after her. Hopefully you can react to this, but Harlem and Brooklyn RRV1, thank you for the $10 on YouTube. He says, yo, great discussion, Ack. He says, I myself have been a mechanical engineer for 10 years now. I'm from Harlem, New York, but moved to the Midwest. My thoughts on this has changed over the years. And I guess he's saying we African Americans. He said, we African Americans, We do not take advantage. So, there were some people saying that, they feel like immigrants taking advantage. I believe, I think it's your boy Mark said that. So it's your boy Mark. You can probably jump in. It looked like Harlem.
Right.
It looked like he's
So-
kind of agreeing.
Yeah, he does, because here, so like my mom says it's like over there, like you don't even have the opportunities to succeed. Even like you could be like a straight A student, like if you have all your shit together over there, you still might fail. Over here, they look at it as, bro, like the school is there, like the professors are there, like like the resources are there for you to succeed. All you have to do is just put in the work, and you'll be fine. That's what that's just how like immigrant parents, like I'm gonna like as a first gen, that's just how they look at it. To them, they don't think about they think everything else is subjective. You can like overcome all the rest of that shit, but like other than that, just put in the work, put in the time. If like in the end, just try hard enough and you'll be fine. And that's just what it is. If you have the opportunities here, you'll be fine. That's what they think about America, like the Euro, anywhere else. Just put in the work, put in the time, and you'll be fine. That's just how if y'all disagree, y'all jump in and let me know. But
Hi, so I'm Smash, and I'm just gonna disagree with Mark. I a second generation American. My grandmothers immigrated from Japan and El Salvador, respectively, and I am extremely passionate about the education system in America, having gone through it myself. And I think that what a lot of people, unless they've been in the US for a long time, or at least long enough to truly understand the mechanism of how America operates and how systemic racism plays a very large part in keeping BIPOC communities down. And we can speak to that more so if you look at like inner city communities and the funding and the quality of the education as compared to, relative white communities where there's more funding and more participation from the community and whatnot. Not because, sorry, I'm trying to phrase this correctly, but not because it's easier or whatever, but because they have more opportunity to be present. Whereas in the US, classism and racism play a huge part in the BIPOC communities not being able to be as participative in their children's education and demanding more funding from the government and things like that. So I think what I'm struggling to say is that sometimes in the US, no matter how hard you work, no matter how much you sweat, no matter what effort you put into it, it's not as easy. It's not that fairy tale, that white picket fence that a lot of people come to America for, that American dream type, thing. What a lot of people don't understand is that no matter how hard you try, sometimes no matter what effort you put in, that there are still so many hurdles that especially the Black community has to jump over. And I'm not saying that you can't. Yeah,
I was gonna wait. Just let her finish her point. I'll give her another minute to finish her point, then you guys can jump in. Obviously,
I know I'm a rambler. Sorry, but basically, it's not just you have to work hard and you can do well. In the U.S., people that are born here that have to grind the system, that have to go through everything that we go through, it's sometimes it's just not enough. And unless you have that helping hand, unless you have these connections to help pull you out or whatever, it's not that easy. And you can look at our, statistically, that it's what I'm saying is it is empirically backed. But I agree that, you can work hard. There are opportunities to work hard, but that just because you work hard, just because you put your shoulder to the wheel does not automatically mean that you will be successful.
Okay, and by the way, thank you for that thought. By the way, I'm glad you jumped into the conversation. I get what you're saying, but next time you're about to hop on, have your thoughts a little bit more together. Definitely, I get what you're basically. So a lot of people who are immigrants, they believe in what's technically called the bootstrap theory, which means you could pull yourself up by the bootstraps instead of possibly looking at these other things that's kept you down. Some people believe immigrants more believe in that, while other people will, or listen to other people, but people who are more indigenous in terms of, you could track your entire lineage to either being slaves here. Those things might hold you back, right? And I think what she's making a point of, hey, listen, it just doesn't exist where if you work hard and you just try your best, you're gonna succeed. That's just not like because of the situation of the black or let's say the person of color within the United States. It's not set up that if you just work your hardest and work, you express all sweat equity, you're gonna win. And I think that's an interesting point because I think some people have that type of thought as well. I know Swigger Giovanni and somebody else wanted to jump in.
I want to jump after him.
Hold on. By the way, chat, we're going to keep this conversation going on, just kind of give you time-wise. We got about 20 more minutes on this, and then we're going to move on, okay? But I want to make everybody be able to express their opinions. For everybody who's watching the stream, you're used to the fuckery. I like these conversations. I like to involve everybody. So, we got about 20 more minutes of this. If you haven't gotten into the Discord, you want to get like an important piece of thought in, you could jump in. Before the next person goes on, let me just read this last super chat. Christopher Russell says, yo, my family from Jamaica on my mother's side. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn. My father's line is more mixed with Haitian, Dominican, and European. And there's a huge difference because of the values instilled by the family. So according to Christopher Russell, this is more of a how does your family raise the kids thing and how they instill values. Are we going Swigger Giovanni or are we going somebody else?
Yeah, we're going Swigger. I got something to say. 1 minute. And it's so funny that you shouted somebody out from St. Kitts today because that's where my pops is from, right? So my pops is from St. Kitts and my mom is from South Carolina. So I'm dead in the middle. And so Act and the chat niggas, America only helps you if you help America's economy, okay? That's why when we're young and in elementary school, we got policemen and firefighters who come to school and show us how to help the economy. That's why there was never no entrepreneurs or no artists or anybody that can make real money because those type of jobs help ourselves first, then the economy. That's why it's hard for us to get a loan for a small business before we get a loan for a car. They'll give us $100,000 car loan before they give us $100,000 business loan. Do you want to know why? Because that car loan helps the economy. That business loan helps us. And that's all I got to say. My name's Swigger Giovanni, man.
I just want to jump in for that. My name is Big Homie. I'm a foundational Black American. My ancestors came from slavery, from Fitzgerald, Georgia, to be specific. Mm-hmm. And my grandfather ran numbers, I'm saying, in the 60s and 70s. And my grandmother was in the Black Panther Party. So let me just jump in this conversation. The reason why a lot of African Americans are in the predicament that they are in right now is because a lot of factors came under, for instance, the crack cocaine epidemic, when the government planted cocaine in Black neighborhoods, and a lot of things like in terms of I'm sorry, I'm rambling right now, but a lot of things in terms of when Joe Biden had the mass incarceration program where he locked up Black men for small levels of crack cocaine, coke, and locked them up for 20, 25 years. It set in a domino effect that lasted 30 and 40 years. When you take out the Black father in American homes, period, not just Black Americans, but American homes, period, that sets a child in a disadvantage. Mind you, the predicament and the surrounding factors when you in low poverty neighborhoods, when you have drug dealers across the street, when you take out the doctors and lawyers from your neighborhood, when they started the integration in 1964, that leaves a period in time where you get African Americans in a low playing field. So the fact, the point I'm trying to make, right? I think a lot of Africans and the immigrants, they should have a level of sympathy when they're talking to Black Americans, not just saying like, "Oh, pick up your bootstraps and do what you gotta do," but y'all don't factor in the things we had to go through over the period of time in America that led us to this point. For instance, slavery. You say that, hey, if you help out the economy will help you back. Well, a lot of our ancestors did help out the economy. Without slavery, without having free labor, it wouldn't be in America. So
and that's why the economy gave you food stamps. That's why they gave us food stamps in Section 8.
But the reason why, but even that, a lot of those programs in Section 8 and food stamps, the Black father is really for single mothers. A lot of Black fathers, if they find a Black father in their home, when they do wellness check or when they do and to find out what your progress is as a family, they make sure the Black father is not in that home. So I'm saying that the product in the system is solely against Black Americans. So you have to have some type of sympathy when you have this type of conversation.
Let me rebuttal to you.
Wait, hold on, wait. Just give me 1 second. Let me jump in. I'm gonna give it a little credence to what he's talking about. I'm gonna be honest with you. I still think of to this day, right? I told you my mom was a teacher. My father was a principal. God rest his soul. I always from a young age, I felt I had to be better than my father. I'm a junior, so my father's a senior. And when you see how the community where I grew up in Jamaica looked at my dad, I felt like I had to do better than him, right? Now, clearly that wasn't a product of, let's say they took my father out the household early and he's in jail and they locked him up for some trivial shit. If I feel like, my dad's not even here, that definitely motivated me. So I completely understand there is an effect of a lot of some of these laws and bills and some of these predatory practices that even somebody like even Joe Biden was a part of back in the 90s or earlier that definitely targeted Black men in the household that we are, again, to go back to what's, I think maybe Warrior or I can't remember who said it. We're talking about
that was Warrior.
We're talking about the best. A lot of immigrants, legal immigrants, they're the best of where they're coming from. Now they're mixed in with all type of different people within a land that all they know is a history of predatory practices and taking advantages of their free labor. So I understand what Putin said. Who was jumping in before? I want to throw it right back to you.
I'm jumping in. Mo facts.
Go,
I wanted to make
Warrior first.
Yeah, I wanted to make a point real quick. Going back to Smash's point, where success is measured by decided by others, right? In America, or these Western cultures, African Americans or people from other minorities, success is having a white picket fence, having financial freedom, having so and so. But to an African, right? I'm not trying to even make it stereotypical, but an African in a mud hut, blah blah blah. Their success is someone taking care of them. You can go in America, you can go to the Western countries. If you don't have a job, there's a program that will literally give you money. You can get EBT, you can get fed, you can get food. In Africa, you don't have none of that. So the only way for you to level up is actually making sacrifices and shit, coming overseas and literally working your hard. And that's why we look at African Americans differently, because there's certain shit that you guys have we will never ever have.
But let me just respond to him because he responded to me. The reason why I'm gonna elaborate what Swigger said in the beginning. The reason why you think of us because it's psychological. When you watch TV, when you watch the rappers and Tupac back in the late 90s, and when you see LA getting shot up in riots, your mom planted in your head psychologically what she got from white folks that African Americans are animals, they're apes, they don't know how to read, they don't know how to write. Where in fact those stereotypes come all the way from slavery, bro. You know what I'm saying? We could let me just explain, elaborate. The point I'm trying to make, right, is that you have a stereotypical mindset because white folks planted in your head the stereotypical mindset when you look at African Americans. For instance, I'll give you, for example, the flea in the jar. Scientists made a scientific theory that if you put a group of fleas in a jar, after an hour or 2 hours, they can't go above that level. Even if you open up the jar, they can't go above that level. So when they did that, they found out, oh shit, when they opened it up, the fleas wouldn't go above that jar. And what happened was that they taught their kids, the fleas had eggs, they taught their kids not to go above that jar. So the point I'm trying to make, it always goes back to slavery. It's a psychological mindset that you guys never had to go through. That's something that never happened. And I'm talking about something in terms of that level, in terms of people getting raped. People, great. In terms of people, you can't be able to read. You can't know your culture. You can't know things that happened before you got here in America. That gave a psychological warp in our mind, and it's not going to go away within 20 and 30 years. It just happened 300 years ago. So the point I'm trying to make is that, again, when you have these conversations, you should have some type of sympathy in terms of your own brothers and sisters. If you really feel we brothers and sisters, we need to come together, the mindset that Black Americans are lazy, that's an ignorant mindset, and you got that from white folk.
That's
Go
lazy.
ahead.
Let me just say something real quick, right? I was lucky enough to have my pops.
Boy,
This
was
is Swiggy
crazy.
Giovanni again. Everybody keeps saying I sound like DJ Khaled in your tweets, academics. I'm crying. But listen, I was lucky to have my father in my life, and not only was I lucky for that, he always had a commission-based job, meaning that he taught us always how to hustle for our own money and don't ask. And nowadays, it's a lot of single mothers raising our men. So a lot of our men are not being built the right way because they have a mom who has a psychological issue. And the reason she has a psychological issue is because now she has to think like a man and a woman to raise this boy. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, now there's different men coming in the crib, and the man has to see that at everybody chat niggas. So when he turns 18, how do you think he gonna act? Like a bitch ass nigga. So it's not even that. It's not even something we can control, bro. I don't even know how to control that. I don't even know how to fix that, because single mothers is what's really ruining our community of men.
Yo, Swiggy, let me
hold on, real quick.
Let me speak on this.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on, because we're about to go to more facts. I definitely do want to say to Swiggy Giovanni, by the way, Putin, you were spitting. I ain't gonna lie, you're definitely preaching a lot. Even me being an immigrant, I remember thinking to myself, you know, what America is a constant reminder of a repressive regime onto black people. Again, when I didn't get it for a while, I remember saying, when I walk outside in Jamaica, I saw people that look like me as the majority of people. I remember when I was spending $1 or $20, I was seeing people that looked like me. Everything felt like it was possible. It felt like it is psychological to a certain extent. If every representation, like the stories that I was taught, it like, you know, I don't know what y'all think, that people don't learn American history in their own country. When I went to school in Jamaica, all it taught us was how we fucked up niggas that try to put us in slavery. That's the whole, if you ever hear Jamaican history, it's like, yeah, they tried it, but like, yo, we had Nanny and the Maroons, we were fucking them up over there, fucking them. Like, we leave class thinking like, oh shit, we're them guys. We don't leave class saying, yeah, you know that nigga like Benjamin Franklin, he ain't fuck with niggas either. And you know that other nigga over here who's on your money, he didn't like you neither. Like, we don't see those images constantly. And even then, the only image I would probably say is the Queen, and we don't even fuck with her. Like, Jamaicans were celebrating her dying. Like, it's a different mentality if you've grown up thinking that, hey, yes, you did come from a slavery or oppressive past, but now everything you're seeing is showing you being empowered while still in the United. Yo, they don't even want a black person on any type of bill. Like, you still got to spend the money with all the white motherfuckers' face. I get it. With Putin, and also, Putin as a chat nigga, and the Swiggy Giovanni was talking about, there's definitely a factor of mentally oppressive people, even beyond what we think oppression is. Yo, let me go to MoFax. Let me go to MoFax real quick, and then we go to Wale and then Swiggy Giovanni, and anybody else can jump in. MoFax, what up?
Hey, thanks, Ash, for giving me your platform. This is MoFax from the Star Report, also from the MoFax with Adam Curry, the inventor of podcasting and podcast. So what I want to say is, what people have to understand is numbers and scale. They're handpicking, I think it's like 300,000 Nigerians in the country right now, out of 300 million. And you take that 300,000 and you compare it to the 13 million black people, ADOS, FBA, that's here in America, and you say, what's wrong with you black people? What's wrong with you ADOS, FBA? Look at these people. And then the Nigerians, I'm just taking it for example, the Nigerians. Then they look at black people, ADOS, FBA, and say, what's wrong with you? You had all this opportunity. You see what I'm saying? So that creates the apprehensive, relationship that we have with each other. And the thing is, we held the door open so they could get here. So we would think there should be some gratitude. But what we have to learn is, like Neely Fuller said as FBA ADOS, is 3 things you never asked for: an apology, respect, and love. We got to stop asking people to love us, respect us. We have to demand that as far as, how we deal with people. And a lot of the people that come here from other countries have the Boule mentality. They have the same mentality as FBA and blacks that made the talented 10th. They ascended to high levels, and they look down on us. And they use these record labels and, politics to portray the worst of us. Every time you hear about politics is what? Criminal justice, criminal justice. It's never, oh, how do we get FBA ADOS people small business loans or, education. And the thing with affirmative action and what makes us look bad, you don't have to have the qualifications to get affirmative action, right? You just got to have the skin color. So as you've seen, we have some very underqualified people brought and put into positions that only further that us black people are dumb. And I find it strange that out of a vice president and a president of this country, both of them are immigrants. How does that work? Do you not think that plays into how we portrayed? So, what we got to understand, I'm going to just keep it real with you. I'm 42 years old. I remember when the first Africans started coming over here. On one hand, our church, we invited them in. We said, you become part of our community. But when their kids went to school, we picked on them. And when you're being picked on, what do you pick on? What's different? Their language, their dress. And as Axe said, their parents are PhD students or, brought here from other countries. So their kids value education. Foundational black people, ADOS, for the most part, we ridicule education. Remember, kids used to have to hide their books in pizza boxes just to walk to school. So the heat that the immigrants received was not exclusive to them. It was, if you're smart and black, you're going to be picked on. But what we have to do is we have to start fixing our family structure. And I'm tired of everybody going out here with these rallies and these marches. You have to start in your home. You have to start yourself. Better education. Better, And I'm not talking about that bootstrap stuff because we need our reparations, first of all. That's the first thing. And for real, I'm gonna land my plane on this one. The real problem right now is the discussion of reparations because there's a lot of immigrants that are off code. Why are you trying to stop me from getting my money because you can't get some? It's a lot of hate going on with that. And when black people start saying we need to be our own subgroup in this, we're still black, you're still black, but just like Jamaican politics, Nigerian politics, Guyana politics, we have our FBA ADOS politics, and part of that is reparations, but it's a lot of immigrants that are hating on that because they can't get a piece of that pie. And also we threaten them when we start saying these positions set aside for black, quote unquote, black, it needs to be specifically for black American people. Because a lot of people come here from other countries, and the things that we died for, got beat for, and fought for, they're giving it to immigrants. And it's by design because they want us to be fighting with each other like we're doing on this platform instead of taking on white supremacy. And I'll land my plane there.
Hey, by the way, no, thank you, brother. By the way, for everybody in the chat, and I know this might be a little bit off of what we normally do, but put it like this. This is the reason why somebody like me wants to, it's no reason to have a big platform with tens of thousands of people tuning in if we're only going to do the gymnastics and just like talk about, like, we're going to get to the jokes. There's mad shit we could joke about. So I appreciate all you guys for even being here and trying to understand and even trying to chime in, because again, if you ask me, I've always heard the mantra shit. I heard it from my man Charlemagne. It was like, you got to give the medicine through the candy. Sometimes, yeah, you get the audience, this conversation, like, we got 15,000 people all through all platforms right now. I'm very proud that we could have a conversation like this that should be put on a bigger level. I wouldn't feel good as a creator if I feel like I got to sit here and talk about Playboy Cardi every day. You know what I mean? If we want to have a good hour talking about this shit, and if you want to extend it, it is what it is, and I appreciate every single person. We've been having a great discussion. Thank you, MoFax, coming here. And
can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
I challenge you to have better representation for FBA and ADOS, because a lot of times when I listen to these spaces, it's a lot of people that have a lot of passion, but they can't articulate themselves, which is a function of white supremacy. That's why they don't want us to be educated, because we can't articulate our strife, our pain. So I'm not in a negative way, but I just want to challenge you that we need to have some better representation for FBA ADOS, because we want to solve this problem, and I appreciate it.
Okay, and I respond.
You can't put that challenge.
No, wait. With Swigga. No, Swigga. I'll
Right.
respond to him directly. You see, the same easy way it was for you to get on this platform. This platform is not. It's exclusive to the people who make it, right? Any platform is, right? If we were like, you know, kind of, oh, hey, this person thinks this, let's not, I don't even know what you were going to say before. I didn't know who you were. But you were allowed. You talked uninterrupted. We're not trying to cut you off or whatever. We're not trying to filibuster any point you have. For people who, you know, we're gonna try to open up. You know, I'm trying to stream a lot more these days. So we're gonna try to have these like qualitative discussion. I don't know if I could promise every Sunday, but yeah, if anyone, that's why I shouted Discord out. If you have something that you want to say, and if you feel like you have a point of view, by the way, this is a high IQ conversation, you could definitely get in. We're not going to cut you off. Nobody's going to, you know, this is why I'm here to moderate, even though I have my own opinion about things. So I would say to your challenge, MoFax, I am ready to meet the challenge, but I'll also invite people who have a difference of opinion about me, no matter what. I'm going to read some super chats. So every super chat I will be reading
can
afterwards.
I say something real quick?
Yeah, no. By the way, no. I want to do. Let me do this real quick because I know. And by the way, chat, trust me, I could have a 5-hour discussion on this. I know y'all want to get to some other topics, but I really enjoy this too. I want everybody to get their point or their word in. Did anybody want to respond to MoFax? By the way,
yeah, I want to piggyback because shout out to MoFax. He do a lot of great stuff. He went on Stars Partners when he does his lives on YouTube.
Okay.
But like my parents, so my mom, senior high school, they integrated schools. My dad graduated from an all-black high school, and being around them, so all my family, they all are educators. They work for State Department of Education. They entrepreneurs, did all of that, and one thing that come in common because they also had ties with the Black Panthers and everything, and Eastern Stars and Masonry. They all said the same thing, like, yo, integration killed the Black community. Integration with the cocaine pandemic hurt it. Why? Because you took everything away from the Black community. And
integration. What do you mean integration?
Put money back to make the community build again.
Wait, what do you mean integration?
And then you took away the Black father. That's what happened. Integration killed the Black community.
Wait, integration with other people of other races and other.
No. So when we had so integration happened whenever they said, well, after Jim Crow. So that's whenever Black people can go to school with white people. It was no more Black only, white only. So whenever that happened, it took away that money that would go, like Dr. Umar would talk about that all the time about like, hey, why we can't put our money back in Black communities because we don't have that. They took it away from us during integration.
No,
let me
piggyback.
Trust each other. We don't trust each other. That's it.
Let me piggyback and articulate what Wale is trying to say. What he's trying to say is that back in the day when it was segregation in the United States, especially in the South, a lot of Black communities, they had to live with each other. The doctors, the lawyers, the entrepreneurs that's making millions of dollars, the Black casinos, the Black movie theater, they had to be in the Black community because you had no choice but to be in the Black community. So in turn, a lot of kids growing up, they can learn from the lawyer down the street. They can learn from the doctor down the street. They can learn from the local judge that only judges Black cases down the street. When you factor in integration, a lot of those entrepreneurs, a lot of those lawyers and doctors, they left the Black community. So now you have less Black middle class communities. You have a lot less Black high middle class communities, and you only left with the people that don't have the right jobs or people who don't have those quality careers around your neighborhood. So you get inspired, or you can have things where you can learn or have a local mentor. We didn't have that. So that's what he means by the integration killed what we knew as Black Wall Street, what we knew as the Black communities in the 1950s and 60s. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay. Hold on. I want to challenge both of you. Because that's a great point you brought up. And by the way, I'm saying certain things as devil's advocate, but I actually do. This is a legit question for me, because I get it about the integration thing, this and third. But let's say this. So there is a philosophy among a lot of people, even like niggas like Floyd, even though I know he's not the scholar, but a lot of people say, hey, listen, if we get to the billionaires don't talk about race. They don't talk about whatever. It's all about class, right? Do you think that let's say if there was no integration, do you believe the most wealthiest or the richest black folks would still be here trying to help other black folks, or would they just try to separate? Because I get what you're saying with integration, but a lot of people believe that once people get theirs, they have really no incentive to keep trying to help the community. They usually just escape whatever problems come with the community rather than try to solve it. What do you think about that?
And that goes back to
the goal. Everybody want to make it out the hood, so that's just the mindset that's just been passed down for generations and generations.
Yeah, exactly. So that goes back to slavery. It's the mindset and psychological. The mindset is I don't want to be around what white folks put in our brain. I don't want to be around these niggas. I don't want to be around these hooligans. That's the mindset. That's why I said that we're psychologically warped. It's not just a physical thing. It's a psychological thing. For instance, you go back to the gym. When you read certain books about Jim Crow, when white folks wanted to place their white supremacy and racism onto black people, they knew not to do anything from a physical standpoint. I mean, of course, they did things that were from a physical standpoint, but they knew that wasn't going to work because a lot of slaves, they revolted. They took over certain they took over certain farms and things of that nature. So what they did was we have to psychologically warp them. We have to make sure they can't read. We got to make sure they can't do this and that and that. We got to make sure we kill Martin. No, I'm saying you got to make sure that we kill a Martin Luther King in front of everyone to show, nigga, if you step out of line, this could be you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look what happened after they killed Martin Luther King. They destroyed that middle class and upper middle class that could pay the fund of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. So even if we have somebody that we could build up to be the next Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, it won't happen because we don't have those upper middle class communities or middle class community and black communities to fund that.
Yeah, real quick. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Wait, Swigger. I'm gonna. There's a direct question because somebody in the chat, they look like they're giving the nigga please face, and then so I want Wale Intern to respond to this, and then we have Swigger Giovanni jump back in. So my man Swag Diesel said, I know you don't got Wale Intern on there. The same dude that worship white women and speaks down on black women. Now he's saying that integration killed the black community. Nigga, you the one integrating them.
Hey, it's called every time I fuck a white woman, I know they granddaddy turning over in their grave. So I'm taking the W.
Okay. All right.
If you're looking at it that way, but listen,
go ahead,
Giovanni, right?
Yeah.
Yo, do you know that Philly is giving pregnant babas $1,000? Do you know that? Now listen, if you're pregnant and you're a woman in Philly, you get $1,000, right?
Wait. Can we get a fact check on this? We gotta get a fact check on this because
I got a fact check. Listen. To be eligible for the program, the health department says Philadelphia residents must be pregnant, have a household income of less than $100,000 per year, and live in one of the neighborhoods with the highest rates of low birth. That's Cobbs Creek, Strawberry Mansion, and Nicetown, Tioga. Now, my question is, bro, you're giving single woman $1,000. Why aren't there any programs to bring the man and the woman together? Why can't you give the dude $1,000 to build his family? Why aren't there any programs to build families? You know why there aren't any programs? Because that is no good for society. The moment a black man and a black woman come together and show black love, it's a punch in the face to the white man. So they rather make the single woman strong. Hey, yo, it's only America where single women are praised, bro. I went to the Maldives with my wife, bro. I just took her there for her birthday. Everywhere else is frowned upon. Single woman is frowned upon. In the Maldives, I went to Turks and Caicos. I went to St. Lucia. There's none of that there, bro. Only in America, they big up these women and then they call them strong. What the hell? No man wants a strong woman, bro. They don't come home for a strong woman, bro. That is messing up our...
Not hopping, bro.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me jump in real quick.
It's Flacco.
Wait, Flacco, stay on standby for 1 second. Yo, by the way, to add on to Swigger Giovanni's point, that's a great point. I'm trying to find the person who sent in the super chat. You know what somebody actually said? They said, yo, I guess they were commenting when someone was talking about assistance programs by the government. They said these government assistance programs are meant to keep you on it, which means like if they're like people have said this about like whether it's EBT or Section 8, if they're incentivizing that you don't make money, why would you make money? Like it's telling you don't, like if you fall below these thresholds, we'll give you some shit. Why would you ever go above it? That's very interesting. I'll go to Flacco. What up, bro?
Yo, listen up, right? So, like, okay, so look, I'm a foreigner, right? I'm African, right? But
first generation, second generation?
No, so I was born there, so I'm
really
not, right? Right?
You're first generation? You're a first generation immigrant?
No, so I was born in Liberia, so
first generation,
still African.
Yeah. That's first generation. Go ahead, brother.
All right, right. So now I was watching a little like a few minutes ago, right? So I'm just like trying to address something I heard a few minutes ago. I just think it's really insulting, right? When you have wide-nosed, pink-lipped foreigners, right? You know, Africans and Caribbeans, right? Even speaking about the work ethics of the foundationally Black Americans when, their work ethic is why these niggas can even hop in this VC and coon and buffoon the way they've been cooning all night today, right? Because bro, here, right? Bro,
Flacco. I ain't even cut you. I'm gonna listen finish all the way. Yo, Flacco.
So
ever since I knew about you, I knew that this was your bag. This is your bag more than hip hop. Like this right here is your. I see you with Tariq Nasheed, nigga. This is your bag. Go ahead, nigga. Go ahead.
No.
Cook, nigga. Go ahead, nigga.
No, right? Because look, like if I'm aware of like post-civil rights movement, it was the foundationally Black Americans who stood up and said, listen, like we want our brothers to come over here, to enjoy the very same liberties that y'all are giving the white immigrants. Let them come here. So if the Black American, if their hard work, if their blood, sweat, and tears are the reasons why these niggas can't even hop in this VC and coon and perform the way they've been cooning all night, then how dare they even question the work ethic of the foundational Black American? Who the fuck are they?
Anybody got words for Flacco? Blazing Chula, I know you in here. Anybody?
Nah, it was cool, Flacco. They was cool. They wasn't no.
Wait.
Cool.
No.
I'm just listening to Flacco. I do like Flacco, but damn, that was harsh. White-nosed Caribbeans? Damn.
No, Flacco's right. I think Flacco was talking about
any nigga exhibiting in coon behavior is a pink-nosed, wild-lipped foreigner. Straight up.
Flacco is saying...
what do you consider coon behavior?
Listen, coon behavior is even engaging in a discussion as to why foundationally Black Americans are doing worse than foreigners who come over here. That conversation.
To be honest, wait. To be honest, Flacco, this shouldn't be a conversation because you work for a slave owner. So get out of here.
Bro, you sound stupid as fuck.
This is not your lane, Flacco. Get out of here. You work for a white slave owner, bro. I'm not trying to hear you, bro. I'm not trying to hear that, bro.
Medial Neanderthals, my nigga.
Nothing right now, bro. You are the biggest coon in here, bro.
Don't even correlate what we're talking about right now, nigga.
Wait, hold on. Yo, we gotta have some structure. Wait.
Don't even correlate, my nigga. You feel me?
Wait, we gotta have some structure.
Hold on, my nigga.
You subject, bro.
Wait, we gotta have some structure. Yo, swinger. Yo, swinger.
Adam's breast milk, bro. This man is still sucking on Adam's breast milk, bro.
My nigga, that fits, my nigga. You sound stupid as fuck, my nigga. You was cooning right now, my nigga. You sound stupid as fuck. Again, your point don't even correlate to this conversation, nigga, right? You thought you had a hot take, nigga. You ain't eat that hot take, my nigga. You sound stupid.
Go ahead.
Bro, you're a coon that works for Adam 22. I don't want to hear nothing from all the real ones left, bro. You do not need to say nothing, bro.
You thought you had a hot take,
my nigga. Academics, what's the next subject, man? Get these pieces of shit out of here.
You're embarrassing yourself, my nigga. You don't got a hot take, my nigga.
All right, wait, hold on.
Piece of shit out of here. Hold on. Talking. I'm gonna mute up.
Wait. Hold on.
My nigga, you
wait. Hold on.
Black Giovanni got more Billboard charts than you.
Hold on.
Exactly. I'm a real Billboard engineer, bro. Yo, Flacco, you need to do your Googles, bro. I don't need to work for nobody.
Violated, nigga, straight up.
Wait, hold on. Wait. let's have a real discussion about this. Okay, so I'm gonna do it in a respectful format, but I'll try to paraphrase some of what I believe Swig Giovanni was trying to say to Flacco. Flacco, I guess what he was saying is that you're making a good point, but it's all kind of trumped by the fact that you're saying if any immigrant is and by the way, that's kind of what his point is too. Like he's saying, like he's for the foundational Black American too, even if he doesn't consider it like that. I'm talking about Swigga, but I guess he's looking at you like you can't come in here and basically shit on the immigrants when essentially you're working for the white man. What's your thoughts to that?
Yes, right. So act. Listen, right. So act. So one act. Even you hearing his response to my statements, but even you can't intellectualize that, my nigga, right? My statements was, listen, if you are a foreigner in this country, meaning you are in a country that these niggas built with their blood, sweat, and tears, your coon ass don't have no right to come here, right? And question their work ethic when their work ethic is why your ass can hop in this DC and coon and buffoon freely, right? That's my point. I'm not shitting on immigrants in general. Me having a job like all these other niggas who got jobs, you feel me, right? How does that undermine my point? All these niggas got jobs.
Undermine your point very well because this man
right,
Adam clearly said in your face, he's a racist. He had an interview with two racists.
Again, my nigga, those are unrelated points, my nigga, right? I am bodying your bitch ass Mr. Dick, my nigga. I am bodying
Hold on. Wait. Yo. Guys. Yo.
Address my point, my nigga.
Hold on, guys. And Flacco, you know this too. Like, this is going to be on YouTube, and we don't want it to make it who could talk over who. Okay, so I'm trying to moderate to a certain extent. Okay, Flacco, I think you made a really good point, and I think Swig Giovanni made his point earlier. I know he's now challenging you. Let me ask you this, which I think was probably the subject of what he was trying to say recently. Okay, I guess he's trying to say that I don't think he's attacking your message more than he's attacking you. So he's definitely attacking you, but he's attacking you basically saying, how could you be the person who's saying this? Well, Adam has now interviewed Richard Spencer and a bunch of people who have spewed anti-black propaganda, which is more than aimed at just foundational Black Americans or immigrants. It's just aimed at all Black people. Adam has had a platform who's brought Richard Spencer on, and that is a platform that employs you. What would you respond to him or anyone else that would say that?
Sure, right? So look, in terms of people being platformed, again, if anybody is familiar with Flacco point of view, I've came on every platform, including mine, and said, I'm a free speech absolutist. Meaning, again, I believe, right, that every voice should, that every voice, right, should have a platform. Now, right, look, so now, and here's where shit gets tricky, right? In terms of inviting somebody onto your platform and into your particular arena, right? I believe, right, that it should be, there should be somebody there to oppose him. Now, with Richard Spencer, there was great efforts and lengths that went through to have a bunch of Black leaders come through and debate him. However, a bunch of Black leaders said, listen, we are not going to sit down with no Richard Spencer. So what happened was Destiny stepped up, right? Destiny wanted to debate him. Now, Richard Spencer started off that saying, bruh, I changed. I fucked up. I was wrong for everything I did back then. So it wasn't Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer.
Well, I'm going to cut you off. I want to cut you off, but I want to clarify.
Very specific points, bro.
Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to clarify. You said Richard Spencer, so no Black person was down to get on camera with him. Destiny, who's a white man, was down to get on camera with him. You said he said that he fucked up. Did he apologize for any of his comments or his thoughts or maybe views of African American? So he apologized for how he said whatever he said about Black people.
Yes, right.
Okay, okay. Let me respond now. Can I respond now?
Hold on. Wait, right?
Give him a minute to finish. Go ahead.
Act, right? This is why, right? Act, right?
Go ahead.
I can't have this conversation with just anybody, right? Because most niggas ain't even watched the fucking interview to see that.
I saw the whole 3 hours. What's next? And then on top of that, that wasn't even a long time ago. Because he said, bro, it wasn't even a long time ago. It was about 4 years. So I don't know how people are going to say that. Exactly. So he's still racist, first of all. Second of all, anyone who knows Flacco's point of view, it's academics' point of view. Thirdly, anyone who knows that this man, anyone who knows that Flacco being on Adam 22 show after the whole staff, the whole people of color, except that pimp. You know what I'm saying? Except him. You stayed there for the money. I understand you moved all the way from Ohio and all that, but that just shows how much little lack of faith you have in yourself that you're still sucking on Adam 22's breast milk. And I'm done.
It's not even all of that.
Wait.
Let him respond.
Hold up, Flacco. Hold up. Not only has Adam brought racist to a platform, but he uses his own black.
Wait. Warrior. Hold on. Warrior. We're definitely not gonna jump Flacco. So let Flacco respond to Swigger Giovanni, then Warrior, you could jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So again, right? I'm just gonna go down point by point. Bro, point was, this was only 4 years ago, so he's still racist. I'm here to tell you this, right? One, I don't know if he's still racist or not, because again, I don't know that man's heart. That man said he changed and he apologized. I don't know. What I can particularly tell you is this. He came on, apologized, was very remorseful, and then continued to again, debate Destiny on very specific topics. You feel me? Very specific topics. Now, two, and he says Flacco POV is academics POV. Obviously is not, because I came on here with very different opinions on this particular subject from Act, right? So again, that Act narrative, my nigga, is tired and is bullshit, my nigga, right? I don't get this far just being an Act clone, my nigga, right? Again, this is why I'm doing me and y'all doing y'all, right? Sucking dick in VC 12 hours a day, nigga, with no pay at all. Now, three, this clown just stated that me and Sharp are the only black people that's left. That's a lie, you feel me? Right? That's a lie. Right?
Black.
Again, that's a lie. Again, bro, majority of niggas right now is black, my nigga. You feel me? Me, Court, Ramo, there's Calvin, you feel me? Bro, again, majority of the workers right now are black, my nigga, right? So again, bro, I just dispelled and broke down every single point this nigga made. He's a fucking peon, nigga. Who's next, my nigga?
Wait, hold on, Flacco, let me ask you this question. Flacco. Wait, hold on, people. Hold on. Ask me. Yo, Flacco, relax, Flacco. Flacco.
Wait, I'm about to shut this whole shit
down. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the floor afterwards. Hold on. Yo, Swigger. I'm gonna give you the floor afterwards. I'm gonna give you all the floor afterwards. Wait, yo, Flacco, chill. I'm gonna give everybody else in the audience the floor afterwards. But Flacco, I'm asking you this just because I felt I got conflicting views from Gina, and I think I got conflicting views from even what AD and other people were saying.
Thank you.
Hold on, wait. Let me finish. So it felt like it seems you haven't said it directly, but it feels like you understood. Maybe you're not co-signing, but you understood why Richard Spencer was on there. But it feels like your other black co-workers or former co-workers felt either offended or they felt that it wasn't done in a way that, their opinions or it was going to be challenged in a way that they could feel respectable about. Are you saying that despite, and I don't know if you've heard, we saw Gina tweet out, she was basically she said something that was very innocuous, but it seemingly purported to her not being cool with a blatant racist being interviewed, or at least not a blatant. And by the way, I think when we had T-Rel and AD on, they were not that cool with him being interviewed with no black representative. Are you saying that you were okay with the choice that Adam made to not include any black host or any black voices in that room when Richard Spencer was interviewed. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So one. I'm always for having an opposing or counter argument. Now, I would say this. Adam went through I'm talking about grave lengths to get black leaders and profound black voices there. A lot of them turned it down. They did not want to do it. For example, Hotep Jesus turned it down. Van Lathan turned it down, and a bunch of others turned it down. You feel me?
Hold on. Van, talk to me about that. Hold on.
She turned it down, right? So like,
wait, no, hold on. I can't let you skip past that. I can't let you skip past that. Hold on. Van Lathan not only turned it down, he called me about it and talked to me for hours about it. Van Lathan, hold on. Let me explain it. By the way, we could get Van Lathan on the phone now. Sure. I'll get Van Lathan on the phone. Van Lathan's opinion was that without the conversation really addressing the real harm and degradation of an entire community and race, there's no debate to be had. By the way, Adam's own words, he said he didn't interview, he had a debate. Van Lathan told me personally, and I could get him on the phone, he says, we're not going to be debating with someone who's already put in the atmosphere, the ecosphere, that he doesn't fuck with our kind. So unless we could start the healing of that person admitting, and also that person coming to the table of saying that opinion was grossly and flagrantly wrong, and now they're willing to learn. And that's important. Willing to learn. That doesn't make sense.
Bro, listen, like word for word, verbatim, and he said that specifically.
No, let me say something, academics. When you play that YouTube, listen. When you play that YouTube video, the same way he played the house phone interview before that interview started, he says, "Yo, he regrets it."
Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Yo, Van. Oh my God! He sent me the voicemail. I thought he answered.
No, I call him back. Listen, when you play that YouTube video, the first thing Adam 22 does is apologize for the interview he's about to start. Secondly, to shut down this nuisance or peon that y'all call Flacco, if there's so many black people and black staff that work at your spot, why was there no black staff during that interview? Answer that right now. And if you don't got a real answer, bro, get the hell out the damn chat, bro, because you're not an official chat, nigga, bro. That's a fact. So answer that. Why was there no black people on that interview, but there's so much black people on that damn show, bro? Thank you. You have no real answer, bro. So you are a slave to Adam 22. You need to stop sucking his breast.
You are screaming, my nigga, and you sound retarded, nigga. How you gonna ask a question not knowing no type of inside information?
Yo, Van, I am live, and I don't like to do this.
Okay.
I am live. Hey, I'm going to unmute my chat. But I only want Flacco to speak.
Okay. And this whole ass
hold on. Flacco.
So again, my nigga, I can answer your
question. Hold on. Flacco. Yo, Flacco, you have all day to beef with niggas in the chat. I have Van on the line. So, Van, I know I've spoken to you about this privately because you definitely had an opinion about it. I got Flacco in my chat, and he's talking about the Richard Spencer thing on No Jumper. Apparently, you were invited to be in the conversation. Is that true?
Yes.
You were invited to be in the conversation with Richard Spencer. Why did you turn it down?
Because Richard Spencer is different than somebody who you just have a conversation with.
Okay. So we have Flacco here who said Richard Spencer I haven't seen the full thing. I'm gonna be honest. One of my chat niggas said they did, but I know you're really intent on all these things. Apparently he apologized for his disrespect for the black community, and he displayed it through the interview, but he was at the interview to discuss specific things. What was your thoughts about the whole thing? And by the way, Flacco can hear you if you don't know.
All right, what up, Flacco? So this is my thoughts on the whole thing. So, number one, it takes an interrogation on who Richard Spencer is and who Richard Spencer was. So Richard Spencer has spent his entire life as essentially a Nazi. It wasn't. He talked about during his interview that he was younger or whatever. He was 39 years old when all of this stuff was happening. All right, that's one. So he started with this like 2007. He invented the term alt-right. He was the face of new racism in America. All right, so that's number one. Number two, there was a cost. So this wasn't just something to where he was somebody that showed up on a lot of interviews and had these views. Richard Spencer organized the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, where they went out there and people got killed. Okay, so
really?
That's number one. Yeah, he was one of the organizers of the Charlottesville rally. He was one of the guys out there with the tiki torches that led to actual violence, right? Actual violence. Heather Heyer was killed in that rally, right? So it wasn't just Richard Spencer being on different platforms. He was the leader of the MPI, which was a think tank in Washington devoted to white nationalist thought. He wasn't just a guy with opinions that would show up on shows. He was a white racist activist and the leader of a new school of alt-right demonstration. That's way different than just even being a Nick Fuentes, who is just some young kid spewing a bunch of bullshit on the internet. So I'm not saying that people are irredeemable, because it's not me to be the moral arbiter of who gets to come back and who doesn't. But what I'm saying is, before I would sit down and have a conversation with Richard Spencer or anyone like Richard Spencer, there'd have to be significant atonement. There are people that have been skinheads, that have been in skinhead organizations, and they spend their whole lives going around to different places trying to atone and make up for what it was that they were involved in. You can't just say, after everything that he's done, bro, under Trump, hate crimes went up. When I say under Trump, you can say that it was Trump, or you can say that it was the rise of the alt-right. The rise of the alt-right, which Richard Spencer was the face of. Hate crimes in America went up 20%. This is verifiable stats. This person is responsible, or partly responsible, for direct animus in society, dysfunction. And my thing is, hold on, I'll say this and then I'll turn it over to y'all. This is the last thing I'll say, because there's really nothing else to say, to be honest. So I don't want to be a part of that. And number one, all respect to Adam and No Jumper for what they've built, but they're not smart enough to have that conversation with him, because they don't know what they're doing. And it's the point to me where the whole fucking thing jumped the shark, because you're sitting down there talking. You can't get through that in even an hour of an interview. Richard Spencer's got a lot of fucking work to do before somebody like him would be replatformed, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion.
Okay, so I'm only echoing, and I'll unmute. Actually, I think he could probably talk. Flacco in a second. Apparently, black leaders were invited. Y'all basically said no. He apologized and he did his thing. And Flacco seemingly saying, all things considered, it's probably it. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he's saying Adam did everything possible to try to mediate or whatever, but the decision of keeping this guy on the platform and giving him a platform to do whatever wasn't a slight at black people, basically.
Okay, so can I say one more thing, and then that's fine, and then Flacco's entitled to his opinion. All right, like I don't have any beef with him feeling that way. A lot of people feel like I wasn't about to be. Adam asked me to do it. I said no, and then Adam said that he would pay me to do it.
Really?
Yeah, and then I said no. First of all, Adam can't pay me to do anything. I don't need to make a cent from No Jumper. If I come on No Jumper, it's because I want to come on No Jumper. like I'm making a lot of money. So that even the fact that I'll pay you to do it, like money's going to make me do it, was in a way more insulting than even the idea. But you know, it's white, so it's like it's whatever. It's Adam. It's fine. It's cool. It's not a big deal. But this is what I would say. At the end of the day, I didn't have a problem necessarily with them platforming him. I'm not going to do it. If they want to platform him, that's fine. But to have him on there and then to gloss over his past to gloss over the things that he has done and even like do it in a 20-minute. I thought that the interview was going to be about Richard Spencer. But when he had Richard Spencer and Destiny up there, bro, they got to talking about Nirvana. And I don't care what Flacco or anybody else says. Flacco's my man. But they only do that to white people. They only let you, like, there's no fucking way that you're going to get on there after a certain time having done all of these vile things. And they're not going to make you drag your entire fucking shit through the mud and get it out. If you're black in America, you just can't say, hey, my bad, I've changed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Cool, moving on to the next thing. You can't do that. But when Richard Spencer decides he wants to come back after all of the carnage that he inflicted, after all of the stuff that he was responsible for directly and indirectly, there's always some white guy right there to be like, okay, cool. And that's fine. Flacco, me and Flacco are at different points in our life. I have no problem with Flacco. Flacco is he's a young man in his mid-20s. I'm 42 years old. There's a different cost and a different stake, different stakes and a different way that I want to see the world. So I'm not going for it. I did my time like at the white organization with all the bullshit. I was there 9 years. I'm over that. Like Flacco is in his old Van Lathan phase, and that's fine. But it's no beef. It's whatever. It's something I have to talk about, and now it's over. And they can go on to do the next fucking thing or whatever they're gonna do. But that wasn't riding for me. And
wait, hold on. Yeah. I want. This is a personal question from me to you.
What?
If because me and you, we talk a lot, and I know this will be more of a personal conversation because you call me a lot. If I had put Richard Spencer on my podcast or any outlet, like how it was done in No Jumper, would you look at me different?
No. So not specifically for platforming him. So I want you guys to listen. So Richard Spencer was on Roland Martin. Richard Spencer talked to W.O. Kamau Bell. Richard Spencer he talked to a lot of black people. He would talk to anyone that would listen. But if you put him on there, right, as a black man, if you put him on there and you guys did not interrogate the time that he spent as essentially an intellectual terrorist, yes, I would look at you in a different way. I'd be like, what's the point of having him on there? What's the point of having him on there if that's not what you're going to talk about? Who gives a fuck what Richard Spencer thinks about like American society as a whole? He has absolutely zero authority. What's up with you? He has absolutely zero authority to speak on that. He doesn't. His opinions on art, music, culture, any of those things don't matter. Like he is a professional intellectual racist, and that is what he's made his entire career on. Only thing that serves him relevance. If he popped up tomorrow and said he wanted to have a hip hop discussion with Richie, why would you put him on there? It doesn't make any sense. And what it looks like is that you put him on there to incite people. If that's not what you're going to talk about, who gives a fuck what he thinks about God or any of that stuff? That's not the thing that made him pop. That's like literally having a math conversation with motherfucking 21 Savage. And I'm not saying he doesn't know about math. I'm saying that why would you talk? What the fuck? So that's the only time I would have a conversation with you. I like the fact that some of y'all put people on y'all platforms that I don't even have the latitude or the willingness or the reason or the want to speak to them. That makes me watch some of the shit. But if you're going to do it and you're going to pretend like just be a fucking man about it, and I feel like they failed. I got to go, though. Hit me later. Like, I'm really actually doing something. But I got
all right. Hit me. Peace, bro.
All right, peace.
All right.
Yo, Act.
Yeah, Flock, I want to give you the floor, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, right? So, like, those are two different, those are in two conversations, right? And the first conversation is, should he have been platformed in the first place? And I feel like where things started off is kind of now like weighing to, I guess you cannot disqualify him from coming on and completely, but it should have been handled differently. Now, I can definitely hear out the conversation of once he's on, was everything done perfectly? It wasn't, right? Was anything done maliciously by Adam? It wasn't. You feel me? Because, bro, I can promise you right now, bro, and that man tried his hardest to have a black voice at that table, right? And niggas turned it down. But, bro, and if he came on and the first words out of his mouth is him apologizing for his past,
only
exactly
thing, the
how
only
did you
thing
expect for Adam and them to handle it?
Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna draw a little bit, and this is just from me. Sure. Again, I think they're taking a turn now, but Adam has ran a primarily black platform. Like, I don't know if you consider it as black, but it's affected black culture for years. Yeah, maybe I'm not saying Adam hates black people. I never thought that at all. Sure. But does he have some same with I've thought this about a lot of things with him. He just doesn't. He may not have the context or even the thoughts about certain things that need to be addressed when dealing with certain things, right? So it's like, for example, if I'm having a conversation about Asians, or if I'm having a conversation about Jewish people, they'll probably be like, bro, you're not even Jewish, my nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Granted, yeah, you might have a platform that affect them, but you might not understand some of our sensibilities. And I guess I know Swigga Giovanni's kind of attacking you in the sense of a personal thing, but I'm wondering, where do you lie? Like, in hindsight, did you agree with Adam, or are you saying that you would probably do something different? Because it feels like it feels like you're backing him, and that's why people are kind of mad at you a little bit.
Right. Look. So, and here's my stance, bro. In my stance is I have no issue with him being platformed. None at all. You know why, bro? Because again, when it comes to like platforming people, right? I personally feel like if somebody could potentially have dangerous rhetoric, you have to put an opposing voice next to them. And that opposing voice was Destiny. Now, in terms of the conversation they had, bro, it was about like fucking like has the TikTok algorithm like changed music? Andrew Tate, the manosphere, you feel me? It's BLM and the alt-right, reactions to civil unrest, right? So like in these conversations weren't exclusively black conversations. You feel me? Like this was like an array of topics about a bunch of shit, right? So if dude came on, apologized from the jump and said, bruh, I apologize. I was tripping back then, bro. I fucked up. I was wrong.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
So he admits that all of the hatred and opinions he spewed, especially about black people and black culture, were completely wrong, and he's trying to take accountability for that. That's what he did?
Yes, 1,000%.
I'm gonna watch it. I don't know. All right, yo, Swigga Giovanni, I'm gonna let you chime in right here. I gotta take a piss. This Henny's running through. Not Henny, I mean Casamigos running through me.
Take a piss.
Please.
I don't got nothing to say, man. I already took care of that boy Flacco. This is very personal. You know what I'm saying? I don't like him for what he's doing, man.
All right, well, anybody can chime in, but be respectful. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Ethics, man. All right, man.
Can I ask you a question, Giovanni?
Flacco, you can finish.
Yeah, what's good? Talk to me, gang.
Even if you feel that way about Flacco, if what he said is true, can you know what I mean? Give him that. Like, I get it sounds bad coming from you, but the point you're making is still valid. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what he's saying is not true. Flacco's the type to lie to death. He will never.
What's not true, nigga? If you claim you watched the interview, nigga,
I did watch.
Pause, nigga. If this whole ass nigga claim he watched the interview and he's saying what I said wasn't true about Richard Spencer, nigga, bro, I can guarantee you, nigga, you watched the fucking interview, nigga.
No,
I guarantee you, nigga. If you saying I'm talking about him apologizing, nigga, you ain't watched the fucking interview, nigga. I just caught you capping, nigga.
Shut up.
Good magic.
Good magic. This stupid guy calls lying, nigga. This guy would hear somebody say I'm sorry.
Lying, nigga.
Hold on, Flacco. I promise.
Yelling, bro. All he doing is yelling, bro. I'm not understanding.
Watch the interview first, you whole ass nigga.
Anyway, Hood Magic. What this dude calls an apology is probably a 1 second thing of maybe he said he's sorry, bro. You gotta let me know which point, Mark. But the whole interview was about them talking about.
How about watch the interview?
Flacco, if you interrupt me. I'm in Hollywood.
Interview before you speak, one of you dumb fuck.
I'm in Hollywood.
I got a question.
I'm in Hollywood, nigga.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Why do you niggas pull up?
Chill.
Don't speak on shit if you ain't watched the fucking interview. You stupid
Wait,
piece of
hold on.
shit.
One at a time. One at a time. Wait, what's happening? What's happening? One at a time.
Pull up on him.
Chill out.
Hey, pull up on him, bro. He's in LA.
Chill out.
I'm in LA, bro.
Pull up on him,
Terrorism live, nigga. For having a fucking tantrum at 4
Wait,
years old.
wait. Calm down.
Hey,
What's happening?
Yeah, I'm in LA, Flacco. So talk all
I
that shit.
don't
I'm
give
in
a
Hollywood
fuck
and
where you
West.
at, nigga. What the
So
fuck?
let's link
I don't give a fuck.
Hey, pull up on him, bro.
You talking all that
Again, nigga. Don't
I
speak on shit if you ain't
Wait,
watched
what's
that.
going on? What's going on?
Yo, Wiz,
Yeah,
bro.
Don't speak on the interview if you ain't watched the interview, you dumb piece of shit.
You
Hey,
mean,
pull up
bro?
on him like
Talk
he's
about
gonna
I
pull up
saw
on
the
Kyrie.
interview. Stop sucking Adam 22 breast milk, bro. That's all you do, nigga. And I'll
Wait,
come in
what
the
happened?
studio
What happened?
and knock you the fuck out,
Again,
nigga.
dude.
Don't play
Again,
with
but
me.
that sounds nice, my nigga. So
Say
again,
no
nigga,
interview,
that shit
nigga.
sounds
Google me,
amazing, nigga.
nigga. I'm outside of real
Don't
life,
speak on
nigga.
shit if you ain't watched the fucking interview, you dumb
I'm
fuck.
outside of real life,
Don't
nigga.
speak on shit if you watch the
Hollywood and
interview,
West,
you dumb
nigga.
fuck.
Bro,
Nigga, bro.
talking all that shit. What up?
You were just blowing high ass, my nigga, right, bro? I just exposed you, nigga. I exposed you for lying about watching the interview,
Yeah,
nigga. I
that's on
exposed you.
Kyrie, bro. You can
I
pull up on him,
exposed
bro.
you for lying about
calling me
watching
all
the
this
interview,
shit.
nigga.
Flacco,
Go watch
I'm on
the interview,
Hollywood and
dumb
Western,
fuck, and
bro.
then speak on it, bro.
Wait. What's going on? What's going on?
What the fuck, bro?
What
It
happened?
went to hell.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, you still
bro, you
blow
can't be
that shit
calling
about Kyrie, bro. We
a
don't
grown man
do
a
that.
bitch, bro. Yeah, bro.
Yo,
These
Come on,
listen,
niggas having
yo,
aneurysms live, nigga. This is crazy.
This nigga's here calling me names after names.
Niggas steady calling them names, though.
Now, Hollywood and West.
Yeah, bro, you call him a
Kyrie, bro.
bitch, bro.
From LA, bro. Pull up on that nigga.
And the
Flacco, how you
Wait.
calling him a
One at a
bitch?
time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Calm down.
Yo, one at a time. Like who has the floor? Who has the floor? What's going on?
Flacco, what's up? I know you in Van Nuys, nigga. I know you in Van Nuys, nigga.
Yo, Swiggle, what's going on?
Calm down, man.
Yo, chill. Chillax, bro. Chillax. One mic.
Hey, be quiet. Act talking. Be quiet.
Wait, Flacco, what happened? Flacco, Swiggle, what happened? Somebody up there.
Hold on. So names, right? No.
All right, hold on, Swiggle.
The name calling.
Wait.
Stop the name calling. You can meet up. I'm on Hollywood and Western, and I know his studio. Pull up to Van Nuys.
Bro, cross some more, nigga. Cross some more. So again, this nigga said, right, Act, that I was lying about Richard Spencer apologizing. So what I said was, bro, like, if you saying I'm capping about him apologizing, then that means that you ain't watched the fucking interview. So don't speak on the fucking interview if you ain't watch it, nigga.
Flacco, he didn't have an issue.
Calling me names. Yo, academics. The boy calling me name on top of name. Shit, I'm like, yo, what's up? Hollywood and Western.
Disrespectful, nigga. You started this first, nigga. I came in this disrespectful.
No. You called him a bitch ass nigga, bro. You called him a PR, bro.
Wait. Flacco, you say you were name calling.
I get that nigga Flacco, bro. He said he was a piece of shit, bro. He was a piece of shit, bro. Don't lie, Laco.
You better mind your manners when you talk.
Any nigga disrespect me, nigga, I'm violating back, nigga. I don't give a fuck.
Why don't you pull up on him? Because
Wait. Yo, Flacco.
Remember,
apparently he's saying this. Wait. Everybody chill. Hey, everybody chill for a second. Yo, Flacco. It appears that somebody's saying, Flacco.
Niggas, I'm gone, man. I bought these niggas, Act. Feel me, bro.
Wait. Hold on one second. No, Flacco. Hold on one second. It appears that they're saying that, I guess, through discourse, like everybody's here talking, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like people get heated. That's what it is. But I guess they're saying that you're saying things or you're calling them nicknames that they feel like you're disrespecting. Do you want to kind of like clear that up a little bit? Because I don't think you're
right. Right. Look, right. So Act, look. So when I came in on some chill time, right? So again, and that particular dude and who was screaming, and and he started off with the personal attacks and attacked me first and calling me out of my name, right? So again, any nigga who fucking violate, nigga, I'm violating back, right? Can't no nigga bully Flacco, nigga. It's not fucking happening, nigga.
Shit.
Straight up, I don't give a fuck none of that shit, nigga. It's not happening for no nigga. Right now, no nigga violating Flacco, nigga. Right? So again, if that nigga call me out of my name first, nigga, I'm violating him too, nigga. You feel me? Step if you want to step, nigga. I don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga.
All right, fuck it. I'm finna step, Flacco. What's good? I'm finna step. No,
you feel me, bro?
Yo, boom, stop trolling.
Yo, Act, let's carry on.
Yo, Act, what's good, bro? What the fuck I wake up to?
Yeah, I don't know.
You clearly don't want no drama. It's all right, Act. Let's go.
Yeah, no. Hey, listen, put like this. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, I didn't even think the stream was even gonna take this path. I think we've had an amazing conversation. I know sometimes the stream is like, yo, don't get on Discord too much. But bro, like, you know, at the end of the day, what's the use of having a huge platform if conversation get to some real shit, we can't talk about real shit. You want to talk about Uzi dressing in red all day, my nigga? Like, that's just not gonna do it for me spiritually. Like, yeah, do we joke on that shit? Do we joke on Krishan? Yeah, but like, if we could have a good conversation about what's going on as a community, people who are affected, who are in this conversation, who are in this chat community, we should be able to talk about that for at least a couple hours if we want to. And I'm very proud that we could do it. Obviously, I want a very civil discourse. By the way, I said to Flacco when he just came on, I felt like this is, you know, conversations about, you know, bit about race, but like also FBA stuff. I think Flacco started off with that before hip hop, truth be told. So I'm glad that he hopped in the conversation. It definitely is about respect though, right? Because, you know, we're all men, and obviously if somebody like start disrespecting you, you're going to feel like, all right, nigga, fuck it then, right? Again, I'm hoping that's not where we're going with things, but I think Swiggy Giovanni was making some good points, and I think Flacco came in and he was adding his 2 cents. Does anybody else have anything else to add? I'm hoping it looked like Flacco. I don't know if Flacco like disappeared or whatever.
Nah. Only thing I want to say is they both was right. Even though people might not like the messenger, Flacco, he wasn't wrong when he came. The first thing he came in here and said, that's all I wanted to say. And that's all. Like, y'all both was right. Y'all might not like Flacco for him standing no jumper, but what he just came in and said was facts. I'm talking about the first thing he said about the whole don't come to America and speak down on Black Americans. That's all I wanted to say.
And that's why I thought they had the same point. And that's why I'll ask Flacco this question, because I think was indubitably was going to be asked of you many times is just that, okay, like, we've heard this message from you in other sense, whether you've interviewed people or you've talked about, you know, that dynamic among FBAs and non-FBAs, especially you're somebody who are immigrant as well. What do you feel about, like, I feel like they're always going to use this Adam thing over you. What's, again, not saying, we get it, you work there, and I'm not asking you to fucking quit your job right here, my nigga. Like, sure. That's not the case. But what account, I think you could probably speak better on it, or you could speak better on it. Let me not do a double positive. You could speak better on it by letting people know what your accountability factor is when these things happen, right? Rather than like just either saying, oh, no, everything is whatever. When you see situations that might affect the Black and brown community, like I'll give you another thing about Van. When he used to tell me about TMZ, he said he was the person always in there fighting for stories or conversations around Black and brown community to be framed in a certain realm, rather than be talked about by Harvey and other people who might not be in the know. So since you are a prominent person at No Jumper with Adam, who still owns and leads the company, how do you inject your personal philosophy or your care about Black and brown people to make sure that what Adam, you know, you can't control what he does, but at least you could try to influence, like, yo, that's not cool. Like, our community won't fuck with that, or you could help steer him. How do you speak out on those issues?
Definitely, right? So first off, I want to say this though, right, Ak? Before I came to like No Jumper, there was no Tariq Nasheed, no Rizza Islam interviews, right?
Okay.
Right? When I came, I said, yo, I want to bring these pro-Black voices to enlighten but the Black viewers, and the white viewers who watch on Jumper, right? I'm trying to bring consciousness to this shit, right? So one, that's my again, just that in general, like the young pharaohs, Tariq Nasheed, Rizza Islams, that's my contribution to this shit. Now, moving forward, right? My goal is, right, bro, is to always just give my input, right? Because again, bro, at the end of the day, that's Adam's shit, right? I can only be there as long as I feel comfortable, right? Meaning, bro, like, right? Look, if tomorrow Adam go just on the deep end, you feel me, and just start wilding out, bro, no amount of money can make me turn against my own people, right? No. So, right? So, and I'm there right now, bro, because I do not believe that Adam have any racist bone in his body. I don't believe that Adam has malicious intent. You feel me? I think, bro, that and he's a content creator who at times may be unaware about certain shit. But bro, like that nigga is not coming out here trying to be racist, trying to cause harm, right? For me, bro, fam, if Adam was trying to cause harm, bro, he would have said F Tariq, F RZA, X Ben X, F Young Pharaoh, right? You feel me? And X Gorilla Hebrew, you feel me? And he would have banned just all voices that could empower our people on his platform, right? So I'm there right now because I'm comfortable with where things are heading based on conversations I had personally with Adam, right? Now,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question about like whatever, right? Because hearing AD speak not only on when he was speaking to he spoke to Bootleg Kev, he spoke to No Jumper, or not No Jumper, I mean Joe Budden, but he also spoke to me as well. It felt like a bunch of people there were getting uncomfortable with maybe some of the decisions being made in terms of where the platform was going or the conversations that were being had or how they were being respected as possibly black creators, and not only that, but black people. Also, I'm gonna have to juxtapose, which is the main point, and this is the main point that I hope you react to, is that I watched a very important video recently, and I think his name is Duno, and he put up a video and he said, "Yo, why I left No Jumper," and he was talking about pretty much how he felt there was community things that were ignored by the brand of No Jumper that probably put him and people associated with him not only in jeopardy but possibly up for not only in danger but leverage that they might be just on the mere fact of them being with No Jumper, like down to represent a certain point of view, which they weren't. I'm wondering, for the last couple of years, and I'll end the question here. The last couple of years, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think No Jumper is definitely focused on gang politics. They're focused on things that I personally just wouldn't, number one, if I ever talk about those things, I'm ignorant. I'm not the person who's like, yo, I know this person's beefing with this person, this gang's beefing with this gang. We've seen to the fact where, rest in peace, Slim 400, he said, some things that may have influence or whatever sparked things when it came to like some gang turmoil or whatever, and even some people mentioned Drake the Ruler. What's your take on maybe the things No Jumper has dibbled and dabbled in, and people like AD and T-Rail to say, well, shit, we took it more than it was just business because you were tapping into shit that is closer to just business with us. You're tapping into our affiliations. You're tapping into our communities. You're tapping into things that are way bigger than just a brand. And for now, we're only thinking of us as a brand. We feel a little bit betrayed. What do you follow with that thing?
Yeah, right. So I feel like, and I can speak like better towards the Duno thing, right? Because I was personally involved in that. Now, in terms of like the AD and T-Rail and like Adam Triangle, right, bro? Listen, I learned a very big lesson from like Rick Ross, right? When Wayne and Birdman was going at it and Rick Ross inserted himself, as soon as Wayne and Birdman got back cool, now Rick Ross is on the outs, right? So I've always like just carried this principle, bro. If two friends are going at it or having like some type of issues, I'm never going to interject, especially if those two friends knew each other before they knew me, because once they become cool and I'm out here, like giving my opinion that like it may be favorable towards one or the other, then once they become cool, I'm on the outs, right? So I can't speak towards the T-Rail, Adam, and AD shit, right? But in terms of the Duno thing, right? So Duno made that video, like talking about a video, right, that was posted that they said, yo, like took somebody else's words and out of context. Now, here's how that post happened, right? That post was posted on a LA blog, right? And it was going crazy. So us as a news outlet, We just simply took it and reposted it, saying, "Yo, listen, like people are like giving, like dudes backlash for saying X, X, and X." So then once we reposted it, right? And we were the biggest platform that posted it. So once we posted it, people say, "Yo, hold up. That video is chopped up and taken out of context." Now, Adam whole like philosophy was, "Yo, listen, like this clip was already going viral and people was already having backlash. We are reporting on people having backlash because of that clip going viral." So we feel like, yo, this is content, and if we take down content and every time and somebody gets upset, and then we wouldn't have a business anymore. I feel like that was Adam's philosophy. Now listen, if Duno acts personally, I personally feel like, bro, if a loyal employee, a loyal friend acts personally, acts nicely, I personally would have taken it down. But I'm not the keen businessman that Adam is, right? Because Adam's perspective is, bro, like, and how many times will I do this, right? And where do I draw that line at? Because if it's just whenever and somebody feels upset, I take it down, then like you will very easily ruin your entire business model, right? For example, bro, I think it was Sada Baby, right? Which had a very close personal bond with Adam. And he wanted something taken down. But at that time, bro, and he tweeted it, and Act reported on it, and everybody else reported on it. So we posted it too, and he was upset about it, and Adam still said no. So I don't think it was something personal against Duno. It's just Adam has a way of doing business, which is, bruh, if the content is out there, it's out there, right? And I don't want to take that down.
Hey, yo, Act. Can I say something real quick? It's Swigger Giovanni.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think I've witnessed my boy AD, it's AD, probably about 4 times, bro, save this kid's life. You know what I'm saying? From beatings, bro. So now the thing in my head, I'm like, yo, bro, the homie AD just protected him, held him down. Why he just don't jump on community, make some bread with them? Does he think that Adam is gonna be more with? Like, all this stuff is confusing me. And I've been watching Adam 22 No Jumper before my son got on the show. You know what I'm saying? And now the pedophile guys, they came and tried to expose Adam, and this guy Flacco shut the live off.
Wait, hold on, no, wait. I'm glad you brought that up. Yo, Flacco, how mad was Adam at you? Because I don't know why you would like. I know you're smarter than you tried to put out there. Why would you invite some nigga named the Perv Buster to Adam's platform? The Perv Buster, bro.
Sure, right here, right, sure, right. So
what did Adam say to you?
Let me just
go ahead.
Yeah, right. So let me like just address like in his like first point of like why not go on community, right? So, and here's all when I say, right, bro, like it's really hard to have these conversations with remedial people, right? Because if you're telling me why don't you go on community and leave No Jumper in, you have no knowledge as to what was offered, like what wasn't offered, and you just say, why don't you leave No Jumper and go to community, and don't even have any like know-how whether or not community even offer Flacco to come on, right?
All right, hold on, Flacco. I'm asking you, did you get an offer from community to leave No Jumper?
No.
Would you have entertained an offer?
He lying.
I
know the real. I'm in the streets. Yo, Flacco.
No, wait, hold on. I want to ask him direct questions. I want to ask him direct questions. So you never got an offer. Wait, did you ever get an offer or no?
No.
Okay. Right. Were you down to entertain an offer?
Now no.
What do you mean now no? Explain.
Right. So in terms of like, and Duno, AD, T-Rail, and them was leaving, right? Because like they feel like, well, one, like we don't feel valued, right? Feel me? Like, so we are leaving, right? And they have like built their own community, right? By themselves. If I'm entering into that community, I'm entering in one as the weakest platform, you feel me? as a liability, right? And bro, and at the very core of it, bro, is about loyalty, right? When Adam discovered me, and I was a nigga who was in North Dakota with like 19,000 subscribers, right? Which nobody knew, you feel me? And nobody fucked with me. And if he fucked with me first and gave me my opportunity, bro, I'm not about to turn my back on that man while he's like fighting fucking crisis right now, nigga. Right? Like that, right? Bro, like, listen, if I would have left Adam right now while he's fighting this fucking crisis, nigga, I would have felt like a piece of motherfucking shit, bro.
Oh no! No! Swing it. Give me a couple minutes. That's a good point, and I understand that. Now, I'm going to juxtapose how you're feeling to how AD's feeling, because a lot of people believe AD is been moving off loyalty, right? What was your thoughts? Because AD has been having a public realization that Adam removing him from a show, and also probably saying, hey, you have community going on, but it's kind of a competitor to what we have going on. That's a business move. AD kept saying loyalty, friendship. You're saying the same thing as an early AD. AD was saying early on, I would jump in front of people who would try to hurt Adam because of loyalty until I couldn't do it anymore because I realized that's not how he sees things. How did you view the whole AD and T-Rel thing? Because they've basically expressed to say, hey, we stayed at no jumper. We were riding for no jumper out of loyalty. We don't feel like Adam valued loyalty the same way we did. What do you think? You clearly said he discovered you. He gave you a chance. That's why you're operating out of loyalty. But do you take any type of heed to say, well, the guys who've been there longer than me, who helped build it more than me, they have said they've realized he doesn't have that loyalty that now I'm riding for. What do you think about that?
Yeah, bro, definitely, right? So, one, bro, like, I think that AD and T-Rel had very valid opinions and very valid reasons to feel that way, right? And those guys are my fucking brothers right now, right? So, I would never go against nothing they're saying, right? So again, so they have every right to feel that way. Now, in terms of like whether or not like I'm taking heed and viewing Adam in a different light, bro. Listen, like one, in their situation, it does not change my view and opinion of Adam, right? Because again, like
okay, so let me ask you the question directly. Their opinion is clearly this, and if I'm misstating it, people could point it out, or they could say, "Act, we never said that." They believe that their loyalty to Adam was not matched by Adam's loyalty to them. Do you believe that your loyalty, as your state now to Adam, for anything he's done for you, do you believe that it will be eventually, and we can only know with time, will it be matched by him?
Yeah, right. So one, I definitely hope so. I think so, right? Okay. I'm confident it will be, right? Because think about this, right? Look, bro, right? So look, when I hop off the plane, right? Like my first, like let's say my first like month there, right? Like, bro, like I was just a social media guy, right? Meaning like I like had very limited experience on camera, right? And Josh came to me and said, "Yo, listen, we feel like, bro, like you are gonna be a very valuable piece one day, right? Right? Like, like we value here, bro, and like we want you here." And they handed me a contract, right? Academics, bro. I look at that contract, yo, and deep down inside, I didn't feel like I was worth the amount of money they was offering me already, right? So when I see, yo, like these guys are taking this much risk in me, but offer me this amount of money, bruh, right? So when I see like, yo, like, and they believed in me before I believed in like myself, bro, I always have to rock with them, right? Because if these niggas took that amount of risk in me before I seen it and in myself, I can only imagine, bro, that they probably have my best interest at heart. But my experience does not take away from AD and T-Rel.
Wait, I hate to cut you off. and it's fine. I know you probably won't answer this. I gotta know how much money this was.
Come on, act like it.
No. Just a ballpark. Hold on. It's just a ballpark because, like, the way you're making it sound is like, yo, bro, either you're making it sound like you just didn't have a belief in yourself, and Adam made you believe that you could be a person that anybody would care about, which that's valued a lot. But you know what I mean? Or maybe he just wasn't making money. It's confusing me. But you don't have to say the amount. But any ballpark?
Definitely not, right? But look, act like when I came here, I had like 19,000 subs, right? So like, bro, I was brand new, right? And bro, and I was barely even on camera. No fans and knew who I was like that, right? And they offered me a substantial contract, right? Where I said, damn, bro, like, if these niggas actually, like, believe that I'm gonna, like, feel me, you know, like, live up to this shit, right? And, you know, once I seen, bro, like, the amount of dedication and investment that they made in me, bro, I gotta always give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to me and them personal interactions, bro, because no nigga and who has any type of goal or interest in fucking you over is gonna like invest in you when you personally felt like, bruh, I'm being offered too much right now.
All right, hold on. Wait. My last question, and then anybody else could jump in. I just have to know for my own sanity. Just give me an over under 100,000 ounces per year. At that point,
listen, I'm never discussing. You feel me? Any amount, man.
No, hold on. No, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm asking that.
Sure.
And obviously you're not gonna say how much, but I'm like, I study this YouTube shit so much. I know the next you before you. Like, I see a nigga right now who's you. You get what I mean? I didn't know your name by like name value, but I saw you. I see everything.
Yeah.
I'm saying, so now I'm thinking, how much money do you have to give that nigga? Because I'm putting against myself. Because I remember, and I'll tell you the exact figure. But I was much bigger than you at that point because I probably had, did I have $1 million? I don't know if I had $1 million. Q came to me and Q wanted me to do World Star News. Q offered me $250,000 a year. I don't think I was making $250,000 a year based on what I was doing. But I said to myself, I'm not trying to build World Star. I'm trying to beat World Star. I never said that to him, but that's what I thought. I can't join World Star and beat it. And I took that as a sign. But $250,000 was a lot of money. And by the way, that was back then. So that's what I'm thinking about. I'm like, what the fuck were you offered? That you were like, yo, fuck, this nigga believe in me. Because I ain't gonna lie, if Q had came, and here's the thing about money too. If Q had came and said, $1 million, oh my God. I don't know if I would have said no. Because at that point, making $1 million, like I was always a math guy. I was looking at like, yo, most people work a job with average income. Let's say you get up to like $70,000, $80,000. It takes 10 to 15 years to make $1 million. Probably 20 to 25 if we're going to talk about without taxes. If you could make $1 million per year, that's what people would take 20 years to make. I was so new. YouTube is going down all the time. I believe in myself, but I don't know. I would have $1 million if Q offered that. Maybe. So that's the only reason I ask. You don't got to tell me. But
yo,
go ahead.
Wait, right? But Act, right? Know what's crazy, right? Act is like, I kind of had like a similar in mindset. Right? For example, right? Act, if you would have offered me like a job, right? I probably would have said no because because it's kind of look, right? Because it's kind of like
because you're not white.
No, bro, that just sounds stupid, right? No, listen, right? So look, I looked at No Jumper like a network, right? As if they were doing something, you feel me, like just entirely different, right? Now, if I'm already being compared to Ack and then I come under Ack's wing, I personally feel like I probably would not have taken that because, again, bro, like, that's just me just, like, fucking myself over, right? So that's why, like, I guess I, was more...
Yo.
Open to, like, no jumper. You feel me?
Hold on. I'm glad you said that point. I just want to say this, and I'm going to respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
I believe... Now, let's not talk about money and nothing like that. I believe if I say you're my prodigy, you're 40 times bigger than you are. My nigga, you're on Adam's platform with 10 other niggas. I've never really said you are doing the news in your own way. If I say, I don't do the news every day anymore, but here's the new guy who's going to do it, you're 40 times. I can't even imagine that you would think otherwise. Now, granted, that hasn't been what I've done, but what I'm saying is that, not to bring what Swiggy Giovanni said, but like, bro, maybe it's the operation that was more enticing to you. Like, oh shit, they already have the brand of No Jumper. We already see mad other people that have been working there. But I guarantee you right now, and I'm at the point to look for that. If I say this is the new hip-hop news guy, I guarantee it. I'll even take a bet with anyone. If throughout this year, there's a few people I'm looking at, if I stand and I say, this is the nigga, I promise you, that nigga will do more numbers than everybody at No Jumper or anybody else, period. Just think about it. It's like, it's a reason why every NBA team is holding out to see what LeBron's finna do. LeBron said he might go to some random team to play with his son. You get what I mean? And not trying to like bring up no son shit. It's like, it's impossible for you to, like, they're comparing you to me. It's impossible for you to go elsewhere and even compare to me rather than be it's like Cardi. It's like Playboy Cardi, best example. Playboy Cardi hit me and says, Ack, I'm starting to put my hand around and mentor these new guys. All of the new guys who they want to say is like me. No, yeah, they're like me a little bit. They drew some inspiration, but I'm going to help them get their own sauce and they're going to be bigger. Or they're going to be big in their own way. You can't be the Cardi. You can't be a Cardi clone, not with Cardi.
Yo, so, right? And you know what I felt like, right, Ack? Right? Yeah. It is like... At that time, bro, like, for example, man, like right now, bro, I feel like I've definitely, like, in terms of, like, the content I'm creating, I've definitely, like, stepped out of, like, your shadow and stepped into, like, my own lane, right? But, bro, like 9 months ago, right, bro? Like, I was at a point where, bro, niggas say, yo, bro, like, this is the fucking carbon copy, right? If I would have had that exact same, like model content-wise, you feel me, right? And then come on to you, bro, I would have been called all type of stooge, peon, dick rodder, right? Like,
that's actually not true. I'm gonna tell you why it's not true.
Have more incense.
So you saying that to get called coon and suck Adam?
No. Wait. Yeah, wait. Give me 1 second.
You just jealous at this point, my nigga.
Wait.
Like, you're making no sense right now, nigga.
Yo, give me 1 second.
You doing your thing.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna tell you why that's not true. Because when people wanted me to quote unquote hate or just diss you or whatever, and at first when I was very first asked about you was from Adam. And I said, yo, you doing this thing, that's kind of cool. Like, yo, I'm going to let him find himself. You know who are bringing that up the most? And this will always happens. I've been around this internet shit for a while. It's your own support. It's chat niggas. Like, chat niggas want anybody who step in the same square as me for me to violate them. You get what I mean? Now, granted, if I said, nah, this is my man's, like, I fuck with him, they're going to fuck with you. Like, I'm not saying they have to, but like, they're like, oh, he fuck with him. They clearly have something, rather than, because everybody who has grown up to watch me, they're going to be like, they feel like people will be stealing. If I'm saying, nah, it's not stealing, that's gang. They're going to be like, oh, okay, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Whatever. But anyway, that's the difference of opinion. That's cool either way. Okay.
Hey,
oh, who was jumping in? Go ahead.
This is Mo Facts again. I had logged off, but I had to call back in because this is specifically what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
How a white man picked ADOS You know what I'm saying? Against AD being ADOS against immigrant blacks.
Break it down.
He basically brought Flacco in as the replacement for AD beforehand. Adam 22 is trying to pivot to the conservative media. Going over to Rumble, they saw the bad. Crowder was getting $50 million. A lot of people switching their platform. He said, I need a more palatable black face, which that's being Flacco. No disrespect to Flacco. But the problem is Flacco has more loyalty to Adam 22 than he does to AD, because he looks at it like he said himself, look at me. He brought me here. I was nobody. He gave me this opportunity. What's wrong with y'all Negroes? This is the same thing that happens between native blacks here in America and when they bring immigrants in. And then what happens? We're sitting here fighting each other while Adam 22 is getting richer. And that's why I call back in, because this is a perfect microcosm of what happens. They keep us fighting, and then the immigrants look at us like, you had it so good, why would you bite massive hand? But we're like, bro, we have a long relationship with these people, and I have reason for distrust. And I just want to say that because this is a perfect example about what we were talking about before.
Bro, can I respond back to that, right? So, bro, there are various personalities with different things to offer in Adam Jumper, right? So I don't even think that you can even, right? Like, I don't think that you can even intellectualize me like being brought in as a AD replacement, right? Because we just do two different things. You feel me? He's just like, bro, he's like he's the nigga out here, right? And he just does an entirely different thing. You feel me, right?
That was his point. Just letting you know.
No, right? And his point was that like he brought me in to take AD's place. I don't feel like I could take AD's place. Hey, look. Let me and on a Tuesday show, at the end of the day,
clarify so you understand me completely. All Adam 22 needs is another black face. That's it. And that's what I mean. Not skill level, knowledge base, what target audience, none of that. He needs to say, look, when people tune in, there's just as many black faces that are here now that it was. I'm not saying you replacing him on what your target audience is. He wanted somebody when he pivots, it's still black faces around here, but their message is different. And like I said, I've been following this whole situation closely. You know, he got rid of House Phone, he got rid of AD, all of them. He basically pushed them on the ledge with this whole bringing on the white supremacists, because he knew either you're going to bow down or you're going to leave. And that's what most of the ADOS Foundation of Blacks did. I'll turn it back over.
No. Question for you, right? So why do people say this is like a steep pivot when, bro, like back in 2016, 2017, Adam interviewed, I think, Molly Yiannopoulos, right? You feel me? Like, who is in the same elk as like Richard Spencer? You feel me? Right? So like, if No Jumper has been doing these like political interviews, why now is like a different, a different view of it?
But they haven't, because it's been since 2016 since you've had somebody like that. Like, you guys don't, and I didn't come out here to yell at you or shade you, but you guys don't interview people like that. That's not the normal elk for you. You guys interview porn stars, pimps, shit like that. Like, we don't see you interviewing people of that level.
Basically, the question was posed to me, and basically answered the fact it was 7 years between the two interviews you're talking about. But you have to understand, as an ADOS FBA person, I'm going to ask you, Flacco, this: if him and AD had a longer relationship than you and him have, why is it that you think you can trust him with seeing how he did AD, House Phone, and everybody else? You know, this is at the core of the ADOS FBA immigrant argument, because it's like, how can y'all come here, have so much trust in these people that we've been dealing with since we've been living here this whole time? And that's why the distrust happens between the native blacks and the immigrants, because y'all think we just take the opportunity and run with it, when we understand white supremacy is going to only have a certain amount of spots available. Just like at No Jumper, there's a certain amount of spots available. He's gonna have white spots and black spots. And he's like, I got rid of 2 blacks. I'm gonna bring in 2 blacks. But he's still gonna have a certain number of white faces over there. Trust me.
Hey, hold on.
So this
Hey,
is
hold
what
on.
I'm saying.
Hold on. Mofax, and by the way, save that thought, Flacco, because I'm definitely let you respond. I'm gonna definitely respond. Okay, I'm gonna say something, and I'm gonna be very honest about this. And I have a whole theory about this, which I have never got into, and I won't get into the majority of it because, my perspective might be skewed on maybe my own biases. So I just kind of chill back. Flacco, let me tell you this, and this is my own personal belief. I'm gonna say this to you live. You don't even have to react to this live. You can watch this back, and I want you to think about this. Let me tell you this. I've heard your opinions on things, whether you're talking about gang culture, hip hop, violence, and crime. I know your opinions and your stance on this. Adam has hired a bunch of gangbangers and a bunch of other people who don't believe what you believe. I believe part of the reason why you've always received favor from No Jumper is because Adam believes your thought pattern aligns more with what he wants to push. You are the person who would more likely to see the silver lining between Richard Spencer being on the platform as opposed to AD, T-Rail, even Gino. That's his thing. The reason why I don't believe Adam looks at you and Adam says, oh no, let me tell you this, and you probably read it too. I'll be on every Reddit. The No Jumper Reddit used to fucking hate your guts. They were saying, why don't this thing get fired? You know, I think that didn't happen because I think there was a close point. I think Adam was waiting for a point for me to kick you, like in the sense of like, remember when me and you had like words for a second? I'm gonna be honest, I got all but confirmation you were done. Obviously, I'm not the guy who like. I'm glad that you are necessary. Like you're necessary in conversation. You're necessary. Everybody's necessary. What I believe is that your entire existence and why you've gotten some favor isn't because of some leverage you hold. Not disrespecting the platform you probably do have and created for yourself. It's because of a lot of your views that align with Adam. It's the reason why Adam has allowed you to kick people off shows. Gina and the rest of them, even Almighty Suspect, not as valuable as you. But it's not because of your draw, no disrespect. It's because you're in line with a lot of the opinions and thoughts that he wants to pivot in. I'm not saying it's bad or good, but that has allowed you, you might not realize this. I guarantee if I sat alone with Almighty Suspect or Gina, they're going to be like, why the fuck does Adam fuck with this nigga so much? I promise you. It's not about views and what you pull, because you know who pulled the most shit over there? T-Rail. And Adam is still saying, T-Rail left. I'm okay. Huh? So it's not about views. It's about where he wants to pivot to. You fall in line, and you are representative of the opinions that he's trying to move towards. Not saying it's good or bad, but I hope you understand that. Adam, I believe, fell into this whole gangbanger shit, not because he wanted to, but because of the nature of building a business in LA. Adam finally realized, and by the way, you don't think he's stressing over this? He realized, I don't need that shit no more. I could phase out of it. But who fits this into his current way he's always shifted to? You. That's not a bad thing. I'm not saying you're bootlicking or nothing like that. I'm saying I hope you acknowledge you have to acknowledge how does your employer see you? Or let me not say employer, because everybody hates this word employee. How does Adam see you, and what's your relationship? Does that make a little bit sense or no?
Here, bro. So here's the one thing that I guess, like, it does make sense, but here's where I give like some pushback, right?
Go ahead.
In terms of he favors you more than others, yo, like anybody who I guess is like, like is inside the building or like understand like, like how certain things work and who right? And like who's close with who, like it's laughable to say that I have the most favor, because that's not true at all. You feel me? Like meaning like, if you just, and just view it from an inside lens, like you can clearly see is like, I'm definitely not the most favored. You feel me? Right? Like there are certainly people who've been there longer, who probably, have built closer bonds, right? You feel me? Who at some point, and have more favor, right? So I wouldn't say that I have the most favor act.
Yo, Flaco. I'm giving it to you so real, and trust me, there's nothing against you. I promise you, bro. As I said, you don't even have to react visceral in the moment. Think about it later. Flaco, with all due respect, I think you're from Idaho or Ohio. I don't even know where you're from, brother, but you're a guy with a huge stutter. That's a huge, big red flag when it comes to, nigga, I remember thinking about, I used to have a big stutter too, bro. I used to think about, that's not really good for camera. It's good for me making these short videos where I can edit it up. It's not good for live, bro. Let's be very clear. Okay? I remember also thinking about, attractiveness, this and third. They ain't trying to put no fat nigga on camera, bro. Okay? I'm just giving it to you the real, my nigga. Just please don't, just take it because...
We all fat, though, Ak. We all fat.
No. But hear what I'm trying to say.
Me, Icon Court,
No, hear what I'm saying. I'm speaking directly to you. These things, these things, right, doesn't really tell somebody that's the person you give favor to. If anything, it says, don't give favor to that person. Do you get what I mean? Now, what I'm trying to say to you, I believe that Adam has realized, right, that the, how you view things, I'm going to lie to you, I've always thought that Adam hired you because, play this, AD and T-Rel won't be provocateurs. It's like a Charlemagne effect. It's like a me effect. It's like a Star effect. It's like a Wendy Williams effect. They won't be provocateurs because they got to go outside in LA. You might not remember because I hear you be chilling with Crips now, so like you cool now. But when they hired you to say the shit that could get your head knocked off. That's part of it, brother. If you don't want to admit it, I'm telling you what's going on. Hey, Flaco will say what nobody else will say on the staff because we got to go outside and you a Crip, and you in the streets. Flaco could say it. Remember, you weren't having a good time there when it felt like niggas was spitting on you about to violate you, and these are people who became your support base and say, yo, y'all got him over there. I kept even saying, yo, I remember when they had me at Complex, y'all got to protect him. Now we realize you're protected. But if you weren't that, and by the way, Adam is smart. Adam knows, yo, if all the Crip niggas over here ain't gonna say the shit that's gonna make us do what we need to do, what the fuck does it help us? Oh, he'll say it. Yeah, he ain't the best. Yeah, he stutters, but fuck it. We'll do it. And I believe at first you were a crash dummy in their eyes. I'm not saying you were. I don't think you ever try to crash out. In their eyes, you were a crash dummy. I think your loyalty proved that you were down to stick around and you're more company line than the other guys. But I also believe your worth increased more as Adam realized, if you ask me, and I haven't talked to Adam about it, so this is my opinion. Adam has realized that really AD been the boss for the last year and a half. Through gang politics, through anything associated with that ilk, we've never seen Adam beat up. Remember I used to say to Adam, ain't you the boss? We've never seen him being the boss so much till now. He's firing niggas on camera. He's putting niggas in their place. But you know how you become the boss after you've given up the reins to the bunch of gang niggas you brought in the building? You got to get the gang niggas out of the building. Your opinions and how you are, and there's nothing wrong with it. but it is palatable to Adam. And I'm not saying you're not being yourself, because you are being yourself. I don't think you're acting at all. I think whatever you say, you definitely believe, which I like. But it's part of the reason why you're still there. And also, I think you're smart enough to know that, because when you're asked about these things about whether community this and third, you're going to say what's needed to be said, because you know Adam's finna see this. And if you seem like you ain't that loyal, I know you just shout out Court and these other people. These are new niggas who still on their first 2 weeks. They're on a 10-day contract. Adam is at a rebuild point. He'll get rid of you too for a 10-day contract. That's what I was asking you initially about. That perv buster shit has gotten Adam into a whole lot of shit. Who brought the perv buster on? You. What does he feel about you doing that? And how has the conversation and atmosphere been since that? Also, in hindsight, and I'm going to give you 20 seconds and then you could go ahead. Sure. I'll give you 5-10 minutes uninterrupted. Also, since now the conversation has now reignited about Adam with a 16-year-old little girl, since you brought on the perv buster, what is your opinion on Adam, 22, with a 16-year-old? Because again, it was dead in the water till you brought on the perv buster. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, we're definitely right. So first off, let me just address the stuttering thing. Listen, stutter or no stutter act, can none of these new blogging niggas fuck with me? You feel, bro? I'll put myself against all the new niggas that like y'all love. They can't fuck with me. That's a fact. Again, like before No Jumper, I was outperforming all them niggas. That's a fact, right? So again, so in terms of
Flacco, you're smarter than them.
Wait.
You're smarter than them, but you don't talk better than them. Flacco, the only reason I'm cutting you off, bro. The only reason I'm cutting you off is because
these niggas cannot entertain me.
Hold on,
bro. These niggas cannot. Bro, these niggas.
Flacco,
okay, sure.
The only reason I'm cutting you off is this, because I was there. You have to work on your craft. That stuttering shit got to get the fuck out of here. I'm telling you.
Even with the stutter, nigga, they can't fuck with me still, nigga.
No, my nigga, I'm telling you. A nigga who knows how to talk
right now at my base, they can't fuck with me.
No, I'm not saying you have great opinions, but this is part of getting your brand together, and you're a talker now. We don't care about how you look. Nigga, you can be 12,000 pounds. I don't care. But one thing you're going to realize, when you start talking, bro, there's a meme of you be like, yeah, so look, like, you're going to have to get that. Like, again, I used to do the same thing. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you anything that I feel like I was just above you. I'm telling you that I had to listen to my old audio. Oh, shit, I'm doing these things constantly. Oh, shit, when people ask questions rapidly, I start doing the. That's that's how you get better. I'm being honest with you. I'm not trying to diss you. I'm telling you I was just like you. No. And when you once you get that out of the way, you're going to be clapping these niggas up. But that's the only thing you got to improve. If you want to lose weight or whatever, just like if I want to lose weight, yeah, you get more sexier. You can get some bitches like listen to you and following you because they want to click on your picture. Cool. But you got to make sure you're a talker. I'm a talker. You got to be able to be nice with them words. Okay, but go ahead, brother.
Yo, act, right? But act like, and I'm the one in like who put myself in speech therapy, right? So one, and I know, right? There's definitely room for improvement, but I'm telling you, nigga, right now as is, stutter, no stutter as is, I was outperforming all these niggas. You feel me, right? Again, these niggas cannot fuck with me. I'm talking about, again, bring any new nigga you want to bring. And on No Jumper, right? These niggas would not outperform me, you feel me, right? In terms of entertainment, you feel me, right? In terms of opinion and shit like that, these niggas cannot fuck with me now.
Yo, I got a question.
Nigga, bro, shut up. God damn. Right?
I got a question.
In terms of the perv busters, right?
Because I didn't talk for a long time. Let him go for a bit. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so quick question. Is
bro, he said let me go for a bit. And bro, like you still talking.
Yeah, just give him 5 more minutes and then Swinger, you are the next question after him. Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Flacco.
Listen, he can talk to act after this film, right? Like, I'm done with this nigga, right? So too, in terms of perv busters, bro, like people, it's like I'm convinced that niggas like don't watch No Jumper, right? Because the perv busters like and first came on, and they were first invited on and during the White John shit. So when White John like got like beat up by some like pedo, right? And they were brought on firstly, and it was on for 3 hours. There was no incident whatsoever. You feel me, right? And and everybody loved them. You feel me? So we brought them back the second time, right? For like my stream, because like the one dude's a boxer, right? You feel me, right? So, and they hopped on like right, like while I was talking about, like the lust shit, right? But the goal was for me to just get through this like lust shit, and then they was gonna, like take us through like the office boxing training, right? So that wasn't like the first time where I'm inviting new niggas and like new guests. No, they were already on for a prior interview. You feel me, right? It was supposed to be me and Adam was supposed to interview them about the White John shit. You feel me, right?
Wait. Adam was supposed to interview the Perv Buster?
Bruh, act. And there was a viral video, There was a viral video a couple of months ago. Y'all all seen it, where there was this guy called White John, a LA rapper. He got like beat up by a pedophile. Those were the guys who was filming it. So when that happened a couple of months ago, they came on No Jumper the first time for about 3 to 4 hours. There was no incident. Everybody loved them. They came back the second time.
Was Adam on that episode?
They went woke.
Was Adam on that episode?
He was supposed to be, right? But I think he had like back-to-back interviews, right? You feel me? At like 9 and then at 11, right? So he said, bruh, put them on the news with y'all, you feel me? Right? And just have them talk about it, right? So, and they was there for 3 hours still, you feel me? And there was no incident. So nobody had any clue that they would have done what they would have done when they came back the second time, right? So nobody there could blame me for it, right? Because one is not like I invited some brand new niggas that like nobody knew.
No, that's
they
not
were
true.
Already right.
I fuck with you, but that's not true. That's not true. Put it like this: if I'm under hot water right now, right? All right, say I'm Adam. I'm under like people like the core of my employees just dipped on the company, and there's a possible narrative starting about how I'm disloyal to friends, going back from the house phone thing to this. It is very clear and obvious that people want to figure out something to attack me with. Now, if someone brings on, I don't know, like anything, like you should know that's the worst time to bring on anything. Like, all right, for example, you shouldn't bring on Adam does porn, right? He does porn with his girl. You shouldn't bring in somebody who's opposed to porn. Even if they didn't tell you they're going to say Adam is wrong for doing porn. Adam is under attack. Like, you shouldn't bring in anyone that would be somewhat of conflict of nature. And I guess that's where I ask you this question, because that's what I was trying to ask more than the Perv Buster thing. Do you feel like this is a conversation piece that Adam could thrive in discussing, like about the whole 16-year-old thing?
Now, look, so, well, one, I think Adam has like talked about it enough, like to where, bro, at this point is like, if people read it and believe you, then they believe you. Feel me? If they don't, they don't, right? But I personally...
You're acting ignorant, though, because a lot of people have never... Hold on. I know what you're saying. You're going to say everybody knows, but not everybody knows. This has gotten a new audience. Like, for example, every time that they come up with a fake tweet about, yo, Axe said that Bad Baby had big titties for 16-year-old. I've never said that. That was a hack tweet. But every time it goes viral again, I got to remind people. Lame. I got to remind people. Sometimes the audience reminds people that's what it is. So again, you shouldn't just assume that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that because now everybody's trying to jump on your employer's head, do you feel like it just doesn't need to have a conversation? Or do you feel like, hey, you have a clarification that you could tell people? Because I have to clarify all the time. Hey, y'all seen that tweet? That wasn't me tweeting. That was a day that Mad Celebrities was hacked. They hacked me too. I didn't tweet that. I never thought that. Okay? What again, I know you think it's redundant, but what do you believe about this whole 16-year-old thing? Because that's what the people said on the platform of No Jumper that you invited.
here, right? So again, when I seen and read it, I believe exactly what was written. You feel me? Right? Like they talked briefly when she was 16. You feel me? And they stopped talking, and then they like reconnected at 19. Right? So I don't understand the grand conspiracy. I personally think, bro, like that shit just came about because niggas, one, chose not to read, or two, just don't want to read. You feel me? Or I can't read. You feel me? So like, yeah, you feel me? Like, I believe exactly what was written down.
Okay. Flacco, I'm gonna do.
Can I ask Flacco one question?
Wait, hold on. Wait. I want to do.
Because he asked me a question.
Wait, hold on. I want to do him a solid on this because I don't want you jumping on a sword for someone who isn't you and who probably knows way more about the situation than you. It's okay if you say no comment, but you can't be like giving a defense and kind of doubling that. So I don't know if you heard the Joe Budden interview. What Joe Budden, when he was talking to Adam, he was basically saying, you understand why the majority of people would believe that you're a creep and that you were grooming someone when you spoke to someone at 16, knowing full right that you should not be dealing with that person at that time, and somehow 3 years later, when they're now legal, you're in their bed. It's very hard for people to believe that it just happened to be random or the algorithms connected you, rather than you were grooming the person while they were underage. Now they're legal, you're fucking them.
Question though.
You can say no. You can say no comment. I'll move on. I promise you.
No.
You can say no comment. I'm telling you. I do not want to press you.
Wait. The act though, right?
Go ahead.
Act. Don't you wait? So like, don't you feel though like that's an entirely different conversation, and then Elias has been out there saying, "Yo, Adam, fucking 16-year-old," right? Again, right? So look, that's a very wait. Right. So again, that's a very nuanced conversation, but people have taken that and ran with the slander and the lies of Adam fucked a 16-year-old to like just lie to nigga, right? And they're using that very same quote unquote text or document to confirm that, which is just a lie. So again, that's a nuanced conversation that I have no take for, but let's address though that people lying and saying that paperwork said that Adam fucked a 16-year-old. That's not true.
Why are you jumping on the sword?
Wait,
like,
hold on.
Did we ever jump on the sword for you?
Wait, Flacco. No, Flacco. Wait, hold on. Flacco. No, Flacco. Now, you see, this is why I said I'd rather you just say no comment, because there's multiple things that go into that, right? So not only, okay, granted, there are some people that clearly have misinterpreted that he had sex with that young woman at 16. However, some people believe it's as egregious as grooming her and you having sex with her over age, right? Now, even with that aside, I don't know how much you know about all these things. I talked to Adam about it. And by the way, he's talked later about it too. And he's talked to Joe about it. There are sexual assault allegations from a former person who was with him, who believe that they didn't give consent. So it's very different. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, are you trying to just say, oh, y'all not telling the truth? Or are you trying to defend these allegations? Because I personally believe, I'm not saying I'm over here saying Adam is whatever, but you as somebody who wasn't in the room with them, this and third, you putting your own reputation on the line is only going to come back to bite you. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I give you
but you asked me about something very specific, was the 16-year-old thing. And I gave you my very specific opinion on the 16-year-old thing, which was people are using that document to say that Adam fucked a 16-year-old girl.
All right, hold on.
That document did not say that. That's a lie.
Okay.
Now,
you're right. You're right. No,
we got to discuss.
No, you're right. But here's the thing. If you invite somebody named the Perv Buster on your platform, even if you didn't fuck a 16-year-old, but you talked to and basically rocked them to sleep till they were 18 or 19, then you fucked them, that is pervy behavior. That's the same point.
That's predatory.
You don't think so?
Lil Pump getting his dick sucked. Lil Pump was 16 years old.
Yeah, I'm not trying to have this conversation really, but I'm trying to see how much are you willing to jump on the sword, rather than just say. Honestly, I asked you this question to think that I thought you were gonna say, bro, I didn't know too much about it. Everything I heard, he never fucked a kid. I invited a guy on. We've invited this guy on before. Oh, I didn't know it was gonna go like that. It feels like you're defending it to a T, and I don't want to come with all the details.
Wait though, but you asked me about right, and you asked a very direct question and very specific was about that particular document. I gave you my opinion. Now, if you are asking me about like, did I know that like these things were out there or going on when the perf wrestlers came the first and second time? No, but you asked me something very specific. I gave you a specific answer, and now like,
what question did I ask you? Let me see if you remember.
Yeah, right. So look, and you asked me about like, what's your opinion about Adam and the 16-year-old? I said, listen, my opinion is what I read, and I believe it, which is, they talked, stopped talking, and came back at 19 years old. Now,
okay, do you think he groomed her? Okay, he didn't fuck her at 16, but do you think he participated in some type of grooming of that 16-year-old, which would also, in my opinion, be considered weird? I don't know if you consider it weird, but now I'm asking you.
Listen, so again, bro, like, my knowledge of that, bro, is just from that particular document. I haven't had, and I haven't had no conversation outside of that with anybody, right? So act. And all I know, bro, is he said they stopped talking at 16 and start talking again at 19 years old, like through Facebook, right? So again, if he's saying they had no contact, I can only take that man's word for it unless there's proof otherwise.
So you're saying that you don't believe it's grooming, you believe it's just luck.
I believe what was said until there's proof to say otherwise.
Okay. All right.
Yo, Flocko,
can I ask my last question?
Bro, I'm not talking to you niggas, man. Feel me?
What
Talk
about
to
the
yourself,
Lil Pump situation?
But you came to our don't.
Hold on, Flocko. I've been nothing but respectful to you, and you asked me a question. I had the right to ask you a question.
Hold on.
Bro, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bro, I'm just talking to you niggas.
Wait, hold on.
So you defend white men, but you disrespect black men.
Wait, hold on.
Crazy, bro.
Wait. Let's keep it respectful.
Wait.
Hold on. Let's keep it respectful. Like, we do value Flocko coming over here and speaking with us. Flocko, I guess what they're trying to throw into the air, they're like, well, now since you comment on public things, we've heard stuff that Lil Pump has said. Have you factored that into any decision making or any context that you would consider?
Bro, one, right? So I'm not even sure exactly which Pump shit, right? Feel me? Like niggas is even like.
You want me to restate it? Lil Pump said when he was 16 years of age, he was going around on tour with Adam. Those videos are still on No Jumpers YouTube. You could access it because you're also on that channel. And apparently Pump says that the 16-year-old girls or groupies, I shouldn't call them groupies because they were young kids at that time, he said he was having sex with, but he was obviously like 16, 15. And he believes that Adam was having sex with. Again, I'm not trying to hold you to the fire, but you seem like you're a defense attorney, so I'm going to throw it.
Wait. Question, right?
Hold on, Flocko. Not even that.
Can I comment?
Okay, go ahead. Adam was recording Lil Pump getting head by a 16-year-old, and he was sitting on the bed.
Wait, that ain't happening. Whoa. Chill. We got to keep factual. That ain't happening. Come on.
That is a fact. No, it's a fact. The video's out there.
There's no video like that. Stop me.
I'm not even lying.
There is a video out, but we
Where's
don't know
the video,
how
Warrior?
old it was.
The video's out there. It was on No Jumper version 2.
We don't know how old, bro. Pump was
No, it was during that tour. He was still underage.
But
boom, he was fucking grown women too,
even if Lil Pump was 16 fucking grown women, that's a whole completely different conversation.
At the end of the day, you still was.
Okay. Flocko. Again, I'm just trying to say, I know, by the way, I don't invite you on here to fucking throw Adam under the bus. I also just want to think of yourself, and it's okay to say, bro, listen, no comment. I'll look into it. Nigga, I'm trying to give you the TikTok CEO answers. You seem to be doubling down nope. Like, yo, I'm giving you the out, bro. I'm giving you the out.
But act though, I don't need an out for the first for the first question, I actually read the document, so I can speak on that. Like these new random accusations that like if these niggas is thrown out there, bro. I haven't even like I'm tapped into those, right? So like now, how can I even like speak on it when?
Okay, so let me ask you a hypothetical question. If Adam was a grown man and recorded a 16-year-old getting fellatio by another young child, which also is 16, what would you say of? Let's say not Adam, any person who did that. What would you say about that person?
I'm not gonna entertain any type of like hypotheticals or
wow, that's crazy.
All right.
No, hold on. Yeah. By the way, Flaco.
Wait, right?
I just want to ask my question.
Right? Niggas is just thirsty to just chime in. So again, until I am well read on these particular accusations that these random niggas are throwing out, I can't even comment on it. Now, I commented on the one thing that I was well read on, which was that one specific situation. Now, these other random shit that like these niggas is like just throwing out their ass, I can't comment on it because this is my like first time hearing it from you niggas.
Hold on, Flaco. I wasn't trying to do a gotcha moment. I'm not into that. What I was just trying to say to you is that you're an employee of No Jumper. Don't be AD. So AD has now realized that he used to be jumping out like, yo, what's up? What's that problem with him? It's okay to say, yo, I work with Adam. I don't think he's weird. I've never seen nothing, but that's all I know. And I'm done. I don't have to comment on any other thing. When you choose to be his defense attorney, by the way, I've invited Adam to get on here and talk to me. Adam was he was busy one time, and then it wasn't the best moment for him to talk about other things. You're the person who's here. You don't got to play defense attorney. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna lose your job. Just be like, nigga, I don't know nothing about nothing. Hey, I thought you were gonna get on here and be like, all I know, I didn't invite people to set Adam up. I didn't know about these things and shit. Whatever he responded to it, that's what he responded to. I have no horse in the race, but it seems like you're almost trying to like defend it, which now people are gonna put it on you. I'm just warning you about that. I'm not trying to do a gotcha moment. That's why everybody's following up with questions. Like, I'm giving you the out. I'm literally giving you the out. Like, you can literally just be like, yo, bro, I just don't know. But the more you say is, nah, I'm commenting on this. Well, if you comment about him possibly having sex with a 16-year-old, people are going to be like, well, okay, cool. He didn't do that, but maybe he groomed a 16-year-old. Is that bad? And then if you said, okay, cool, that didn't happen. Well, what about him filming Lil Pump? Is that bad? That's the thing. So I'm giving you some hopeful gems that you could realize. You don't have to go to war for your employer. You get what I mean? You don't have to throw him under the bus neither. Nobody's saying you should come up here and throw him under the bus. That'd be very dumb. Okay? Obviously, because you work there. If anything, you should be like, hey, y'all got to talk to Adam about that. Hey, I don't know. Shit, I'm trying to figure this shit out too. Y'all talk to Adam. That's all you need to say.
You remember when 6ix9ine and all them Bushwick niggas came to the podcast and they said, nah, 6ix9ine the only rat that they jacking? Blanco like, man, that's the only one of them that they jacking with Adam.
Nah, don't play. Nah, don't do that. Nah, don't do that. Flaco, nah, I ain't gonna let him do
that. 6ix9ine update?
Nah.
Let me just clear. I don't got no bad blood with Flaco. Flaco, I'm gonna give you some advice because you know what I'm saying. I'm from here. What you did was a fireable offense, but Adam couldn't fire you at the time. And even you said yourself, you're not the top person over there at No Jumper.
Yo, Mo Facts.
So what?
Mo Facts. I'm glad Facts is in your name, nigga, because you speaking facts. I thought to myself, yo, that nigga want to fire Flaco so bad, but he can't. Go ahead.
Right.
Keep talking.
So subconsciously, Flaco, could it be that you're being extra loyal to him now because you know you fucked up? Literally, I'm saying because you should have handled it a lot better. Saying shut it down right then. You kept entertaining it. So I just asked you one, like it's a rhetorical question, but it's to make you think. And the way Adam looks at it is like the dude said at casino. Either you're too dumb to have this job or you were in on it. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh.
That's how Adam looks at it. Because I'm going to tell you like this. Adam comes from a family of Democratic operatives. And one thing about Democrats is they don't accept disloyalty from black people. You're on his list. It might not be for this, but you're on his list. As soon as he finds the next Flacco, like he replaced you, AD with you, he's gonna replace you with somebody else. And I'll land my plane there. Thank you again for giving the platform. And I'm gonna hop off of here.
Hey, Mofax, please save this Discord. Make sure you listen. I need great debate partners with different point of views. I like people challenging me, like people calling me out. Like it makes me, I get to mentally spar and also sharpen my iron. And I would love, this is why I always invite Blaze and Chula to come back. I like the opinions you've put down and how you've said it. Even if I don't agree with all of them, that makes it that we could debate and that the audience could be like, okay, I see this, and third. So appreciate you. Anybody else want to jump in? Because we're not, by the way, we're not going to just jump on Flacco. We're also trying to advance shit too.
I got a whole different subject. Yeah, I wanted to change your act. I wanted your advice on something real quick.
Go ahead.
All right. So, I just want to know what you consider like, and I know you're a numbers guy, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know what you consider like dope or can't fuck with me numbers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you got a YouTube page with 4.58 million subscribers, right? 4.58 million, and you get 15K views in 1 week. Is that A, good numbers, B, okay numbers, or C, can't fuck with me numbers? What are those? 15K views in 8 days on a sub page that has 4.58 million followers. What kind of numbers is that? What do you think? Is that can't fuck with me, novice, or dope?
Okay,
that's a bad ratio.
No,
that's bad ratio,
wait.
right? Okay, good.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna give a different opinion.
Okay.
I believe a lot of pages like that. I remember being on Complex. Some people work, and I don't know if you're alluding to No Jumper, but I'll talk about them. Some people get to a point, like for example, I've said I'm going to start like a network. I really don't want to put them on my main channel. Because my main channel, I usually average in the hundreds of thousands. What happens is you put other people on your channel, you're going to get some videos with 40,000 views. Now, here's the thing. I think Adam or some people who run those type of channels, they look at it as, I'm just looking at the total. Like some people spam. So I think Adam said recently, he said, yo, I'm good off my back catalog. I'm going to get 500,000 views a day. So he's not caring about the 40,000 views in 8 days because he's just thinking about what all of those videos, which is tens of thousands, is going to gain for that day, not what a recent video is going to do.
Let me ask you another question.
Go ahead.
What if that was me on the network, Swigger Giovanni, me, and
Okay.
I'm getting 15,000 views in 1 week? Could I talk shit and say nobody's fucking with me? Could I say that personally? Keep it a stack.
Okay, nah. I would be like, yo, chill, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
okay, good. All right, good. Let me give you another number because you say, yo, chill. What about 30,000 views in 3 months? Could I say nobody fucking with me? Or could you put me in my place?
I would probably be like, yo, chill. Like, you know, we building.
That's what I'm saying. So what is this peon talking about? Because these are his numbers. These are Flacco's numbers. So when he talking about no new nigga can mess with me, bro.
He packed them up.
Yeah, like come on. Like Flacco really needs to learn to humble himself. Like I said before, I do not want to give that kid a good talking to, but he's really gonna live out his days. He's not getting the views right, and he's not getting his mind right, and he's protecting a pedophile. He needs to get off the breast milk. And I'm done.
Hey, Giovanni, yo, and yo, that's they on jack. You know, that's the only one they jacking, man. That's how the Bushwick niggas say they jacking that one.
Wait, hold on. We're not trying to encourage like full beef and shit like. Wait. Listen, Flacco, is there any way you and Swigger just like? I think it was just some name calling. It's not that.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Flacco don't realize who Giovanni is. Like Giovanni is a very powerful and he has a lot of influence in the music industry. Like, yo, he's blue check verified engineer and he's the Chattanooga official engineer. He got Billboard plaques and everything.
Well, according to AD, like yo, my man Flacco is tapped in with the you know what I mean, the Crips and shit like that. You gotta respect his gangster type shit.
Yo, AD's Crip A Crip that AD looks up to, Bear the Prince. Y'all could check out Bear the Prince. Ask AD if he know him. That's my little man. That boy, Bear the Prince, is who AD look ups to, bro.
Let's not get federal.
We
But
not
like,
getting
how do we
federal. I'm
respect
just
somebody
saying.
as gangsta who turned down the opportunity to go to wherever Kyrie was on his own, and then comes in the Discord to talk shit when he knows Kyrie is not online, and then when like he doesn't have any like real gangster. Like just because you fuck with Crips don't make you a real
Let me
gangster.
tell you, Smash, that boy Flacco makes a lot of noise and he's full of a lot of fluff. I don't want no real static with him. I just want him to learn to chill, bro. Chill, because that real life stuff can happen. He got spit on by some Chicago dude, bro. That could have got ugly. But AD saved his life. And once again, but that boy ain't ride with AD. So he's moving like Adam. So I don't,
yo, fuck all of that. You guys are both in LA right now. Run the fake.
Nah, chill.
I'm in LA right now.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Nah, bro, that's dead. Nah, bro, shut up. Warrior.
Hey, yo, Warrior, I'm with whatever, cuz you gotta understand, bro. I ain't catch one in a couple months.
You can't
anyway.
say that on Twitch, bro. So just act like you didn't say that.
That's not,
Not on Twitch.
Yeah, okay, Flacco. Like, I mean, you want to try to make it right with Giovanni, Swiggy Giovanni. Like, I know you don't, like, you know what I mean? I know you said ain't nobody checking you or pressing you type shit, but, like, I don't want shit to go left.
A question, though, Wall hair, right? So, listen, right? So, look, like, when the stooges and peons who be swallowing semen talk, bruh, I let them niggas talk among themselves, right? So, now my question to like, you, Act, is like 1.6 million views good? Is 400,000 views good? Is 500,000 views good?
You come in here to argue with us. You come in here with Act, and I didn't hear you.
Is 300,000 views good, Act?
What are you talking about? You come in here to have
Wait, hold on.
Nah, Flacco, don't start.
Wait. We're not gonna jump in. Relax, everybody chill. Everybody chill. Wait, everybody chill. I'm gonna let everybody be able to get it in afterwards. But if this is a Swiggy Giovanni and Flacco situation, he's responded to him. Swiggy Giovanni could respond. Okay?
No, yo, Act though. So Act again. It's like 1.6 million views good. It's 400,000, 500,000, 398. You feel me? Like like 5 plus 100,000 views. So again, though, right? Again, it's different interviews. Garner different views, and that's for everybody. You feel me? It's not just Flacco, but it takes a real peon and a bum ass nigga, right?
Joe Rogan, not Joe Rogan. Cut it out. Cut it out.
And a bum ass nigga to ignore 1.6 million views.
Bro.
To ignore 1.6 million views.
Talk to nobody right now.
Go to 10,000 views, nigga. Nigga, I'm doing better than you, nigga. I got more money than you, nigga. You don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Let's go.
Flacco, you don't got more money than him. He got flags,
nigga.
He got flags. You don't got flags, Flacco.
Wait, hold on. One at a time.
Bro, you on here sucking Axe dick, nigga. You is a...
Wait, hold on. Wait. Everybody chill for a second. No. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. I gotta serve and mute both of them. Just because, I don't want to be used as the fodder for whatever. This whole sucking Act dick shit is just not true. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even know Swiggy Giovanni was one of the highest, gifted subbers in here. Like he was gifting people sub. I never spoke to him ever. Honestly, I really only knew about him probably about a month ago, and I talked to him in voice chat. He got his own operation. The chat loves him. If you ever join my Discord, bro, they're not in there just like, yo, let's praise Act. Like, bro, they got their own shit in there. Niggas got their own shit. They're not talking about me. You get what I mean? So, and when I found out about him, everybody in Discord was fucking with him. Like, he got his own shit. I don't know exactly what it is, but he's definitely not in here like, I'm an Act fanboy, I'm sucking his dick. Pause. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want that to be used as the thing that makes people feel like, oh, there's, like, the chat niggas is never about sucking Act's dick. Like, please, never. Like, we can't even... I can't even allow that to be said because there's so many beautiful people in here and so many great people who got their own shit going on. When I go in there, people are pitching me business ideas. People already been like, yo, trying to help other people for shit. This ain't just about, oh, Act is great. There's been great people in this organization, or not even organization, but just this whole I'm gonna say community that don't even agree with me on most things, and we've argued. You know what I mean? So please, it's not sucking axe dick. Please.
Yeah, let's not get
Okay,
that confused.
like
and gang. Let's run.
yeah.
Let's roll it back.
Me and Kyrie have argued a bunch. Shit. Boom is my nigga, and anytime y'all seen us, y'all probably think we don't like each other or we're arguing. Me and AJ, we've met up mad times in person. When y'all hear us on here, we're usually opposed to each other. They're not just like riding my dick, just to let people know, because like I'm usually creeped out by people who just agree with me on everything. Like I like to argue with people. Okay, so I'm just saying that not to shut Flacco up or nothing like that. But if y'all are having an argument, this chat nigga community is the community that binds us all. But it's binding us all based on mutual interest, not because I'm some god. I'm not no god. Nobody has to praise me. Like, to be honest, some of the best supporters in here fucking clown me and all that type of shit. I am not no god. I am nobody sucking my dick, please. Okay? All right. I'm gonna allow both y'all to speak, and I'm sorry for muting y'all, but you know, I don't want people to think that my community is about dick suckers. It's definitely not. Okay?
And he uses most of your vocabulary anyway. Talking about
Bruh, these niggas is in this bitch for 12 hours a fucking day, not watching their ass, not doing shit, but sitting here, my nigga, sucking and swallowing, nigga. You niggas are fucking bitches, peons, and stooges, nigga. Again, you have for 12 hours a fucking day, you whole ass nigga. Go wash your ass, nigga. For 12 hours a day, nigga. Suck my dick, nigga.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. So wait, Flacco. Let's be fair though. So if you call everybody in here stooges, wouldn't it be fair if they just call you an Adam stooge and an Adam dick rider because you follow and listen to whatever everything Adam says? That's not right to say because the nigga don't agree with you and they agree with Act. You can't call them a fucking stooge because they ideas align with Act more than they align with yours. You know what I mean?
I don't want to mean Flacco. I don't want to mute you. Like we all gotta listen to each other. Let's not talk. All right,
you getting muted, man.
Let me say something because you keep talking over me. Your academic.
You talk, bro.
Wait, one at a time. Wait.
I keep getting muted because I'm bodying these bitch ass niggas.
No, Flacco. No, Flacco.
Bitch, my nigga.
No.
I don't body your bitch ass nigga. You's a peon, nigga. And keep sucking dick for 12 hours a day, nigga.
No, Flacco. Hold on.
Mute this kid.
You a VC stooge, nigga. You been here for 12 hours a day, nigga. Go watch your ass, nigga. Go start a career, nigga. Go start a career, nigga.
Let him go.
No.
You have for 12 hours a day, not doing shit with your life. 12 hours a day in VC with Act, 5 days a week, nigga. Go start your own shit, you bum ass nigga, bro. Peace out, man.
Okay, beautiful. Get out of here. Anyway, thank you very much.
Nah, don't run.
Academics. Listen, all I want you to do to settle this right now, I will DM you my bank account and let that bitch DM you his bank account. He do not got more than me. What's up?
Okay, I like that.
What's up?
Nigga, you fucking homo, nigga.
Yo, Flacco.
Take axe off your tongue.
Flacco.
Off your tongue, nigga. Go start your own shit, you bum ass nigga. You have for 12 hours a day.
Flacco.
Week, nigga. Go eat. Go cook a meal, nigga. Go wash your ass, nigga. Get out of Act VC, nigga.
Hold on, I got this. I'm gonna bring Flacco. Yo, Flacco. It's just me and you. Flacco, it's just me and you here. Flacco, you hear me? You should be able to speak. Flacco.
Fuck everybody go.
Oh no, I moved you in here by myself. Flacco.
Yo, what's up?
Okay. I don't want this back and forth. This is, and by the way, I'm throwing you the fucking little lifeguard thing. This guy is
body niggas already though.
No.
I don't body them niggas already.
Yeah, but hear what I'm saying. This guy is trying to say that he doesn't like when you try to say that he's like a act dick sucker. He feels like he's in the music industry, right? He works with a bunch of people. Some of them I have no idea. I don't even know too much of what he does. But he says he's down to prove to you, and he's wondering if you'll prove to him that you could never call him a broke sucker.
He's
for banning, bro.
He said he's down. He said he want to go band for band with you. Which I don't know if that's smart because Swigger, from what I hear, my boy Flacco getting that bag. So I don't know if my boy Swigger really holding it. But
hold on,
bro, Act. Yo, Act. Listen, Act. Wait. Act. Wait. Right. Hold on, Act.
If you think that I'm as stupid as these niggas and fucking ass read to where I'm even engaging in content with these niggas, bro, use a peon. I'm just here to violate your bitch ass whatever the fuck I can, nigga. You here for 12 hours a day, nigga. In fucking act stream, nigga. 12 hours a day, nigga. Talking and sucking dick, nigga. Go start your own shit, nigga. Go do your own shit, you bitch ass nigga. So again, nigga, I'm never gonna do the ass read, right? Feel me?
All right, I got y'all, chat. Don't worry. Let me go to another chat with this nigga. I got y'all. Don't worry about it. I got y'all. Okay. Flacco. For a second.
Fucking you bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, Flacco. Because we're trying to have civil conversation. I moved you again. And I wanted it to be civil conversation. I don't know if you could tell him, yo, go start your own, because, like, I don't want this to be a rhetorical conversation. You do work with No Jumper. They can say the same to you. You get what I mean? Hey, you go start your own.
I have my own shit already, though.
Yeah, but essentially, you're saying that they're being aligned with me, and they should stop sucking dick. Yeah?
Act right. So look, listen.
Swigga, I ain't gonna lie to you. Swigga Giovanni do not be in here. Not when I'm
right. Look. If these dick suckers are here for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week on fucking stream, sucking dick and sucking and swallowing, right? Contributing to content.
Hold on. I gotta ask you. Wait. I gotta ask you. Why do you? Wait. Why do you think they're sucking dick though? Wait.
Listen up, man.
No. Yo, let's meet in person, Flacco. Let's just meet in person.
Swigga.
Suck my dick, you hoe ass nigga.
I remember you said that, so I'm gonna go to your studio. I'm gonna go to your studio.
Bro,
studio's in Van Nuys. Let's go.
Nigga, what?
Go to your studio.
You a bum ass nigga. You a bum ass nigga, bro. Fake address, nigga. Bro, please.
I'm gonna wait for you,
bro.
I'm gonna wait for you, bro.
That means nothing.
Keep talking that talk, bro.
That means nothing, nigga. That means nothing, nigga. That means nothing, nigga.
AD's not protecting you no more, right?
Wait.
We're gonna get up, and when I see you, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Do you understand me? You fat African stink, nigga. Your whole No Jumper staff said you smell like shit.
On the tantrum,
The
nigga.
whole No Jumper staff said you smell like shit.
Bro,
everybody know you stink. You don't wear socks. You don't got no bitches. You got a fake fucking girlfriend that nobody ever saw yet. So why are you lying? You got no money. You can't go bed for me. You can't do none of that. Let me see some money, nigga. Let me see some money, nigga. Show me. I'll show you my bank account right now. And I bet you can't do that. So what's up?
But you
So what's up?
nigga.
So what's up?
New for content, nigga.
Show me $1,000 right now.
Yo,
what's up? Are you ready to go band for band with me?
This whole ass nigga is my mule for content, nigga. Nigga, you my hoe right now, nigga. I'm abusing
When
you
I
for
see
content.
you, I'm going to fuck you up. I live in LA. Do you know that?
I don't
Do
give
you
a
know that?
nigga. I don't give a fuck.
you know-
But that sounds like
Yes, I'm putting hands and feet on you. That's word to your mother, nigga. That's word to your mother. You understand? When I see you, I'm putting hands and I'm putting feet on you.
You sound angry, nigga. Suck my dick.
I am angry. I am angry. Trust me.
You sound
Trust me. Trust me. I'm no one to play with. Trust me. When I see you, I'm gonna deal with you.
I'm a heart attack, nigga. You bitch ass nigga. Yo, having a heart attack. You whole ass nigga having a heart attack.
Oh, Ak, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, all right. So Flacco, what I was trying to say, for all we know, that Swigga Giovanni, he hasn't made no money off no chat nigga shit, and all he's done is like donate and gift subs and shit like that. I guess he feels offended, just like, you know what I mean. Like, and I'm trying to appeal to you're reasonable. I know you're reasonable. He's just trying to say, hey, listen, I was giving an opinion. I'm not no act dick sucker who's just broke or whatever. I got my own shit. I'm just giving an honest opinion. But you're styling him as some like, oh, he's an act dick sucker who's broke. And he's trying to say, no, I'm not broke. And actually, I don't earn anything or gain anything from this. I don't like the fact that you're calling me like some type of broke, like dick sucker type of guy. Are you willing to say, obviously I'm not going to go bam for bam. Are you willing to say, okay, maybe he's not that. Maybe he's not just a broke ass nigga.
Act. If I come in here humble, right? Because again, but the first couple of times, right, I came in here and these niggas were violating. I kept it cordial and cool, right? But now, whenever these fucking stooges try to violate Flacco, I'm taking to the nth degree and super violent. Why? Because again, my nigga, these niggas are not bullies. Again, can pop his shit. These peons and stooge, nigga, they can't talk to Flacco, nigga. Period. Feel me? These niggas is hoes. Straight up.
You gotta
feel me? Again, bruh. If can pop his shit to Flacco, don't let these other peon and stooges think that they are acting.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Wait, hold on. But Flacco, with all due respect, do you at least, like, for example, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Give me her humble act.
No, hold on. Yeah. Wait. And by the way, I didn't shout this out, but I'm so proud. I was watching so many videos. For anybody who tried to screenshot me, I don't know if there was some bitches there. I was not watching y'all shit. I was so incredibly proud. Everybody in the chat, I need to see W Boom. My man Boom just did a show yesterday the day before, and it was a hit show. Amazing. The shit was great. Now, put it like this. Like my man Boom being here with me, rocking all the time. I host him all the time. I'm going to be honest with you. I would feel offended if anybody called Boom a dick sucker. Like, Boom been doing this thing for, like, we show each other love.
Right? Boom's my nigga, though.
No. I know. I'm not saying you're going that Boom. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, I think you're labeling everybody, like, yeah, you know the story of Boom, but these other guys, like, Kyrie ain't hit me up like, give me a job or yo, let me money. No, they're all doing their thing, and everybody has their own thing. So I guess
come on, bro. Kyrie is fried, you know this, bro.
Real quick, and I'm not here to argue with you, but
nigga, suck my dick. Wait, hold up now, bro.
Be inflated.
Real quick.
No, hold on.
That's is that?
I'm gonna just mute him real quick. When I first started talking to Act, before there was a Discord, I was talking to Act on Skype. I was working at record labels. Still do management and stuff like that. The internet's perception of me don't really bother me as much as it bothers you. And my question that I really want to know is, if you really feel that way, why do you still feel the need to come here? Because if I felt that way, I wouldn't keep coming back here to a community that you claim that you want to be a part of so much. But then turn around and get mad when the people here who be here, like you say, all the time, talking to, like you said, your idol on a regular, don't really accept you. That's kind of similar to the things I was talking about when we first went back and forth. But again, I'm not here to go back and forth with you. I think it's pretty clear.
Wait, Kyrie, so your thing is, why would you keep coming back to a chat where, I mean, Act fuck with him, but everybody that fuck with Act, like everybody in here don't fuck with him. That's what you're trying to say?
Well, it's not just that. It's just like, even you, every time you come here, you don't make the best example of yourself. For instance, like the stuff that you were saying here today, from what I hear, is not really the best things you would want to say if you're trying to keep your job type thing. But again, it's like, he's going to do that regardless what he's going to do. But it's like, you call us dick suckers, but we talking to your idol who appreciates us, and it's kind of weird.
I mean, I don't know. If I give you, I'm not going to speak for Flacco, but if I give my opinion, they're just going to call me a dick rider. It's just like, I feel like, bro, niggas...
I'm gonna unmute Flacco, Flacco. Just listen for a second before you jump in. You know.
Yeah, well, let me say. I was just saying, like, bro, I'm fucking with the chat niggas, bro, forever type shit. But it's like, Flacco always, bro. Ever since Flacco came in this bitch, niggas on his head. So I feel like he be in straight defensive mode. You know what I'm saying? But if you wanted to beat that, you would have to, like, I don't know. I feel like how suspect did you want to get on their best interest or like be on their best side instead of just trying to shit on every nigga that disagree with you all the fucking time. That's just gonna make everybody in here hate you. Type shit.
Boom.
I don't feel like you do that.
It's not hatred at all, though. That's the thing.
Now, like, Boom, listen though. Okay.
Now, Boom, listen. Here, Flock, you come in here on straight flagrant shit. Even when Kyrie wasn't here, you come in here just booming on
you.
You
feel like you come in here. You come in here like with a vendetta on your shoulder, type shit. More than just.
That's how it feels. When you come in this,
hell no.
You come in here trying to talk to us crazy.
But no,
and so of course people are gonna come back.
True today.
Yeah, no. But people talk about Act crazy here, and Act takes it like a duck with water. It goes right off his shoulders. And I know that maybe Flacco wasn't there yet, but you cannot come in here and boom niggas and expect niggas to be like, oh, hey, Flacco.
Oh my god! And them
That's
guts were
not how this
24/7.
motherfucker works.
Yo, look, right. So one, here. So let's say the last like 3 to 4 times, right? But the first time I came here was, I think it was like before the 16 shit, right? Which I was, cool, right? You feel me? And what happened? Ash Reed, the bum ass nigga who ain't show up to LA, inducted Faye, and he started to attack me. I kept it cool. I ain't say shit for me, right? I hopped off. The second time I came back, he tried to hype shit. That's when I violated him, right? And that's when the Faye got set up that he ducked. You feel me, right? So again, and today, and I came in contributing to the conversation of, the whole FBA shit. I came in on a humble tune. And then as soon as I speak, I guess it's some clout mongering thirsty niggas got off their mic and started to attack Flacco. So then I started to violate niggas. So again, right, when I come up here on some humble, cool shit, I expect niggas to be on some humble, cool shit. Because as soon as niggas like go from being on some humble, cool shit to trying to take some slick jabs or violate, I'm gonna violate niggas back, right? Because again, let Ack talk to Flacco like that, right? Because again, that's Ack. You other stooges who again don't got shit for yourselves, don't talk to Flacco like that, right? Because again, I'm a violate.
Hold on, Flacco. Wait, hold on. Right before you say that, Flacco, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I get it. Maybe because I've helped build this community. I kid you not, whether it's Kyrie or other people, like they've talked to me about personal things. They've talked to me about relationships and people who I've associated with, and I have not agreed with them. But with me, when it comes to the chat, is like, for example, y'all all know, like I've had conversations or topics about like Angelica or whatever the case is, and people in the chat, I've been on stream and people have been saying, "Ack, no," blah, and they've been completely opposed to me. I always look at it like, even if I don't look at it as, they're trying to roast me or whatever the case is, I look at it positively. I think to Boom's point, maybe you definitely look at it in the sense of you're being attacked, because I know the narrative sounds good that, they're just like sucking dick or whatever, but I'm telling you, a lot of times I say shit that like, Ack, that's not the wave. Like, that is not what you should be doing. We don't agree with this. We think you should be doing this. And I've been very open with like, hey, I'm going to live how I'm going to live. But, I'm not going to, like, even if it seems disrespectful, I don't think when people tell me things that I don't agree with is disrespectful, especially my audience. Like the chat niggas, like if they say some shit, they see some shit. You know what I mean? And I could see where you don't see that. But maybe we could repair that relationship by saying, I think when you come in sometimes, to Boom's point, you come in hot, like in a sense of, man, fuck y'all niggas, y'all sucking dick. Like sometimes they just want to challenge your ideals. Now, if they come off and they say something disrespectful to you, you fat piece of shit, or you're sucking, like whatever, I get that. But even this whole discussion we had, we trying to get to like, some common ground. Do you see that a little bit?
Yeah, right here, right. So Ack, right. So let's just like recount like exactly like
go ahead.
Like what took place today. So, and I came here, right, and me and some dude, right, was having a very healthy discussion. Me, some dude, and some female was having a very healthy discussion. You feel me, about the FBAs, et cetera, et cetera. Then some imbecile who couldn't really articulate his point, after I started washing him, that's when he pivoted and started saying bitch ass nigga, Adam, right? You feel me? Like, right? So like, my whole thing is this, right? Like, once niggas like take the pivot because I'm washing them in a verbal debate, I now gotta violate back. Meaning, can't none of these niggas call me no bitch ass nigga. I'm just being real. Can't none of these niggas call me no bitch ass nigga. Why? Because again, these niggas ain't fucking with me. Fuck these niggas, right? So again, if these niggas violate Flacco Act, I'm violating back, right? Again, if it's on some cool shit, I'm coming here, bro. Again, bro, listen, like, go against me, challenge me. You feel me? I can argue back. Do not start
so let me ask a question, Flacco. Let me ask a question. So every time you came in here before, I wasn't making sure that you was good?
Yeah, facts, yeah. Of course, facts, yeah.
All right, so my only thing is, bro, like you can't be like you can't speak so broad like that, because by you saying that, it's saying like you saying like, all right, fuck them chat niggas, fuck them niggas, all right, whatever the case may be. But why you saying that, it's like I'm the nigga that's looking stupid by speaking to the homies and telling them like, nah, Flacco cool. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's pushing, right?
Okay,
But wait though. But facts, right? But facts. Look, I've never said fuck the chat niggas because I've been a chat nigga longer than most of these niggas. I'm saying fuck them niggas. You feel me? Right? Like, fuck the new niggas trying to get some type of like shine or like a clip moment by commenting at Flacco. Fuck them niggas. It's never fuck the chat niggas because, bro, I've been a chat nigga probably longer than most of these niggas, right? But, bro, I had to go ahead, feel me, right, and like build my own shit first, my nigga, right? But, bro, like, don't get it twisted. None of these new niggas have been here longer than Flacco. That's a fact, right? So when I say fuck these niggas, I'm talking about fuck these new weird niggas who try to come on here and try to get a moment by trying to attack Flacco and like calling Flacco outside of his name. That would never fly. I'm checking that at the door every single time.
Hey,
right?
Flacco,
I come here on some peaceful shit.
Hey, Flacco, let me ask you a question because they say this to me too. And this, obviously, like I know, obviously the audience would probably be like, enamored by some shit like this, like, oh, band for band or whatever the case is. That's not happening. But, sometimes I've seen like, and I've thought I've had amazing streams, and trust me, I'm critical. I'm really critical of myself. Like I've watched back because I watch back all the clips, whether drill uploaded or I've seen it somewhere else. And I've seen at times, like sometimes with me, and I'm like, damn, I ain't gonna lie, I try to shit on a nigga with just because I got more money than him, but like really, I got all the opinions and the right perspective that could shit on him, and now I look like an asshole because I'm shitting on him with money type shit. You feel me? Like I've thought that a few times, definitely. I don't know if I've ever said that before. I've definitely thought. I'm like, oh shit. All right, cool. Now, granted, if it came down to a money situation, we could just talk about money. But like, I knew sometimes I just like fucking nipped it at the butt, like, nigga, you broke, shut the fuck up, right? And I was just like, all right, cool. Shit, I did it with Sharp. I ain't even gonna lie to you. And I remember thinking, I was like, yo, Ak, when you first shitted on Sharp, it wasn't that you had more money than you. It would be ridiculous for Sharp to talk that he got more money than you. You know why you shitted on Sharp at first? You shitted on Sharp because Sharp was talking about being in the streets and this and third. And you were a guy who was never touted that you were in the streets, but you always did the right thing and you built a great platform. And you don't got to be ashamed of yourself. And you can respond to a nigga without all of that shit by just saying, hey, listen, the niggas who be in the streets, look what happened to them and look what happened to me. And it wasn't about money necessarily, but I realized I was like, yeah, I don't got to shit on him necessarily and be like, yo, you're broke. Because last time when me and him were talking, and obviously it's like you're just ranking on each other immediately. Like obviously he's ranking on me. He's like, yo, you look like which that was a funny joke I'll give you, Sharp. He's like, yo, you look like a bag of hockey pucks. That was pretty good. And I remember just one time because he was talking about 40,000 odds he wanted me to pay. I said, nigga, you're broke. And, granted, that is true. I'm not taking it back necessarily. But, like, I could win that debate way better than just talking about money. And I think some of the people here are looking at it like, hey, listen, if them and you get in a verbal argument that may be about a point or something about ideology, you try to get out of it by just saying, oh, y'all suck act dick and y'all are broke and blah, blah, blah. And, you know what I mean? I do think that you are intellectually able to spar with people more than that. And maybe, obviously those disrespects have already been passed on both sides. But maybe like, if someone is saying, yo, well, what about this? And clearly I'm not getting at you because I do think like Swigger Giovanni. Can we unmute him, please? We'll mute him. Yeah, like yo, Swigger, like, for example, if you're asking a nigga a question, but you're like, yo, you're sucking on Adam's breast milk, you're going to make somebody feel like they're already attacked. You get what I mean? Like, but if you're asking a real question to say, yo, hey, how could you, let me just point out a hypocrisy you have. He's more, maybe Flacco is less likely to be like, yo, oh, you're a dick sucker, or you're broke.
Check main chat. I just showed 100K cash. Check main chat on the Discord. He don't got more money than me. That's all I need to tell him. And I'm gonna meet up with him. I swear to God, I got nothing to say to
But you are
What's up?
broke, my nigga.
What's up?
Y'all
you
didn't hear anything.
What's up? You are broke. Show your money, Flacco. Show your money, Flacco. Come on. Show your money, Flacco. Show your money, Flacco.
You a dusty nigga for that.
Show your money, Flacco.
It's dusty nigga shit, nigga.
Hold on, I'm at the floss again. I'm at the floss again.
Yeah, but
this little kid got no money. Trust me, he got no money and no motion.
You are complicating shit, nigga. You
muted up. I'm muted up. I'm muted up.
Wait, hold on. Chat. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Apparently, yo, I try to get some reason and peace. This nigga was over here flexing. Yo, I'm done with y'all niggas. Yo, this is what Swinger Giovanni did.
Nowhere.
He showed his location that he's in Los Angeles. Look at this video. Let me. Oh. Wait, hold on. Let me go back to the beginning. He shows the.
Yeah, put it on the screen. I don't see it. Put it on the screen.
Nah, it's on it. He says.
All right.
Holy. That's a cool 100 bands right there. At least 50.
Now Swigger's moving like that?
Bro, I'm digital in real life. Flacco don't really know. No, I just went to I go to Maestro's for lunch by myself.
Yo, Giovanni, let me hold a band, bro. I kind of need it right now.
It's yours. It's yours. It's yours. It's yours.
Let me get $50.
You know what's the funny thing is?
I don't know who Flacco thought he was dealing with. But yo, I'm living in real life.
To a peon.
Engineer music.
Bro, nobody gives a fuck, nigga. I'm talking to a peon, nigga. Again, bro. Again, my nigga, bro. You showed about 50 to 100, bro. You was broke, straight up, right?
Show your bread. Show your bread,
bro. Use a peon to me, nigga. I
just went to Los Cabos and gave out $3,000 to children. I just went to Los Cabos and gave out over $3,000 to $5,000.
You embarrassing yourself, my nigga.
I just left Mexico and I gave every kid on that beach $100 bill. Mute Flacco.
So what? Again, my nigga, bro, you embarrassing yourself, my nigga.
Somebody serving mute Flacco. Kyrie, mute that nigga while I talk.
You sound stupid, nigga.
You sound stupid as fuck. Y'all niggas let that nigga talk. Y'all had me muted. Mute this nigga, bro. I'm not jacking that. Bro. Y'all got mute this nigga, bro. First and foremost, I fucking went to Mexico and I gave every little boy and girl on the beach $100. Check main chat. I just did that. Flacco never did that. If anything, Flacco's only begging Adam 22 for money. My father was in my life. Ask fucking Flacco. His father wasn't in his life. That's why he don't know how to make money on his own. You understand what I'm saying? My father took care of me. My father showed me everything. Before all of this act, I'm a real estate broker. I know about 1099s. All these dickheads is crying about, I get a 1099, I'm not an employer. I was a real estate broker getting a 1099, I'm an employer. So I know exactly what's going on. These little niggas just started getting money. I'll show you a video of me 17 years old, driving an Aston Martin in Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. I got all proof. Bro, I've been getting money since I was a kid. Flacco just started getting money with Adam. So when I see him, I'm going to knock him the fuck out. That's word to his mother. I'm muted up.
Wait, where's the video? I'm trying to play the video. Where's the video at? Oh, my God.
It's in main chat.
I got you.
I'm in the main chat. No.
Check main chat.
I ain't gonna lie.
Check main chat, bro.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, Flacco don't got real money. Flacco don't got real money, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, chat. Yo,
yeah, y'all ran Flacco out the Discord.
Of course we ran him out the Discord.
Yo, chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. Swigger been one of them niggas who, like, you know, he a little different. You can't really handle him like everybody else.
Yo, Flacco, your academics. I just put a video of me having a six-sum in main chat. Check main chat.
Yo.
No. It's covered. It's covered up. It's nothing.
I can't show that.
No. We're just it's covered up. It's nothing there. It's nothing there. Little booty cheeks, but that's about it. This kid, Flacco, wherever he came from, gets on my nerves. I don't like that. He's not real. He's not authentic. And he try to come at my boy Kyrie. Kyrie helps me with my music. That's really my money he's messing with. So now I'm in LA, and if I see Flacco, I'm going to put hands and I'm going to put feet on him. I swear to God. I swear to his mother.
Yo, act
In
the chat
Minecraft.
don't play by me, act.
In Minecraft. In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Yeah.
In Minecraft.
Yeah. Can we get the
In
video
Minecraft.
of you giving money to the kids? We
Oh
want money.
yeah. I'll
It's
put
in the
it up
chat.
again.
We gotta
No,
clean
I'll
this
put
up.
it
We
up
gotta
again.
clean this up, Swig.
I'll put it up again. I'll post it again. Hold on. I just told my wife to come on Academics right now. I'm spazzing on somebody. She's tuning in, listening to me. I love you, Kaylin. That's a fact. He don't even got a girl to do that. Hold on, bro. That's what I'm saying. He can't do that. He don't got no woman in life. He don't got no girls in
We
life.
can't
Hold
show
on.
more than this. But apparently, this was the prequel to the Sixsome.
Yeah, this is a prequel.
Yo, Chad.
Yo, bro.
Wait, hold on. Wait. It gotta be 5 girls and him. We see we got 1, 2, uno, dos, tres. Hold on, we gotta find cuatro. Hold on. We gotta. Oh, and then the girl right here. Oh shit, nah.
Come on. I don't play around. And my wife is in there. My wife knows.
Your wife is in the Sixsome?
Come on, yes.
Yeah, we got
Come
something.
on. What I
It
do,
is
bro?
Sunday. Y'all are teasing.
Yo, come on, son. Yo, that boy Flacco's really not ready for prime time. I'm about to
Nah,
post
he
the
won.
kids again. Hold on. Yeah, he left. Hold on. Let me right here. Boom.
Yo,
Yeah.
please, like, you know what I mean? We gotta see what's going on. You know what I mean? Are you giving
yeah.
back to the children,
Right.
please?
Yeah, checkmate chat. I'm giving back to the kids. Checkmate chat. And not that.
Shit, I see it.
Yeah, checkmate chat. Every kid on that beach got $100 bill. You know what I'm gonna
shit.
You know what I'm gonna show you next, Academics? Me spending $45,000 cash on my wife's wedding ring. Cash. I broke Tiffany. No, bro, I broke Tiffany's money counter. Their money counter broke and they locked everybody out. They said, Max, you gotta count this by hand. I said, take your damn time. But next time get a better money counter like mine. I showed him my money counter. You know what he said? He goes, oh, that's illegal. I said, little idiot. I have an LLC. I have a bunch of jobs. I need to count my money. So I'm gonna show you that too. Hold on. Because Flacco really don't want it with me. I can put money on Flacco head top right now, but I'm not gonna do that.
Swig.
In Minecraft.
Oh, okay. All right, hold on.
Yo.
Why you pull that video up? Let me show a video for the kids real quick. Hold on. We gotta show this video for the kids. Like, god damn, y'all going too crazy today, man. This is Swigger Giovanni, you know what I mean? He with the kids. He in a different country, something exotic, you know what I mean? But of course, you know what I mean? He's a philanthropic. He not gonna let no kids, you know what I mean, not have, you know what I mean? He got funds. He gonna let everybody have funds.
Exactly.
Let's see what's going on.
Shout out to the baby.
Hey.
100.
Everybody, all right?
Everybody get 100.
Hey.
Oh, nah, y'all gotta stop playing with it.
Oh, man.
I didn't even know Swigger was like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, that's the only thing I was trying to tell Flacco, though. Flacco be thinking like everybody here is just like praising me. Like, bro, I don't even know how Swigger Giovanni make his money. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. But he
checkmate chat. Act. I just posted me at Tiffany's when I broke Tiffany's money counter, bro. Come on.
Hey, Swagger. Hey, show Big Act those plaques you got. Show them plaques.
Oh yeah, billboard plaques.
I think
Oh
I got
my
a plaque
God.
for Money in the Grave or one of those.
Yeah, for engineering. Yeah, that's how I get my plaques for engineering artists. That's how I get my money too. I engineered Polo G. I engineered G Herbo. They all came to my studio out here. That's why I'm waiting for Flacco, because I'm gonna wring his neck. I'm gonna break his neck.
Wait, you broke. Wait, hold on. We about to play right now, chat. Okay, I think so. Let's see if you really broke the money counter. Nah, this is crazy.
We can put this bro. This is real shit.
Okay,
Hold
so
on.
you're gonna do a new tender or something?
This is real shit.
We'll keep counting.
Alright, bet. We gotta go back. Here we go.
This is real shit.
Okay, I think so. Yeah.
The chat is going crazy in Discord right now.
Yo, join the Discord. Join Academics Discord right now, everybody. Somebody put the link in the Twitch, because I'm gonna lose my head down.
In Minecraft.
Yo, they're yo.
They're putting all of my money on the table like that, bro.
Yo, Swigger, why they panicking like it look like they don't? It's like they're like, yo, shit, how we finna count this? What's going on?
What? They're like, yo, what are we gonna do, bro? We never encountered this before. I said I know. I know, but just hurry up because I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? So he called help. He called for help.
He called for backup.
He called for backup to count the Benjamins. That never happened to Flacco, pussy fat ass.
We'll keep counting, but we'll just enter it
Hey, easy on the fat people. Come on.
I'm fat too, bro. I'm 6 feet 1, 250 pounds. 250 pounds. Like, but he not doing nothing with his weight. All he doing is running race and knocking Gina over with his ass.
Yes.
Hey, you can't be doing that fat shaming, man, bro. You know that fat shaming hit me different.
Hold on. Hold on. Nah, you're a swigger, man. Chill, man. Chill. Like you doing a lot right now.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot right now. Yo, hold on. Yo, last one, Act. This is my jeweler, Scotch jeweler. I had to give him $100K for my kilo, bro. My chain. Come on. This is my jeweler right here. Come on, bro. What's wrong with this kid? Yo, Flock, you know what? I'm chilling. You know what? No more pictures. No more fun. No more money.
I'll ever say this. Giovanni is CMG/Academy's Record official engineer. That's all I'm saying.
That's a fact. Bro. Anybody need anything engineered, chat niggas? I got it, bro. I do this for a living. I do this for fun.
Academy's Record official engineer, man. CMG.
It's a fact.
CNG, man. CMG chat niggas. Gang.
Come on, son. Yo, that boy Flacco really, he
hold
really
on.
lost his day.
Shout out to Boom.
Yo, chat. Here's a plaque. It's the Billboard plaque right here. Hold on. It says presented to Swigger Giovanni for engineer and mastering.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Bro, I do this. Yo, this is how I make my money out here, bro. Yo, nobody not gonna see me unless it's $160 an hour, bro. Like he think I'm on Discord bullshitting all day. I'm meeting people. Yo, I met somebody in your Discord academics.
Yeah.
He's an EDM artist. I just signed him to my publishing company, bro. I found him in your Discord, bro. I'm paying him money, bro. Come on, son. Like Flacco's not helping nobody else out. I'm helping other artists out. Like I do this in real life. Flacco really got his days numbered, bro. I'm not playing with him, son.
I'm gonna be honest though. I knew this nigga Swigger was doing a little different type of. Listen. I know some of y'all want to believe that chat niggas are some broke ass niggas. That's not the truth. There's a lot of people who's moving in the industry, and they only really come here because we talk industry insider info. They're not here to be like, oh, we love Ack. Yeah, we fuck with Ack, but like they doing their shit. So a nigga like Swigger, there's a couple. Even Kyrie, Kyrie's an industry nigga. I know y'all want to just make him sound like a bum.
I just drive Uber.
Well, obviously you say that shit. Obviously you say that shit. That's why they disrespect you. But when you have a nigga like Swigger that start backing out plaques, they're like, how the fuck did this happen?
I'm backing out plaques and racks. That's what I'm doing to Flacco. I'm packing out flags and racks, and I'm gonna punch him in his face. I'm gonna wring his neck. I'm gonna break his phone.
In Minecraft.
Wait. I want to point out that Flacco owed me $1,000 because he said first time he said if I pull out more than 45, then today he said I had 200, so I'm gonna need my 1,000.
Tell him send that money, man.
What about the chat queens? We need funds too.
Wait, hold on. All right, hold on. God damn. Should we get Flacco back on here? Like, what's going on right now?
Hey, no, he ran. Where
Flacco at? Somebody
I'm
call
telling
him.
you, once you disrespect CNG, bro, ain't nobody bigger than the chat, bro. That's why I tell everybody they don't listen. Nobody's bigger than the chat.
Well, here's the thing, though. 100,000%. You'll put like this. We don't have the biggest community, but we have some of the biggest supporters. If you think niggas is just flat out broke,
We got the biggest community.
I mean, I'm just like, I'm comparing to like these little white communities. And listen, but if you look at the support that comes from here, you can't think niggas is just fucking bum ass broke. It's just not possible. Like if you think niggas is like,
they all broke, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nigga, Act. It's a nigga that watch your stream every day that is selling out Madison Square Garden, nigga.
Exactly.
That is true.
Yo, academics. Check main chat. This is me in Paramount Studios. This is what 160 hour look like. Yo, show. This is how I make my money. I'm in big studios. You know what I'm saying? Flacco's not there. I know what is every.
Yo, look at it. Yo, hold on. I gotta show this on the screen. Look at this nigga Ray. Yo, flexing time comes in. Yo, Ray, look at Ray. Yo, it's flexing time. Yo, it's flexing time. Look at Ray.
Yo, I ain't gonna hold you. I respect that. I respect the dude, Joe.
Ray, you funny as hell.
Hey, I'm gonna be like Ray when I grow up.
Yo, Ray. I know you're not in the mic back.
In the back of the back, bro.
Back of the back.
Look, comfy.
Come on, man.
The buttons on the side. And right in the dash.
There's a little iPad right here.
God damn, bro. I know you playing.
What I'm saying, yo, what's Flacco talking about? Everybody, all the chat niggas is lit. He's the only one that's not lit. Flacco was the only chat nigga with no motion.
When you see the checklist,
Giovanni, you know what's crazy? I got more motion than Flacco right now.
Yo, Ray, keep it 100. Yo, Ray, keep it 100. You heard niggas was flexing and you was like, yo, I gotta get on. Yo, you ain't shit.
Of course, man. Nah, but I respect Giovanni, man.
Yo, no, of course. Yo, Ray popped on with 2 Cubans in the back of the back with his feet.
Yo, man, I'm just enjoying my life, man.
Yo, I'm done with y'all niggas, man.
The all black church socks.
Yo, well, yo, I was gonna ask Ray if he's in what's he called again? I think he's in LA. He's in LA too.
Exactly.
I'm in Miami right now.
Oh, you in Miami? Oh, I was about to say y'all better watch out for my man Flacco because he in LA moving devious.
Not moving devious.
He is.
Mob time, bro. You wanna get it?
Not worried about another dude, man.
Hey, like I said, if anybody disrespects CMG, man, I'll take care of it personally.
Man, this is getting out
John
of
Wick,
hand.
bro.
Yo, Swigger Giovanni, man. I'm gonna try to see if I can get Flacco back here, but Flacco looked like he wasn't interested in. You know what I mean?
Yo, it's all right, man. Tell Flacco join the line. They all do that. You know what I'm saying?
So could somebody get Flacco back here? Like,
I'll call him.
Damn, man. I think Flacco but Flacco say he be holding that shit though. So,
I mean, to keep it a beam, bro, like you can have it, but you don't gotta flex it. So, but some niggas flex, some niggas don't. So I can't say about it. I don't know. We don't really know what is.
Yeah, this is what I would say, right? You know what I mean? I don't know if he does it because, you know, I definitely do it, but I try to do it with creators. Like, you got to realize, bro, the niggas who pop on here and talk, most of them ain't even trying to be creators. Most of them got their own motion going on. They just fuck with the movement. Shit, this might be a community that helped them connect to other people that are creators, help them connect to aspiring artists. It might be whatever they want it to be. They're not... I don't believe the majority of chat niggas are like, yo, could academics just help me and bring me out of poverty? I don't think that's what this is. Y'all tell me if I'm misunderstood. I think, you know, obviously some people might be like, yo, shit. I got a t-shirt business. Like, shit, you selling merch. Let's collaborate. That's dope. Yo, shit, I got this company. You got that. Like, let's collaborate. That's dope. I don't think nobody's like, yo, just give me $100 that I could really like pay my rent, or, you know, I would never categorize chat niggas as being that. Never in a million years.
It's only because that's what Flacco wanted, so he's projecting.
I am behind on rent though, bro.
It's the rhetoric.
If y'all can give me $100, bro, that should be a lot.
I mean, we all
don't listen to Boom. We see him at the show, Boom. Yo, Boom, your show look fire, nigga. You ain't even invite me really, so I'm tight at you.
What? You said what?
You ain't invite me to the show like that.
Bro, it was in fucking Tampa, bro.
I would have came to Tampa.
Show. It was in Tampa.
Low key, I'm about to come to Florida for a show, but it's like for a dancehall show. Alkaline performing soon, so I like it.
Bro, I want to pull up.
Now, why you invite me to your show? Why can't I be on stage mobbing with you?
Nigga, you got to come to my Miami show, bro.
So your academic, should I leave Flacco alone? Like, just call it quits?
Nah, leave him. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he thought like you were just like a dude begging type shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I mean? Okay. He thought you were probably just like a broke ass nigga. Like, Swiggas, I've seen you in the Discord. We've talked like off stream, like just when it's just Discord shit. And I could tell you not no nigga who like act, help me out. Like, you got your own shit going on. You doing your own shit. You pop your nigga. I know you for popping shit. So if you ever came like, yo, bro, I'm broke, I'm down bad, I'll be like, I'm shocked. You be doing your own thing. I've never heard you complain about shit. You got your own shit going on.
Yo, bro, let me tell you a little something. I got a shorty at home. I would steal a loaf of bread before I tell her I don't got the bread,
Hold
bro.
on, Flacco coming back. 1 second.
You feel me? Like, that's just how I was raised. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever I need to get, I'm going to get it, bro, and I'm not going to beg, bro. G shit, bro. I don't know what that guy was talking about or what he thought I was, or I don't know, bro. Like, he just started violating. I didn't do no name calling first. He did the name calling. I just called him out for leaving AD. And then he called me a peon and all the other crap. And I'm like, all right, let's get it. I've been waiting for this. I really don't like
he back. I got to move him now.
All right.
Can somebody move him in here?
I got you. Where he at?
He in Chattanooga Lounge.
I'm gonna let him talk. I'm not gonna cut him off. I'm gonna mute up right now. I just want the fair.
Don't cut him off. Don't cut him off, Giovanni. You just popped your shit for like 25 minutes, right?
Is he here yet?
No, he coming.
Yeah, this nigga Ray. Of course.
Okay, he's in here.
Of course, Ray was gonna be pop.
Can you hear us?
Flaccius is back.
Flacco!
Yo, shit, bro.
Flacco, I'm
I
glad
ain't gonna lie. Listen, bruh. I ain't gonna lie. These niggas muted me for like 10 to 15 minutes. You feel me, man? Because, bro, listen, I understand. You feel me? I done watched these niggas in the FBA debate. Buy these niggas, mark them out. You feel me? So niggas had to mute Flacco, man. You feel me? But, you know.
I'm gonna keep it a bean, Flacco. I'm gonna keep it a bean. But 50 was muted for like 2 minutes and you left. I saw you get muted.
Yeah, and at muted you, so you got chill.
I did mute. Yeah, Flacco. All right. The only and by the way, the stage is definitely yours. I guess the only thing I'll say to you is like, honestly, truthfully, and I'm with you on a lot of things you say. I don't think you could blanketly say like, all these dudes who are in here, some of them ain't even broke. I'm gonna keep it real. Look at that. I'm gonna show you a bitch ass nigga right now. Hold on.
Damn.
Who? Asri?
No. It's my nigga Ray. You see that nigga in the back of the Maybach right there with the 2 chains? Yo.
I can't see it. Wait.
Now, number one, I mean,
my camera on, man.
Yeah, I mean, that is Tory's man, but like, I know this nigga's a get money nigga. I don't know how he get money. That's the thing. I don't know how he get money, but when I see him, like, play this, when I go to Florida and I say, I'm there, he pulls up on me with Lambos. We in all the greatest places together. I don't know how he makes money. So I wouldn't disrespect him and be like, yo, you a broke ass nigga that need me. Right, Ray? Be honest. Hold on, Ray. Me and you have been mad places. If I said, Ray's a broke ass bitch ass nigga who need me, like, obviously, academics, but that nigga get money with or without me. I don't know how I don't even know where he's at. Would you feel offended if I said you was a broke ass bitch ass nigga, Ray?
Of course, it just wouldn't make sense.
Exactly. So I guess that's what I'm trying to say to you, Flacco, is like, when you say that, there's mad niggas in here that get money without me. Like I'm being honest with you. Ray's a get money nigga. Like, Boom get money.
Yeah, Ray was an argument though.
So I guess when they felt you were styling them, like Swinging Giovanni's like, nigga, Act never gave me no fucking money. How the fuck you could call me an Act dick sucker when I'm getting my own bread? And to be honest, I got more bread than most niggas that he might know. And he's trying to say including you. So
that's again, wait, right? So Act 1, right? So 1. Me and the Ray dude, like, we ain't never, like, crossed no paths, right?
No,
right?
not
so,
Ray.
like,
I'm talking about Swiggers Giovanni. Like,
yeah, right?
Like,
right? Yeah, right. So when I say, like, these broke ass niggas, I was talking to the group of motherfuckers and who was coming and off their mic, trying to attack, right? And again, I fuck with Boom, I fuck with facts, right? You feel me? Like, And the rest of these niggas, I don't know these niggas. Feel me? Right? You know, right? Like I don't know Ray. Again, is all due respect. I don't know Ray. I don't know like the rest of these niggas, right?
Hold on, wait.
I know.
I'm gonna put you up with Ray real quick. Ray, 100 million 1,000%. Ray's a get money nigga. Not only that, like, first of all, like, I don't even try to, I ain't trying to put too many things on blast. Most of your favorite streamers, like everybody connect with Ray. Like, Ray's a nigga who, if you're trying to connect with hip hop, internet world, Ray's there. So Ray's a get money nigga. It's not about Ray because Ray not mad about nothing. This thing be just fucking bitches. He not mad. Yeah, I think Swinger Giovanni, he said he was like, he was questioning you about something and he felt like you disrespected him. So
that's not. Wait, act. Listen. I just hope that everybody would just rewatch this clip, right?
Okay, go ahead.
And that's Cap. And he again, when we were talking about the FBA,
Nah, you got 50 subs, nigga.
By who?
In them guts.
He just dropped 75.
In them guts. I gotta shout out to all my subs. Now go ahead. Go ahead. I'm about to review it real quick. Nah, this shit crazy.
Nah, right. So look, like. And we were talking about FBA and that nigga and Vonnie, and he started off with the disrespect. That's when I turn up. Can nobody in this Discord ever say that Flacco
said disrespectful? Tell me.
You called me out my name, either a bitch ass nigga or a pussy or something like that, right? And that's when I went off and started calling you out your name. And then you said, I don't like that. Don't do that. And then what I said was, bro, if you going to call me out my name, I'm going to call you out your name, right? And that's how I kept it. Because again,
I didn't call you out your name. I told you, no, what you didn't like is how I said you stayed by Adam and you was on his breast milk. That's what got you upset.
Nah, bro.
Remember, bro. That's what it was. I said,
bro. POV guy just dropped 17.
I said, you working for a racist. And then you got upset at that. And then you called me a bitch ass nigga and broke. And I had to show you that was not the case.
Here, right? So one is this, right? Again, I think you are wrong. I'm 100% confident that you called me out of my name and you called me a bitch first. I responded back with the exact same. Again, can nobody in this Discord here say that I've ever came on and started calling dudes bitch ass niggas first? That's not true, right? Again, I've never done that. I'm always the motherfucker that's reacting to y'all trying to take diss and shots at Flacco. You feel me, right?
Flacco, you come in here every day at Kyrie, bro. So
every day.
Yeah.
No. You call people wide nose, pink lips. You started with that.
Gifted 25.
I said
gifted 25 subs.
No, I seen it, girl. Go ahead.
Right? Now listen. Again, like the wide nose, pink lip, you feel me? Right. And that's a term and from the conscious movement, right? You feel me? Right. So when I say that, essentially I'm just saying coons. And what I said was any foreigner who is calling FBAs lazy and questioning their work ethic, they were coons. And I guess people took took that the wrong way, you feel me? And began to attack me and call me out of my name, you feel me, right? So that's when I responded back, bro. I come in here always on peace and always humble. Any nigga can vouch for that. But as soon as I come here humble, listen.
Hey, Flacco, you don't come in here in peace because I have to check.
You not come in here in peace.
You know,
BC?
You know, if Wale has to step in, you know it's serious.
No. Sometimes we do, but Flacco, we've had this discussion before. You come in here talking cash shit and there's been screenshots of it.
Just Discord chat. Again, though.
How
VC,
so?
Again, VC on stream. I come into VC on stream, always trying to address whatever film topic, and I'm chill. Wait.
Speak to us unless we paid you to come into VC. And we were having a simple conversation in main chat. I remember this because your conversation was with me.
Bruh, again, though, that's the main chat where I was violating Kyrie for ducking the fade and not coming to LA. And y'all said hop in VC. I'm like, bruh, why the fuck would I hop in VC
it wasn't that
and give you free content to record?
No, it wasn't that discussion. It was a discussion about how you felt that new people came into the chat, and you felt that you didn't have to respect people because they were new. And I mean, that's your business, but you can't come into a chat that's building itself and then disrespect everybody because you feel like they're not worth you speaking to.
I was talking about Ash Reed and his associates, right? Being new niggas and trying to kick niggas, mute niggas, and pull rank on niggas.
Hey, Flacco, am I a new nigga?
Bro, I don't know you, nigga. Again, bro,
Nigga, this big Wale. Nigga, you do know me. And don't act scared now.
Bro, again, bro.
Hold on. Yeah. Could y'all keep it cute for like 2 seconds? I gotta go take a piss. This liquor is running through me, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, my bladder. I don't know if I'm getting old, but my bladder ain't holding up like I used to, nigga. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta take a piss.
That's you getting old.
Hey, Flacco, this Wale intern. So don't backpedal now,
bro. I'm trying to address a very specific incident. Again, bro, that's the issue, right? Is we will have a particular conversation and then somebody like one thing shine and try to interject. So again, back to her particular question about the particular situation that she just said. When I said new niggas, I was talking about Ash Reed and his associates muting niggas, kicking niggas, and trying to pull rank on niggas. And I said, bruh, these new niggas done fucked up the chat like with their bullshit, right? And I was going off on the new niggas, right? Like Ash Reed and them. So then y'all say, yo,
new nigga. That's how we know.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to figure out. How we new niggas.
But that's the thing. Kyrie is not a new person in the chat. Kyrie has been here since the inception of the chat with the Skype days.
But you asked me why didn't I come in VC, right? So
no. You told us why you didn't because you told us that you weren't going to give us quote unquote free content. It wasn't about content. It was about having a healthy conversation about what's going on between us and you.
It's no conversation being recorded, bro.
No, and the conversation wasn't going to be recorded.
It's always recorded.
Yeah, it's not.
It's always recorded.
In the
yes, it is.
Normal conversation with you is not recorded. Bro. You can't exactly.
Dog, listen up, bruh. Fam, listen. I've been in VC and seen a recording of that VC elsewhere, bro.
That was Bassy, bro.
No, that's true. That niggas recorded me talking
about that was Bassy, and we banned him for that.
But I don't think they allow that. Like niggas just be on some.
Yeah, we don't just allow it. That's what I'm telling you.
But when I see that though, that's why I don't come in VC.
Frequently. But
yeah, we've been on this for like an hour and a half.
The conversation that me and you had was that you felt like you didn't have to discuss a certain topic because you felt like you were better than us.
No. I said I'm not hopping in VC to be free content and be recorded. If I knew the VC was not being recorded, bro, I would have hopped in and chopped it up.
Flacco, but that's the thing. I have the screenshots of our conversation, sweetheart. I know what we said.
Yeah. Okay. I said I'm not hopping in and giving niggas free content. Free content means what? Something again that can be recorded and posted elsewhere.
Nah, you better have washed your hands, nigga.
Oh God.
I don't think y'all want that.
I was saying this, Flacco. Just watch how you speak on the chat. And like I said, everybody got different stuff going on. I'm gonna say this. I'm the only nigga who ever got chat nigga merch in movies. Ain't nobody else ever did that before.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Let me ask you a question about the hand washing thing. Y'all can roast me, it's fine.
You said what?
I don't know if y'all do this. I'm gonna ask all y'all though.
I do it.
Like we do. So like if you whip your joint out without touching it, so like
I was just about to say that.
I ain't touched the dick at all. I just whipped it out.
Y'all are wicked.
You don't have to, bro. You kind of don't have to wash your hands, bro.
I never touched my dick. I never touched it, bro. I whipped it out. I pissed. You know what I mean? Obviously, like I had to shake a little bit, but I just like moved the pants a little bit, so the pants were shaking it. Yeah, I'm gonna change the pants, but like I never touched the dick, and then I'm finished peeing, and I put the pants back up. I never touched the dick. Why do I gotta wash my hands?
Okay, wait. Did you touch the handle? Did you touch the handle?
I don't even think I flushed it.
Yeah, usually I use like my toe or something. but I don't use my hand.
That's some public bathroom shit, nigga. That's some public bathroom shit. That's my whole bathroom.
Yo, let me ask y'all a question. Yo, do y'all wash your hands before y'all take a piss or after?
Yo, Swigger, if you tell me you wash your hands before you take,
I wash my hands. No, I wash my hand before. Listen. No. Let me tell you why. Because I have more respect for my dick. My hands is dirty. My dick is clean. So I gotta wash my hands.
That's why you wash your ass every day, nigga.
Yo, Swigger. You're not talking about Flacco no more. You wash your hands before you take a piss, my nigga. Before.
Psychotic.
Yo, listen, you gotta have pride in your penis.
Nigga, that's why you wash your body.
No, but listen, guys. Yo, you touch everything outside, and then you're gonna go take a piss, and you're gonna go touch your dick after you just touch everything. You dapped up Little Boom, you dapped up Wale, you dapped up everybody. Now you about to touch your dick?
Okay, but then you gonna wash your body at the end of the day.
Now I'm at home alone.
Y'all got this one. I am the proud owner of a vagina. I don't know what y'all do. I don't know what y'all have going on.
I don't wash my hands after though. After I don't wash, I think that's disrespect. I don't think my shit dirty.
Wait, whoa!
You don't wash your hands.
You wash your hands before you take a piss, but not after.
Because my dick is clean. Y'all don't gotta worry about that. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Good, son.
I guess it's making sense. It's making kind of a sense, but like that's just.
I was about to bring up some shit that we know.
Niggas said you gotta wash before and after. Y'all niggas water bill. Y'all niggas water bill out the ass.
No. Matter of fact,
no. Yo.
Kyrie, if you can check the VC chat, the pictures from our conversation are in there, sweetheart.
Yeah. By the way,
they're right there.
Yo, I don't care.
I don't think anybody really cares.
Yo, chat. I don't care how many hundreds of thousands this nigga Swigger just showed. Just remember, after he counted that money, he was finagling his penis and he never washed his hands. That's all we need to know.
Nigga. Yo, you mixing up the whole method right now. You mixing up the whole method. Yo, bro, after I count the bread, I'm washing my hands. Exactly. The money's dirty.
You don't know where that money has been. That money could have been in a stripper's ass cheeks, and you out here sexing.
All right.
Hey, what's the problem?
Yo. Okay.
No, Wale, we are not having this conversation.
Yo, I think we've done this for a good amount of time. I don't know if is Flacco still here? I'm gonna give everybody the last word. Then I'm gonna mute up for about like 30 minutes and finish all the other topics, and then we're good for the stream. All right. But you know, I know some people don't like I love being on the Discord. Like I love other people's opinions because like. Bro, y'all hear me enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dog, I talk to y'all for like 20 hours a week, my nigga. Like, come on. Like, y'all know you're going to get me. The beautiful thing is that we have a beautiful Discord. You guys got to get in the Discord. Discord.gg/academics. Get up in there. If you don't like Swigger Giovanni, I'm pretty sure he'll cuss your ass out too. So you could get in there. You could argue with him.
Yeah, we're going to do an introduction room when y'all after the stream.
Well, to give you a perspective of the chat, obviously I love the Discord as well, but I feel like when we get in the Discord, we kind of slow down on the topics more than
I'm gonna get to
argue for like 2 hours.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It's still content. It's still content.
No, it's still content. It's just like sometimes they just want straight topics, bro. At the end of the day, I'm not just building like y'all all know me for doing topics and doing news and shit like this. This is a community. So when you come to academic stream, you got to accept the fact that there's part of the community involved. I don't want to just be here dolo. Y'all could just watch a podcast. Y'all could watch just my videos for that. This is a community, right? Y'all going to get the content. As I said, I'm going to give everybody the last word.
It's not complaining. If you just join, you'll be a part of it.
Yeah.
It's so stupid to complain.
And then you could be a part. Like, play this. Do you just want to be in the chat just because I read y'all comments in the chat, but you don't want to be somebody who could be like, act, you're full of shit, let me debate you? Or you be like, yo, so is Giovanni, like, nigga, I think you broke, I'll go ban. Like, whatever it is. You could be a part of this, and I like that about it. Okay, I'm going to give everybody the last word, then I got about 30 minutes of straight topics. But, yo, Flacco, you here? Do you want to go first or you want to go last? I'll give you the option if you are here.
Listen, yo, Act, man, yo, bro, listen, you feel me? I definitely appreciate you, feel, bro, like, even for, like, the advice, like, really early on, bro, you feel me? Like, I I feel like right now, like more so than ever, bro. I'm definitely like, I'm definitely implementing it. You feel me? And sort of like finding my personal lane. You feel me? And bro, like this shit, this shit feels good now, right? Feel me? Hearing like, oh shit, yo, like, damn, bro, like 5 months ago, you feel me, bro? Like, I thought you was an ad clone, like now, dog, you feel me, bro? Like, I fucked your content, right? So, like you definitely was very crucial in terms of me finding my own success and own lane, bro. So that I appreciate you feel me? And again, like chat niggas, like boom, facts, you feel me, man? Again, like niggas like me, we are day ones, right? So whenever I come in here, I'm always gonna play it cool. I'm always gonna be humble and cordial to everybody act. But when I feel like a fuck nigga is trying to play with me, that's when I'm volley. But again, it's always love with everybody for me, bro. Like I can never say fuck the chat nigga because I was a chat nigga, right?
Thank you. But, I'm glad you said that.
Right?
Yo,
but
chat niggas will take over the world. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. But I just don't want niggas to like think like it's sweet to where like when I come in here they can attack me, right? Again, Kyrie tried that bullshit my first 2 times here, and then after I violated his whole ass, now guess what? He don't fuck with me no more, right? So, So whenever I feel like somebody is trying to disrespect me or call me out my name, bruh, you feel me, man? Like it's our disrespect. Now again, if like Giovanni is saying like, and he didn't say it first, I'm gonna rewatch the stream, and if I'm wrong, if I was the one who called him a bitch ass nigga first, I will come on my platform and publicly apologize to that man. But
okay.
right, but I'm 100% sure, bro, that he was the one who called me a bitch first.
Never. Rewind it.
Okay.
All right, man.
Okay.
All
If
right.
it's final remarks,
Yo,
we're not going
to go. By the way, buddy, I think that's dope. And by the way, yo, listen, this is all par for the course, man. And listen, I think even this discourse, this disagreement, a little bit more people probably be like, yo, who's this Swiggy Giovanni nigga? Like, yo, like go say, oh shit, he's producing and mastering platinum records. Let's go fuck with him. And shit, there might be more people like, damn, we ain't know that Flacco really had like a bass like that. So that's good. You know what I mean? I'm glad this has turned into some good things. Anybody else to add anything else?
Let me just,
man.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna go after you.
Squirting contest.
Oh my god.
With who?
You know what? Never mind.
Exactly.
Mm-mm.
All right, go ahead, Wale intern.
If I did say it too, bro, I'm a man because I know making money and beefing don't work. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if you know what I'm saying, we do link up and we let bygones be bygones. Link up with Flock, we do whatever. At the same time, he just need to know that I'm an OG and he's a YG. That's it. We gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? And just want to shout everybody else out. Academics, I appreciate you for having me on here. My name's Swiggy Giovanni. Catch me on Twitter or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Instagram. That's it.
Anybody else jump in?
Hey, first of all, CMG Academy, you know what's going up. TCS coming soon. I'm about to have some Dreamville people come through on an episode of TCS. That's going to be incredible. Also, too, man, if you anybody out here, you make an independent film, you want to get it sold to BET, Amazon Prime, Netflix, hit Wale, intern up. And also, if you're doing any type of merch, let me know. I can get it done at the best prices and the best quality, like the quality that you see at any time you go to any tourist place or an amusement park. The people that make their clothes, I'm in business with the people who own the company, who do all the merch for any zoos or whatever. So if you ever want any merch done, great prices and quality, hit up Wale, intern CMG.
I need some merch. Yeah, if anybody need mixing and mastering too, via email. Let's get it. Let's go.
All I'm gonna say is follow my Twitch as well at Halo Boom and come to one of my shows so I can like throw tomatoes at y'all. Y'all can throw tomatoes at me and shit.
All right, man.
Oh, yeah, and also, man, Evo Enterprise. You know what I'm saying? Remember, if you need anything on the media market, Evo Enterprise, aka shout out to my OG Leaf. Anything y'all need to do, y'all aspiring artists, y'all need to help getting y'all marketing up, Evo Enterprise, we got you.
Yeah, don't listen to that nigga Boom, man. I'm gonna host him anyway. Anyway, all right, cool. Beautiful. I will.
Yeah, join the Discord and holler at me if you.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yo, if you guys watch me, you should know, like, yo, you know, again, most of the being held accountable is not being held by, is not other people. It's usually my own chat. This is not no type of dick licking contest, no monolith.
Awesome.
If people have, you know, whatever, it's open discourse here. And I believe that the people who I've surrounded myself with or debated with, the chat niggas themselves, they're not, I find it very offensive anybody calling it like they're only agreeing with me. All right. We're probably gonna throw the host to Boom after this. If anybody else did have something to say, I'll probably pop back in the chat in a second. But let me mute up for a second. I'm gonna hit some topics real quick. But I know I definitely and by the way, Flacco, thank you for coming on here, bro. Like, you know, obviously I know you be doing a lot of things, but I appreciate you coming on here. All right.
Yo, Ak, one more thing, Ak. Yo, Ak, you owe me that interview, Ak. Come on now. I showed up and, you know,
no,
and
of
he ain't show up,
course.
Ak.
Yo, Flacco, that's the easiest thing to do. Like, me, you get an interview, that's the easiest thing to do. Like, we could talk privately about it. Of course. Yo, Flacco, let me tell you this. When you get Big Ak on the show, we gonna break some records, man. We going for it all. You feel me? We not trying to, you know what I mean? I'm gonna make you go viral for a little bit. It's all good. And you gonna help me go viral too. So it's not just one way, right?
I appreciate you, man.
Of course. You know what I mean? I appreciate you always showing up to the platform. I appreciate you, brother. All right. Everybody give me a second. I'm gonna deafen up. I'm not on Discord no more. Let me hit these last couple topics because I know some of y'all don't really like the motherfucking other shit. I had a good time. Yeah, we've been live for 6 fucking hours. But I know how y'all be like, yo, Act, no, we just want, all right, we're going to get to the topics. Look at my phone dying. Chat, my phone is hating on y'all. I got to plug my phone. Okay. Somebody said postpone that interview. No. Bro, like, why do y'all think I would postpone that interview? Put like this. I'd rather do an interview or like, you know, some content with Flacco because I don't want Flacco doing weird shit that's about me. So if Flacco's like, yo, Act, let's do some fun, cool, interesting shit. I'd rather do that with him than him doing some shit with a cloud chaser who's going to try to make me look crazy. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see, people. We got a couple more topics to get to. Here we go. By the way, you know what's so funny? That was like our third topic that turned all into that shit. The Burna Boy topic did all of this. Yo, I just want to say thank you guys. Yo, you guys are so amazing in allowing that Burna Boy conversation to develop. Man, this is why I stream. I have such an amazing time. Like, I don't feel like you guys tell me that, oh no, we only want this, and if you don't do this, we don't fuck with you. Bro, we've held a good amount of viewers no matter what we've talked about today, and that really just like warms my heart because it don't feel like I'm a slave to what y'all want me to talk about. It feels like y'all will be like, hey, let me give an hour to whatever the fuck Ak wanna deal with at this moment, but I know he's gonna come back and talk about the shit we want to. Appreciate you so much for that, honestly. Appreciate you. All right, cool. All right, we kind of talked about the Kanye silence thing already. I see people sending me the Bad Bunny lawsuit. We should talk about that. All right, cool. Matter of fact, let's talk about this. Let me see what's the best topic to get into. I kind of want to do this trap geek video on Bronx Drill. But no, I kind of want to talk about something first. Let's talk about Beyonce. As crazy as this sounds, people, Beyonce did a deal with give me 1 second. What can y'all see right now? So Beyonce did a deal. I think it's called Ivy Park. Ivy Park. Let me. Here we go. Sorry, people. So Beyonce did a deal. It was called Ivy Park or whatever, right? So essentially, Adidas agreed to like split ways with Beyonce because they realized the situation that they were doing with Beyonce wasn't making them money, right? If you don't know, they engaged in a deal in 2018, which was a creative partnership where she was supposed to relaunch her Ivy Park activewear, and she was supposed to develop new footwear and apparel for the brand. Okay? Now, they're claiming it's been apparent major creative differences between Ivy Park and Adidas, and I know this is a PR statement. Essentially, Adidas has realized that Beyonce ain't making her money. Kanye makes the money with Yeezy and all this other shit that he puts out on an apparel level, but Beyonce does not. Now, that's kind of obvious in the sense of, do we associate Beyonce with selling clothes or shoes, or do we associate that with the brand of Yeezy? Clearly, we understand the difference. Am I blaming Beyonce because of that? No. What Adidas did is what many companies do, and I'm going to explain it. So what many companies do is basically say, hey, we're getting into a entity or a field, like, and I'm going to harp on a little bit of what Joe Budden said back in the day about podcasting. Big companies, rather than looking at people who are actually influential, they like to give big deals to big brands. Beyonce's never been a brand that sells clothes, that's never sold shoes, that's never sold merchandise in the sense of with a sports apparel company. Yet, because of the name Beyonce, they got into a partnership and probably promised or wagered, I won't say wagered because it seems like betting, but it is kind of betting millions of dollars. And not only millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. Years later, they've realized that doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because again, Beyonce doesn't move product. It's the same way, companies have figured, oh, let's do podcasts. Let's just give these big names podcast deals. Oh, who are we going to give podcast deals to? The movie stars, the former politicians, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. But they're not podcasters. They're not that motivated, but also they're not going to generate the interest in the podcast lane other than what they would generate in the entertainment lane. So what ends up happening is that these big brands who bet on big celebrities realize it's not about big celebrities. It's all about the people who are interested or who are tastemakers. Unfortunately, this might not sound good for certain people, but it's better to give an Adidas deal to somebody who's a fashion and Adidas trendsetter or a Sportlight trendsetter than Beyonce. Yes, Beyonce is a bigger name, but is Beyonce going to be focused on trying to move Adidas brand? No, she just took a check. So yeah, y'all probably canceled it after she got her guaranteed money. You think Beyonce give a fuck? No. Her goal was never to sell or move Adidas product. So she's fine. She's not upset. But what probably does affect her is that now everyone's looking at Beyonce and Adidas as a failure. But Beyonce already knew that Adidas coming to her was a bad idea. You're coming to Beyonce for a certain type of promotion when you knew that's not what she's into. She's this big name, but she's not selling Adidas product. So salute to her, and obviously salute to the people who's with her. They're definitely making off like a fat pig, but Adidas is going to take that loss. If you're wondering if Adidas is going to get back with Kanye, this is additional incentive to get back with Kanye. Kanye isn't as replaceable as you might think. You know what many groups and shoe companies, let's just say shoe companies, used to think? Well, rappers are replaceable. Rockaware, you replace it with G-Unit. If it ain't G-Unit, you can replace it later on with Young Money or who knows, Murder Inc. or some shit like that. Or what Diddy got going on, like some Bad Boy or something like that. No, we've realized that it's different. I've always said, while Drake is wildly more popular than someone like A$AP Rocky, A$AP Rocky could sell more sneakers than Drake. People don't look at Drake as a mover of fashion. People look at A$AP Rocky and people who are in the fashion world as mover of fashions. So I think these companies are learning, not because you're partnered with Beyonce means people buy everything. You partner with Beyonce if it's a lip kit, if it's this is where it would make sense to partner with Beyonce. It's a lip kit. It would make sense to partner with Beyonce because, you know, Beyonce is promoting some shit that has to do with like female hygiene, female, you know, sweatpants. Cool. You're just trying to promote a brand and you use Beyonce's name? No. And I think that's what's going on. You get what I mean? So yeah. I think that's what's going on, and Beyonce and Adidas breaking up is basically showing why Adidas probably needs Kanye more than Kanye needs Adidas. And also, do I feel bad for Beyonce? No, Beyonce's made her money off Adidas. Anything that Adidas is saying no to, let me tell you how contracts work. When you sign a contract with a motherfucker, this is how it works. Yo, let's sign a 5-year contract. For the first 4 years, guaranteed money. Whether you like it or not, guaranteed money. In the 5th year, you could make the choice if you want to renew. A company only going to renew if they're making way more than you're gaining them. So even if they don't renew, you already got your guaranteed money. I tell my lawyers this all the time. Listen, let's not talk about options. Let's talk about what's guaranteed. Fuck the options. Because if I'm about to get paid $3 million for a year, which is an option, right? If they pick up the option, I made them $7 million that year. So I don't give a fuck about the option. I only care about what's guaranteed. Because whether I actually made them money or not, the guarantee is a guarantee. But if they got to pick up an option, the option means that if they pick it up, you're cheating yourself. So it is what it is. Yeah. I'm not mad at Beyonce and Adidas breaking up, and I think that's actually a good thing for both of them. Beyonce's gonna go on and sell more female products. Adidas is realizing what works for them and what doesn't. Get back with Kanye. Stop fucking playing. All right, people. I'm gonna get through these topics. Don't you worry. So we got to get to this DJ Drama Quentin Millen thing. And let me go to, if you guys haven't seen Off the Record, please go watch that. Off the Record Academics. That's how you can find it on YouTube. I spelled my name wrong. But if you click on this, you go here, you're going to see a bunch of episodes. And the episode in question I want you to watch is this. We're going to watch it. I got to sign in. Shit. I am going to sign in, low-key. Fuck. Give me a second. I rarely do play off the record shit on here, but I want you to watch this. Give me 1 second. Got it. There we go. So I got it. All right, cool. Yeah, I definitely thought you was ducking me because I seen you on wait, why is like it black? A failed podcast show. Why is it black? Oh, I think you have to be on the thing to see it. Why can't I see it here? Hold on. So the only thing I'm trying to show is that if you watch Off the Record, the DJ Drama episode, you'll see DJ Drama offer an apology to which I think is rare. He offers an apology. Hold on. He offers an apology to. Hold on. Let me close the Spotify. Here we go. He offers an apology, and the apology is to Quentin Miller. Now, if you don't know, Quentin Miller is the person who was like caught in the middle of the beef between Drake and like, you know, Meek Mill. Let me try to open it back up again. Here we go. Sorry. Spotify. Cool. I think we opened it. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to go to here. And then, no, go back here. Let's go off the record. When you type it off the record, this should come up. Off the record, whatever. Right? This is how you watch my podcast, by the way. You guys got to watch it. I appreciate the ones who do. Is it going to play? No. I need to listen on this. Here we go. The fucking drop all the time, man. You know what I mean? No.
Yeah. Started Gangsta Grills, then I went and did a Pharrell tape.
So I asked him about the whole Quentin Miller thing. Hold on.
Rock Nation for management.
The fans are always going to be pro artists. So
no, and that's the crazy thing. And you know, like Uzi never said what the problem was, like with the deal. He just said they won't let me drop. Like there was never were the two like within us, like you know, wait, what's going on? And I remember telling the label, like, yo, it's incredible verse, you know. Which one?
Quentin Miller. Okay, here we go.
I owe him an apology.
Oh, yeah. I confronted that nigga. Yo, chat, y'all know how I get down. You know that nigga old Quentin Miller. Yo, Meek Mill done beef with. Yo, I hate when. Yo, chat, you ever been in the middle of some shit where two niggas beefing? I felt like that with the Casanova shit. 6ix9ine and Casanova beefing. They hate each other. They said when they see each other, it's going to be boom, 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 boom. All of a sudden, one day, 6ix9ine called me. He hugging Casanova in the club. They're both taking shots. They got their hands in mingling like, yo, let's take shots together. So I'm like, you know Cass hates me, right? So, all right, they made cool, but 6ix9ine gets locked up like shortly after. So I'm thinking me and Cass is cool. Cass goes online and says, yeah, when I see that nigga act, I'm going to fuck him up. I'm like, what the fuck? Nigga, you were mad at me because of 6ix9ine and y'all was cool taking shots. So watch me confront this nigga about Quentin Miller, who Meek was beefing with over his issues with Drake, but now he's cool with Drake. So here's the confrontation.
And whatnot, but like it's been 10 years since then.
Yeah, time does heal all, man. Time heals. Watch me, I'm so slick. It allows people just to be like, yo, I'm over it, right? And I'm glad that those situations got mended. You do owe my man an apology, though.
Which one?
Quentin Miller.
I owe him an apology?
Yeah. I feel like he's the only victim in it. Everybody's doing well. Everybody's cool, dapping it up. I see y'all at the Kentucky Derby having a great old time. Meek and Drake popping wheelies together. Every time I see Quentin, he's like, yeah, man, like, I had a chance. Like, I used to work with Drama, but, like, I pretty much he just says, everybody just screwed me over, and I feel so bad for him. I think the whole audience does. I kid you not. That's true?
Well, just to clarify, I definitely think there are apologies owed to Quentin Miller, for sure. I don't know if I would say that they would only need to be for me, but if it makes you feel any better, you know, me and Quentin have like seen each other recently. You know, I've put it on.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. If I was Quentin, Quentin a good man. If I'm Quentin, I'll probably hire a hitman on all y'all bitch ass niggas. I lost a leg. I lost my career. All y'all niggas is all hugging each other, celebrating Kentucky Derby, popping wheelies, and I lost my fucking leg, and I'm over here hobbling while y'all niggas turn up. Fuck y'all niggas. That's what I would be on. That's why I asked about Quentin Miller. Okay?
On social media, like I put him on my story, he came to the studio, and we've even talked about, you know, I asked him if he wanted to do a Gangsta Grills. And
Really?
yeah, so I would definitely be open and down to doing a Gangsta Grills with Quentin Miller.
That's good. That's actually dope. So that's kind of like the surprising part. Yo, we gotta get a clip of this. Yo, memes, hook me up with this. DJ Drama has said he's down to do a Gangsta Grills with Quentin Miller after pretty much the whole Quentin Miller and Drake beef, or not Quentin Miller and Meek, or the Drake and Meek that Quentin Miller was a part of. That whole issue cost Quentin Miller his career. Clearly, Drama has some remorse. He says, yo, I've offered him that, yo, me and him, we could do a Gangsta Grills. It's not everything, but it's something. I think people have been looking just for a good end to. I think that story ended probably, as good as it could be.
No, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong in your assessment. Like when you say, like, you see us at the Kentucky Derby, or these guys have patched it up, and then Quentin, out of the four of us or what have you, it unfortunately it looks like he got the short end of the stick. So I don't disagree with you on that. And like, honestly, like, even me extending that hand and telling him, like, yo, let's do a tape, is a gesture, in the right direction for me. You know what I'm saying? For if I can, do something to, uplift or, be there for Quentin, like, I'm all for that. Like, I'm at the end of the day, like, I'm a solid guy. I obviously in the rap game, I've made some mistakes, and we all live and learn, but definitely, like, Quentin is a very talented kid. He didn't
I was very proud of him saying this.
Deserve to get put in that situation, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, if I can do a tape and rock with him, like, and that'll be a helping hand, run it.
No, of course. I'm glad that was good. That was good. By the way, you guys got to go check this out. Go check this episode. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm going back to my Jamaica roots today. I can't even speak. Please go check this out. This is a episode. It's 176 on Off the Record. It's called 176 No More Drama with Drama. You guys go check this out. But I thought this was a really dope thing, man. I don't know if Meek ever spoke on it, but like when I heard Quentin Miller one time talked about it, bro, like, y'all gonna be honest, like you would be pretty much a piece of shit if you didn't feel that if you like, did you ever see this clip? Quentin, wait, oh no. Quentin Miller, Meek Mill. He made a video one time. It's not a Vlad interview. It was this video.
A lot of people have been congratulating me and sending me messages and shit about the 5-year anniversary of If You're Reading This and shit. And, I look on socials and I see, like, producers and, other people that were involved with the artists, and they get to talk about how proud they are of the shit, and it's different for me. It's pretty much taboo for me to even talk about it. I pretty much try to act like it don't even exist. The biggest project of my entire career, right? And that's pretty strange, but unfortunately, I don't have the good memories about it that everybody has. My good memories were all murdered. You know what I'm saying? Like the day Meek Mandela. Y'all buying that bullshit since he came out of jail, like he's whatever. The day he, put my name out there, and
let me see if I can get the longer video. And I'm gonna be honest, every time I saw that video, it felt like it hurt, bro. It felt like it hurt with him saying it. And I'm gonna just be honest with you. Dog, I'm always the champion of the good guy, and I've always said this: nothing good will come of Meek's career, and I think Drake will never be whole until they make good of this guy. You don't use people like that. I don't care what nobody thinks. I've always been the little guy, the underdog. You don't use people, you don't shit on people, and you don't just think that your life and your career will be great when you shit on somebody else and you've taken advantage of them. This is why I brought it up in that Drama interview. Until Meek acknowledges it, and even Drake Granted, Drake is only thinking about his legacy. Like, oh no, y'all keep saying that the nigga wrote for me. Nah, it ain't about that, nigga. There's a whole nigga's livelihood that got stopped. You're a whole billionaire. A whole nigga's livelihood got stopped, bro. Like, the nigga's in the weakest point of his life, lost a leg, all that type of shit, and nobody has ever felt the sympathy to say it's bigger than music. Like, yo, let me just give you your credit where it's due. Everybody just always shitted on the guy, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, that don't feel good. That feels like how somebody would handle you or me, just because we're not of a certain ilk. So, you know, I've always just thought like this, and I'm glad I got that from Drama. And I do think Meek owes him this, and I think Drake owes him this still to this day. It's just not right. I hate when the little guy get fucked up, the little guy get taken advantage of. And yes, I don't know, maybe he could have done some stuff better, but bro, I can't celebrate the big guy. Like, bro, none of y'all niggas write y'all fucking lyrics. All of y'all included, man. Like, y'all niggas deserve an oldest nigga to not fucking ruin his life over y'all fucking reputation. That's fucked up. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. All right? Anyway.
You know, I don't have the good memories about it that everybody has. You know, my good memories were all murdered. You know what I'm saying? Like, the day Neek Mandela, you know, y'all buying that bullshit since he came out of jail, like he's whatever. The day he, you know, put my name out there, you know, and it just blew up my whole spot. And, you know, that shit just fucked everything up for me, bro. And it's so crazy because, man, it not only did it mess that up, but in the confusion of that shit, you know, me and DJ Drama and Cannon, like that whole side, our ties were severed because of that shit, because it was just so much confusion and everybody was trying to find out whose fault was it and this and that. Like, y'all just don't know what them phone calls was like. Y'all just don't know what them text messages was like. Like, y'all don't know what.
Yeah, bro, this was lame shit, bro. I always stand on that, man. You know, just because, like, I'm Quentin Miller. I'm the guy who no industry people whoever try to help, bro. You know who Quentin Miller is to me? The person who's a sacrificial lamb. And I would have been a sacrificial lamb if I never earned my way to become important. That's how people looked at shit. I hate, like, and I hate that because this is what the industry is deemed as, oh, we could sacrifice this guy. That's not cool. You get what I mean? Essentially, this dude had nothing to do with it. The nigga worked with Drake. He never said nothing about nothing. Drake fucked Drama's bitch. Right? Meek was upset that he thought Drake was trying to fuck his bitch. Like, let's keep it 100. Like, all these niggas were scared Drake was trying to fuck their bitch. Not Quentin Miller. Drake fucked Drama's bitch. Meek think he trying to fuck his bitch is a Nicki. All of them are like mad, like panicky. They go out with a fucking story. Oh, Drake is whatever. Drake ain't writing his rhymes. He gets thrusted in it. What the fuck I gotta do with this, bro? I'm not even getting paid like that to even talk about this. Meek sees this nigga in a fucking Nike store, confronts him. Then the fucking fake ass goons run back to the car. Nicki with her fucking instigating ass say, yo, y'all just gonna let the nigga who's writing for Drake get away scotch-free? They run back in the store, try to film an apology or an admittance like thing on camera that he has to admit he's writing for Drake. The nigga try to stand on some type of integrity. He's not even a street nigga. He says, I'm not gonna say that on camera. They said, word. They punch him in his face, beat him up, bloody his nose. They run back to the car. Now Meek got some footage. The nigga goes back and tell Drake, like, yo, they beat me up for you just because I wouldn't snitch on you. And Drake tells the nigga, be safe. Drake don't even say, I'm sending 10 goons to handle the problem. Yo, nigga, be safe in the streets. What? Bro, it's the worst thing ever. I kid you not. Listen, I told Drama in that situation, I felt like I got the biggest boost in my career. Still feels fucked up. Drake should have sent some. Drake, that nigga held down your secrets. You should send some goons to handle that shit. Facts. Not only that, Meek, you was corny for punching that nigga in the face. Facts. Nicki, you been corny. But of course, you gonna gas niggas up because that's what women do. This nigga is the most innocent person I've never heard. And even when I was talking to Drama, and Drama was like, I owe apologies. I was like, I'm still trying to find out what Quentin Miller did wrong that he could apologize for. Because all it feels like is a bunch of rich niggas who took advantage of a broke nigga. Drake got all this money in rapping about. He got money in the grave and SMS, Triple X. How about you send some goons to handle your ghostwriter, my nigga? Well, not ghostwriter. I know it ain't ghostwriter, but like send some goons to go handle. Make sure this nigga stop getting punched in the face by your op, cause they can't find you. Nigga, that's what I would have told 6ix9ine. Yo, 6ix9ine, they can't find you to beat you up. They keep beating me up. Send me some goons. Send me some goons, my nigga. They keep beating my ass. They can't find you. They want to beat you up. Send me some goons or some money to get some goons. You know what Drake told this nigga? Man, stay safe, nigga. Fuck out of here. Wrong. I don't agree with that shit. I don't give a fuck what it is, man. Because I see myself like that. Word? So I've been jacking you this whole time, backing you up, not snitching on you, holding down your secrets. Now you going to tell me just be safe? Oh, that's fucked up. Okay. My lip bloody. They beat me up, embarrassing me. I'm on tape doing weird shit. Come on now, dog. Be safe. Okay, I got you. Then this other nigga, like, bro, you not mad at me? Like, what you want me? Like, yeah, I had to write a letter, bro. Like, I'm working in the studio with Drama. You know Drama? Like, bro, I got to back Drake up. What you mean? Oh, no, you got to record this video right now saying that Drake is a fraud. Bro, like, that's the only way I'm getting money. What you mean you want me to record a video? No, record a video because it's my fucking career. That's why I'm glad everybody's shit turned out like that. Drake deserved to be exposed. Facts. Meek career deserved to be seen as snaky. Facts. Y'all niggas did this nigga dirty. That's a fact. Keep it real. Nobody cares about the whole writing shit, but y'all did a nigga dirty off of this shit, trying to keep y'all own, like, fucking pristine, like, whatever. Like, that shit was corny. You was getting help with some bars. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Everybody do it. Only fans ain't know it that back then. Now we realize everybody get help. You know, if Meek exposed Drake right now, we would all look at Meek like, okay, nigga, and what? But back then it was so like taboo, like, we didn't even know what help was. Drake not getting his rhymes written by nobody. You know what Drake is fucking doing? Yeah, nigga, give him a hook. He refined it. What? That's what we was beefing about? Everybody deserved to get exposed in that situation. This is the only victim in this situation. I care what nobody says. The only victim in this, Meek was, first of all, Meek never admitted that he asked this nigga to ghostwrite for him. How you gonna beat up the nigga you wanted to ghostwrite for you? Shraggy? Hey, could you write me a bar to diss the guy who I think you're writing for? Nah, I can't do that. I'm rocking with him. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, I got a video of you getting beat up. Like, nigga, what? Corny shit, man. Corny shit, man. We never heard much about that shit. But that shit was never cool. I'm going to be honest with you. Meek wanted him to ghostwrite for him. Then he beat him up. Corny. He was helping Drake with music just because Drake was confronted. Or just because he was confronted, Drake didn't want to be associated with no L. Drake let him get an ass whipping. Corny. The fuck? This is why you can't really rock with rappers. You can't rock with no rapper. They allow you to get punched up. Drake look like he'll slide for Yachty. Why you ain't slide for the nigga helping you making the hottest songs of your life? This is who you should be sliding for. If there's ever a time to slide. What, you beat up the nigga who helped me make 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands, fuck it, man. What? Oh, all right, we about to fuck you up off of that. No. Because he's a nobody. That's corny. Corny. Nigga made the hottest songs. We still talking about that album. That's all I'm saying. You know the corniest part of it? And I know how Quentin Miller was feeling. When you seen them niggas on stage together dapping it up, and you really thought, what? I lost a leg. I lost my career. I lost my livelihood. I thought I was staying honest. That when Meek and Drake pieced it up, let me tell you this, it shows you loyalty don't matter in this game. He lost a leg, never had a career. If he had snaked Drake and just wrote a diss song against Drake for Meek, that nigga would have still been in the game because he was disloyal. He was loyal. Drake never talked to him again. And then Drake pieced it up with a nigga he was beefing with. Think about it. What type of shit is that? What type of shit is that? He kept it loyal and got fucked over. This is what I'm telling you. In the music game, listen, fuck the loyalty, nigga. You better think for yourself.
That pressure was like, it was a lot. It was hot. And that's one of the biggest things I regret was fucking up that relationship with them, because in the end, that nigga Drake and Meek, them niggas is best friends now. They watch basketball games and...
You know how that shit hurt him? This nigga got one leg. He don't got no chains. He ain't getting no publishing off the shit he helped Drake make. Not dollar of publishing. He got fucked over. And you know what niggas is saying? Well, that's just how it goes. Meek and Drake is over here talking about, like, giggling over a billionaire. Who do you think Michael Rubin like more? Goofy shit. While the broke nigga is just here in the public park with an iPhone 2 making this video.
They do shows and shit together, you know? So it's just like, what the fuck was that even for? What the fuck was all of that for? You know, like, all the stress that it caused, you know? And I know everybody else is able to move on because everybody else's careers was established and shit. But my career wasn't established. And I was looking at that, if you're reading this moment, you know, at the time when I did it, I'm coming not fresh off, you know, 3 years ago I was dropped, and not for my publishing deal, but I was dropped as an artist, and I'm working these bullshit ass jobs. I'm working Publix, I'm working Target, I'm working
Publix. Y'all niggas is fucking all the baddest bitches. I ain't gonna lie, this situation still gets me mad because I hate when niggas who's billionaires, Drake's a billionaire, and Meek, I don't know what he got, but that's fucked up. Y'all, both of y'all, Drake and Meek. I'm glad I got an apology out of DJ Drama, but the next is Drake and Meek. Y'all owe Quentin Miller an apology. Y'all fucked up his life for y'all fake ass industry shit. Cause y'all both became best friends and y'all can't stop giggling with each other like schoolgirls. That's fucked up. Every time we see Drake and Meek, let's play ping pong. Let's do some goofy shit. Let's sit. Like, what about the nigga life y'all ruined? That's not cool with y'all? Y'all ruined his life. Yeah, and again, I'm not talking about, like, y'all ruined his life beefing with each other and y'all are cool with each other. Fake shit. All right, man. I'm sorry. I always, like when I see niggas like Quentin Miller, I see myself in it. I see myself in it because I see how niggas treat other niggas they supposedly fear, but when they don't fear you, they treat you like shit. If Drake had feared Quentin, he would have squashed the beef with Quentin. He never talked to that nigga again. If Meek had feared Quentin, he would have made peace with him. If I wasn't who I am, me and Meek would have never had no conversation on the phone with Savage. You think he had a conversation with Meek on the phone? No. Because they look like, ain't nobody give a fuck about no Quentin. That's fucked up. I'm just telling you that. That's just my personal opinion. Ain't nobody can change it. All right, man. Let me just keep this shit going, man. Fucked up shit, man. Salute to my boy Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, he's being sued currently. Apparently his ex-girlfriend, he did a, come on, CNBC, stop fucking with me. Apparently, oh my God, the same thing again? It's NBC and CNBC. Okay, let's go to BBC, pause. So, Bad Bunny is sued for $40 million by his ex-girlfriend over a recording call is Bad Bunny Baby. Let me see if I could hear the recording. Bad Bunny Baby. Let's see if we can hear the recording. My bad, chat. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is Swigger shit. This is Swigger Giovanni. Hold on. Close this. I close it. All right, here we go. Can we hear the drop? It's a drop. I know it's a drop. Bad Bunny Baby. Oh, I've heard that before. Bye, bye, bye. I feel like it's... Ain't that... Let me see. Listen.
Bad Bunny getting sued by his ex-girlfriend for $40 million.
Bad Bunny, baby.
That's what she's suing for $40 million for? Look at this fucking tree. What?
Carlise De La Cruz Hernandez says that's her voice in the singer's paw.
Bitch, you should have stayed down and stayed loyal, ho. Fuck is you talking about you need $40 million for this? You should have stayed in the pocket. Who knows if he likes niggas or women? I don't know. Bad Bunny be acting gay. I don't know what he on. Like, if he want to go fuck some niggas or fuck some bitches on the side, you better stay down for that if you really want that $40 million. You're not about to sue and get no $40 million talking about you recorded a drop. Fuck out of here.
And now she wants Benito to pay up. De La Cruz filed a lawsuit over the recording earlier this month, saying her ex used it without her permission. She alleges her voice has now become a famous phrase.
Bad Bunny, baby.
I've only heard this shit right here.
In addition to Pothy, the phrase is also featured in 2022's 2016.
Bad Bunny, baby.
I ain't gonna lie. In his newer works, we do not hear that shit.
I always put a piece
Wait, Bad Bunny speak English?
of my heart on everything that I do.
Yo, Bad Bunny girlfriend, let me tell you this, man. First of all, we don't even know if he like niggas or like women. We don't know what he like right now. So to keep it real, if I'm him, the first motion I'm filing is I was never like Bad Bunny be kind of like bisexual type shit. You feel me? He's kissing niggas at award shows. If I'm him, I say that's not my girlfriend. I always like niggas. Sorry. That's if I'm him, I say that. Feel me? Bro.
Carlise, who dated Bad Bunny on and off from 2011 to 20...
Find her Instagram. I guarantee she down bad. She watching that nigga make $50 million a show. She's salty.
2017, claims that his representative contacted her last May and offered $2,000 for the rights to the recording. But...
Yeah, $2,000, you fucking whore.
But she turned it down. E.T. has reached out to Bad Bunny's reps for comment. Meanwhile, Bad Bunny's got a new...
Now, Grant, let me tell you this. So apparently they reach out to her and they say, "Yo, hey, Thought, we use a lot of your recordings or a lot of your drops. We're going to offer you $2,000 for all the rights to it." Here's a reality to her, right? She going to get paid a little bit more than that. I'm going to be honest with you. She going to get like $300,000, right? But it's fucking Thought. Let me tell you this. She should just realize, bitch, you make more money being the nigga's girl than being the ex-girl. Okay, you want millions of dollars, 40 million, you're not getting $40 million. You're going to get 300,000, which by the way is still a lot of money. But Bad Bunny these days is making hundreds of millions of dollars. So you're going to be motherfucking salty. All you had to do was just play your fucking role. I don't know if this nigga was cheating on you with bitches or niggas, but even if he was, play your role. If you care about money, I always tell bitches this. Stop dating celebrities or like niggas who make a lot of money and care about money if you're not down to get cheated on and do all the extra shit. Okay? I don't know if he was cheating. I don't know if he was lying. It's just par for the course. You feel me? Are you dating him for the money? If you're dating for the money or you're going to sue for the money, just stay with the nigga. I guarantee Bad Bunny would have broke up with you. Let me look up what happened with that fucking Thought. What's her name? Bad Bunny ex-girlfriend. What's her name? Carlise De La Cruz. Let me find her Instagram. I guarantee she broke as shit right now. Bitch trying to get some money afterwards. Fuck out of here. Carlise De La Cruz. Let me look at her Instagram. Bitch is probably broke as a motherfucking joke. Is this her? Yeah, look at this fucking whore. Look at this bitch. 172,000 followers. Ain't nothing wrong with it, by the way. But look at this fucking bitch right here. She sit over here like trying to show off. Yo, bitch, ain't nobody want that fucking ass but Bad Bunny, nigga. It's over. You fumbled the lottery ticket, you hoe. That's what happened. You fumbled it. Bitch want $40 million. $40 million for what? Look at this fucking thought. Allegedly. Look at this bitch right here. I don't know what the fuck she thinks she finna get. Hell fucking no. Let me see when they were together. Maybe there was good times. Bad Bunny. I'm trying to find some like footage of them being together type shit. Let me go to images. This was the bitch right here? Like, come on. Well, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of see it. I see why she probably thinks she deserves that money. Because right here, he don't even look like he getting pussy. He look like he probably a virgin right here. So she probably like, yo, I introduced you to pussy, so I need some bread. Nah, still, get the fuck on out of here, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I say that too, just because I know a bitch in my college who recorded a drop for me. It was like, academics music. If that bitch sued me for $1, tell that bitch to suck cock. I ain't gonna lie to you. Fuck that, man. Y'all gotta stay with the niggas if y'all want the bread. What type of finesse is this? Oh, you use my drop. Okay. If you hoes want the bread, y'all gotta stay with the nigga. You gotta stay with the nigga. He cheats, so what? Stay with the nigga if you want the bread. Y'all wanna hear my drop? I'm gonna show my drop. I know the girl's full name too. If she's suing for this shit, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna laugh at her in full open. Actually, I don't think she like this. She black. Actually, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've never had a non-black girl try some clout chasing on me. Anytime there's some clout chasing shit to happen, it's always black women. I ain't gonna lie to you. I swear. I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I swear. Like, I wish I could say different. But I fuck with some white girls. They just move on. They're like, all right, liking black niggas was a phase. I'm on to the white guys. All right, cool. The black chicks, they never want to move on. There's like, I could sue, I could do this, I could clout. I'm like, bitch, what are you talking about? And Selena don't count because Selena, I was never with Selena. But like all the other bitches that try some bullshit, they're always black. I ain't gonna hold you. Let me see what's going on here. Let me see if I can play my drop. It's like academics music. Let me not even play that shit. Bitch here and now, she might want to sue. Well, that's my experience. Tiger Woods be fucking with the wrong white bitches, bro. Tiger Woods. He getting sued too. But salute to him. My boy Tiger Woods a fucking G. Nah, this is gangster chat. Y'all seen this? So my boy Tiger Woods was dating one of these little Beckys, you know what I mean? A little plain Jane, you know what I mean? Bitch with no lips, you know what I mean? Like one of them, like, I'm sounding like Charles White, or my man, what's the name? Just on here. The liquor is hidden. What's that nigga name? Flacco, yeah. Anyway, my boy Tiger Woods, if you don't know, he dated one of them little plain Jane. I call a white girl like this plain Jane. I like white girls. Like, it's cool. Like, I like all women. But you say white girl like this, no lip, no nothing to really add to shit. We call her a plain Jane. You feel me? No disrespect. But we call you a plain Jane because, like, you know, we know you ain't got nothing different than the rest. The only thing we know is that you gonna shut the fuck up. That's what we call her. Plain Jane. Okay? Yeah. So he dated this chick right here, and apparently he was trying to get rid of her. Now, a lot of these chicks these days, they're dating your bank account, they're dating your wallet. They ain't trying to date you. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I be telling people this. People be thinking, oh, no, Ack is look. Like, I remember I was telling Fresh, that nigga Fresh from Fresh and Fitness. Nigga was telling me some delusional shit. No, bitches love me for me. Nigga, you not driving a Lambo and a Rolls Royce to pick bitches up. And they're like, no, I just like you because of you. Only a delusional nigga thinks that. I think he changed his mind on that, but it's all good. Anyway, it's a little plain Jane right here. Tiger Woods worth billions. She broke his fucking shit. I don't, like, you know, a whore like this, she probably like, oh, she's a model or some dumb shit. She ain't modeling for nothing. Okay, bitch ain't in Vogue or nothing like that, right? Cool. He's done with her. He's trying to kick her out. This hoe don't want to leave. he did the slickest shit. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't even think that because we all know that Tyga, he black, but he ain't really black. Like, he ain't like Oreo cookie black. He not even like Twix caramel black. Like, low key, I ain't even gonna hold you. Tiger Woods is black as China Mac. Let's keep it up, Pete. Can we say that? Tiger Woods is as black as China Mac. He one of them niggas that don't really think he a nigga. Like, let's keep it up, Pete. Could I say that? Tiger Woods don't think he a nigga. He is black as China Mac more black than Tiger Woods. Let's keep it a beat. Anyway, he's done with this plain Jane. He's trying to get a bust down or something like that. You feel me? This little plain Jane white girl, done with her. He about to go flip it. He want a new chick. This bitch don't want to leave the fucking crib. He trying to probably tell her, yo, just leave. Yo, like, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all don't think this tricking, but I do this these days. A bitch about to leave me after I've been fucking with you for a while. I'm rich. I get it. You just come here. You see the Lambos, all type of shit. It's been so much fucking exuberance of wealth. You don't want to go back to wherever the fuck shack you were at. You know, I tell these bitches, yo, listen, man. Yo, I pay your rent for like 6 months, man. But get the fuck on out of here, man. Now, I know regular niggas ain't doing that. I'll do that just to get a bitch the fuck out of my face. That's why I understood when what's that nigga name? Blueface. When he said that he'll pay $100,000 to get rid of Krishan or for Krishan to get out of here, y'all probably thought he was joking. Some chicks, like, they're so dating the money that you almost have to offer the money to leave. Like, I know it sounds weird, but I'm telling you it's true. Anyway, this nigga Tiger Woods was probably getting this fucking plain Jane out of here. This bitch don't want to leave. Probably say, yo, shit. Let me tell you this. My mama told me this, yo. Yeah, this is my mama, my mother, who I came out of her vagina. She said, listen, you know what you keep doing wrong with these bitches? You keep letting them live with you. When you let a hoe live with you, this is my mama tell me this. When you let a hoe live with you, these bitches don't know how to act. And ain't she right? Holy. Anyway, Tiger Woods probably was fucking this chick, you know what I mean? A bitch like this little plain Jane, about 3 weeks, you tired of her pussy, okay? No matter what freaky shit she do, 3 weeks in, you tired of this bitch right here, okay? Now she become annoying. Bitch talking about she want to get her lattes, go on jogs, dumb shit. You got to get this bitch one out of the crib. Facts. So now, my man Tiger's trying to get her out of there. Yo, listen, yo, I don't think it's going to work. Matter of fact, I'm about to go on the PGA Tour in Saudi Arabia. Say some dumb shit. Yo, you ever try to get a chick out your crib and you got to lie like you leaving, but you're not really leaving? One time I was trying to get a bitch out of my crib, my nigga, I swear. I told her I had to go somewhere, nigga. I followed her to where she could get an Uber and went straight back home. She thought I went. It's like, nah, I got to go to the airport. I brought her to where she get picked up. She think I'm headed to the airport. I'm back home, bitch. I just had to get you the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? These hoes never want to leave, okay? Anyway, Tiger was trying to tell this bitch, it's done. It's over. You feel me? Like, you know what I mean? We all know Tiger not slanging, no. Like, he not slanging that. You know what I mean? It's Tiger. You feel me? But he trying to get her out of there. She ain't trying to leave type shit. And he realized he got to pull a trick on her. And I ain't gonna lie, I got to give my boy credit for this trick right here. I got to be honest. Because to be honest, I wouldn't even thought of this trick. And I'm going to keep it real. This trick only work on a white girl. Because you try this bullshit on a black girl, she burn your house down. That's the fucking thing. You know, my problem is I be dealing with these black chicks and these urban bitches. You try shit like this, she set your house on fire because she got the address. A white girl, she don't know what to do. Oh my God, the door is locked. A black bitch, you lock the door and change the keys on her. She punched straight through the window and unlocked that bitch and she's back in that bitch. Trust me, I know. A white girl, oh my God, let me call the police. Like, no, that's a white bitch doing that. A black chick kicked the fucking window out. She's in that bitch. You ain't getting rid of her till she ready to leave. But this is a white girl. It's a plain Jane. You could get rid of her on some shit like that. So my boy told her, yo, we finna go on a trip. And I ain't gonna lie to you. My boy Tiger is nice for this. Yo, we finna go on a trip. You gotta gas her up a little bit. Bitch like this look like she need a tan. Look at her. Bitch look like she needs some melanin, right? Tell this bitch you go to Turks. Probably tell her you going to maybe some other places you could get a nice tan at. Feel me? Cabo. Cabo St. Lucas or some dumb shit. Tell this fucking bitch you going to like Grenada. Yo, we going to Trinidad. Tell the bitch you going to Carnival or some dumb shit like that, man. This bitch done packed all type of sunscreen, all type of shit to rub on her skin, that when the fucking SPF 90 is kicking in, she don't start turning to red blotches and white blotches. You know how these white chicks get. You know what I mean? She's trying to soak this shit in. She's trying to make sure she ready for the fucking sun. You know, because no disrespect to white people. We love white people, but you know, we know the sun be there. The sunlight, the kryptonite. I mean, these bitches start turning to blotches when they out in the real sun. Anyway, he done told her that they about to go to the beach, like in another fucking country. Real talk. That's just how it go. We go to Bali, shorty, get that SPF 30. Fucking bitch done planned for the whole shit. Here's the illest part of it all. Y'all gotta hear this shit. Tiger Woods is a G for this. Only Future. I ain't gonna lie. He must have called Future when he asked for this shit. Here's this shit. A lawsuit that she filed in October against the Homestead Trust held by Tiger Woods has now emerged. She alleges she was locked out of the shared home, specifically by trickery. Holy shit, this is great. Agents of the defendants convinced the plaintiff to pack a suitcase for a short vacation. When she arrived at the airport, they told her she'd been locked out the residence. Oh my sweet Jesus, that's good. I ain't even gonna lie, man. This shit more gangster than me. One time I had a bitch in my house that was uncooperative. Actually, to keep it real, I can't get too much details, but I'll give a little bit of details. It was something, shit went left, okay? I woke up, I realized shit was in disarray. This ain't going too good. Big Ack is not gonna tolerate this type of fuckery. And I said, yo. So I said to my mans, because, you know, I had my people around. I said, man, you need to send this. Like, I can't really exactly say it, so I'm going to twist the words around. I told my mans, so there's a popular hotel around me. Let's say that the hotel is called I can't say that. Say the hotel is called Say the hotel is called Spirit. I said, yo, send her to the Spirit Hotel. So I tell my mans, it's early in the morning, bitch is trying to sleep. They were doing some fuckery the day before, night before. Tell me how my man gonna send her. I say send her to the Spirit Hotel. This nigga gonna send her to the airport. The bitch shows up to the airport and she's confused, like, why the fuck am I here? Then because of her confusion, the police is dealing with her. And then they're calling me like, yo, the person that was at your crib is at the airport. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Anyway, I actually took the L on that because I had to, like, book them a regular hotel to send her. I didn't tell my man to send him to the airport, though. I was trying to put him in a hotel because they were staying in my house and shit went left. And I was like, yo, bro, y'all got to get out of here. And by getting out of here, I'm not an asshole. I'm never an asshole to women because women could lie on you, make up some shit. I'm always nice to women because if you're mean to women, they make up some lie on you and you're dead. So I was trying to send her to a hotel. My man sent her to the airport. But I'm even saying that I'm not brave enough to do what Tiger did. Tiger had her pack a bag, go to the airport, and then they tell her, yo, you've been locked out the residence. Damn, this nigga Tiger's on some shit, bro. The legal action says that her personal possessions were removed from the property. They say 40,000 of her dollars were misappropriated, saying that they made scurrilous and defamatory allegations about how she obtained the money. So basically, she had $40,000 that Tiger gave to her, and now she was claiming that it was hers. But when the cops asked, like, whose money is that? Tiger's people were like, that's Tiger's money. She don't got no job. How the fuck she get $40,000? That's gangster. Separate legal documents says that they were living and it challenged her NDA with Mr. Woods. That's good. I have a kiosk in front of my house. So at my front door upstairs, there's a kiosk. When you walk in, you sign your name, show your ID. It takes a picture of it. I'm being honest with y'all. It's a non-disclosure agreement, and it says when you walk into Big Axe crib, whatever you see in here, let it stay here. So if you see 5 dead bodies, which will never be here, by the way, it'll never be here. But if whatever you see, if you see 5,000 thoughts smoking fentanyl or sniffing, like, don't leave here and start telling stories now. And it's not because of, like, you know, I don't do illicit drug use, but these days you got to have people sign these documents just to say, yo, when, and this is another thing I was telling Fresh, I'm like, yo, you know, I think maybe he's in that phase right now, bro. When you are a person of interest, or like your people look at you as either rich or a celebrity, my nigga, there is no like, oh yeah, I just went to hang out with them and that's it. Every bitch now got a story. Every bitch now got some other shit going on. And unfortunately, an NDA is probably sometimes the only way you could enforce people shutting the fuck up. And it's not because you have nothing to hide. It's just that, who knows? Like, you don't want people telling stories about what the fuck you did, even if it's nothing embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like, your public life and your personal and private life shouldn't be the same. So, yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, they said a civil lawsuit review by the BBC. They said, I guess the NDA was invalid and unenforceable because of the Speak Out Act. So essentially, there's a 2022 Speak Out Act that basically says any NDA is void and nil if you have experienced sexual assault. So if you have been sexually harassed, sexually assaulted, or sexually intimidated, even if you sign an NDA, you don't have to abide by it no more because of said act. So you know what most women usually do? They usually just say, if they hang out with Chris Brown, they'd be like, somebody intimidated me or somebody tried to sexual assault me. So now they could break all NDAs. That's like a loophole, but you know, it is what it is, right? Cool. Is this a girl or is this a nigga? No, it's a nigga, right? My thing with Tiger Woods is he be fucking the most average bitches on earth. This is a chick, right? Lawyers for Erica Herman. Let me Google this hoe, bro. Erica Herman, Tiger Woods. Let me see if I can find this bitch Instagram, bro. This bitch look mad mint. That's the only thing with Tiger Woods, man. He be dating the mids. One thing I'm going to say about Tiger Woods that I understand, Tiger Woods, like a lot of dudes in America, bro. I ain't gonna lie, like, for example, when I talk to 6ix9ine or I talk to Bandman Kevo, the bitches who they be saying they're into, like the chicks with the extra BBLs, I'm disgusted by. Like, me and 6ix9ine would never go for the same girl. Like, he likes the girls that are just like super over the top, look extra fake, this and third. I ain't gonna lie, I be on my NBA Youngboy vibe. Like, I like this bitch look like you can find her at the bus stop. I like bitches like this. I ain't gonna lie to you. Big forehead, all that. Big forehead. She barely got titties. Like, the ass ain't even that fat, but the pussy probably fire. Yeah, this is my type. Not saying her specifically, but I fuck with a bitch like this. Yeah, I don't like no bitch with no super big titties and big ass. I was looking on Joe Budden's story today. Let me see if I can point you out to it. Go to Joe Budden's story. Joe Budden was showing inside of the strip. I don't know if it was on the Close Friends, though, because I was watching it. Joe Budden. Yo, Drill, I might show this on camera. If I do show this on camera, nigga, make sure you fucking edit this out, gang. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I'm going to show this on camera, but you got to edit this out, fam. Because I want my channel to get taken down and like that. So Joe Budden showed some chick. I don't even know who this bitch is, but you know, Joe Budden's a strip club connoisseur. I was disgusted. Look at this right here. Let me just pause right here. Look at this bitch right here. This bitch got the back of like a linebacker, nigga. I don't want no hoe like this. That's a fact. This is what Joe's over here throwing his money in it on the strip club. Fuck out of here. Nigga, I seen this bitch right here. I said, what the fuck? This bitch look like this is all surgery and shit like that. This big fuck out of here. I want a hoe like this. This ain't no chick that nobody knows, right? I want to be dissing nobody that nobody knows. Fuck out of here. This brolic back looking bitch right here. Fuck out of here. I want a hoe like this. Hell to the fucking no. Bro, I don't want a bitch like this, bro. I want a bitch like, nah, bro. I don't want a bitch who look like she be like doing fucking, what them shits, like when you stand up and you be like, yeah, nah, fuck that. I want a bitch that's soft, my nigga. Fuck that, man. I don't want a hoe like this, dog. Fuck that shit, man. Real talk. Anyway. I'm tripping. Man, I don't want no bitch like that. I'm gonna just be honest with you. But that's Joe Budden type. That's like 6ix9ine type. I don't want a hoe like that. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I look at bitches like that, that's disgusting. They probably look at me as disgusting too. They be like, ew, you pudgy and fat? Fuck that. I'm gonna look at you like, yo, bitch, you got more testosterone than me? Like, fuck that. Like, the hell? I ain't with that, man. Anyway, so to my boy Tyga, man. Tyga was tired of this hoe. This hoe ain't want to leave. Sent her ass to the airport, told her she was going on a trip. That's actually, yo, I ain't going to get back in Discord, but what's the slickest shit you ever did to get rid of a chick? That's slick. Yo, baby, we going on a trip real quick. Nah, of course, now we going on a trip. Nah, it's all good. Come on, girl, you know I love you. Like, we about to go on this crazy trip, exotic shit. Oh, word? You want to go swim with the dolphins? No, of course. Nah. Oh, nah, we not taking a PJ this time. No. Yo, girl, you first class. You the only one in first class, though. Just meet me at LAX. Meet me at JFK. Bitch, show up there. All right, man. Glad you packed your shit. Go the fuck home, because you're not coming back to the spot no more. That's fire. Here's the crazy part about this whole shit, though. She said she want $30 million for that. These bitches won't leave. You evict a bitch, she want $30 million to leave. I'm telling you, these hoes won't leave. Lawyers for her said she said she been dating him since 2017. Bitch, she was getting dick since 2017. Oh, I need $30 million to leave due to the way I was suddenly evicted. Look at this fucking plain Jane right here. Bitch, you don't even got a fat ass. You barely got lips. You look like, yo, this bitch look like she been like fucking, yo, she look like one of them little rotisserie chickens at Boston Market. The fuck is this bitch thinking she was old? Look at this hoe. You should be lucky Tyga got no fucking taste. Bitch look disgusting. Nigga, I'm a billionaire, bitch. You better, like, I ain't gonna lie to you. You gonna be sharing this cock. Look at this hoe right here. Bitch, you barely got a full head of hair. You look like a wet dog. No lips. Your nose look weird. Cheekbones all insulated. Your titties not popping. You don't got a fat ass nor BBL. And you telling me, oh, hell to the fucking no. Get this bitch one out of here. This bitch look like spoiled milk. Oh, hell to the no. Bitch, you better be happy with what you get.
Call Dago.
Even Sharp wouldn't fuck this.
Call Dago.
Nah. Sharp would pimp a girl like this. Sharp would pimp a girl like this. Yeah, Sharp would pimp a girl like this. I ain't gonna hold you. Sharp would. Nah, I think Sharp would. Sharp would. Nah, boy, Sharp would. Oh, chat. Let me see if I can find it. Hey, yo, Sharpie. Got a little smoke for you too, nigga. I found one of your victims, nigga. I'm gonna donate the money to her. Well, actually, I have to verify that she not fucking with you no more. If she come on my stream, so we found one of Sharp's victims. Y'all gonna put her on the screen? I want y'all to help me find her. So one of the women who Sharp human trafficked, ruined her life. Let me put her on stream. We gonna find this shit. I'm gonna donate the money into like I'm gonna have somebody manage it. But we found one of Sharp's victims. Sharp! If you're not a piece of shit, you gonna match the money. Here we go. Thought that was a fucking joke, ain't it? We found Sharp's victim. This is where we finna donate the money to, gang. This is her name right here. She don't live here no more. Don't worry about the address. Her name is Misty Dawn Marie Ebelin. Here's Sharp when he was human trafficking women. Disgusting human being. Disgusting human being. Okay? Here's Sharpie. You know, he couldn't make an honest dollar any other way, so he was manipulating and pimping women. This was one of his victims. I hear she got a story to tell. This is a seasoned bitch, too. She was born in 1980. Okay? She's 40 years of age right now. Apparently, he had her on the needle. She was taking all type of illicit drugs because Sharp kept her high and ready to work. I want to donate the money from the Caldego t-shirts to her. Sharp, you ruined this young woman's life. You got her hooked on drugs, and you sold her vagina to many niggas in Las Vegas. I want to donate the money from them shirts to her. If you a man, you go match it. But I know you won't.
Caldego.
Sharp! Who is Misty, Sharp? Who is Misty? We're going to donate the money to Misty. All you did was take advantage of this woman while we're going to put money in her pockets. She don't got to do nothing for us. From what I heard, when your horny ass couldn't get yourself off, you were sleeping with her. And if you couldn't sleep with her because you couldn't make an honest dollar because you're a bum, you used to sell her vagina. We don't do that, brother. This is why we can't support niggas like you. All that slick talking, pimp name, slick back shit. We need some accountability, Sharp. Who is Misty? We want to find this woman. I want to get her on the live stream and I want to donate to her. She deserves to be looked after. She deserves not to be trafficked by someone like a predator like Sharpie. Sharpie can't get nothing off with no niggas, but of course, he can get it off with some females. We don't tolerate that. Sharpie, I checked the last math. We $3,000 and counting. If somebody can find Misty, and by the way, we gonna make sure that Sharp don't get the money because I don't know if Sharp's still pimping her. Like, no disrespect. So we got to make sure she no longer. She got to talk to us on stream to make sure she no longer has to do with anything with the predator known as Sharp. And we will send her the money. Right now it's $3,000 plus and counting.
Caldego.
Sharp, you could try to atone for your sins. Right now, the chat niggas have racked up $3,000 at least in merch sales for the Caldego t-shirts. We're only selling them for $30 a piece. Do the math. You could match it, but you won't. You won't. We didn't expect you to. That's why we're here. Look like there's a lot of mystery in your history, brother. But we were looking for this woman. The woman who was caught with Sharp when Sharp was allegedly fucking on her and also pimping her in Las Vegas. Holy shit. If you could tell me or put me in contact with Misty, I have a reward for you. Sharp, I know you're a baseless, desperate pimp who's so desperate for money. I see now you're like, yo, give me 100,000, give me 100,000. Kick rocks, nigga. I know you hope to go get some money out of this, but this is for the ladies that you victimize. By the way, if y'all haven't noticed, keep in mind, we have 3,000 right now, and we want to get it to 5,000. 5,000 looks like a right number. Go to djacademicstv.com. It's only going to be available for a couple of days more. The Call Dago t-shirt right here. Pimp Down is the goddamn discount code. We're showing a nigga like Sharp the reason why he'll never mention me again. You heard me? We're going to be donating to his victims. Somebody say I'm Captain Save-A-Ho. This ain't Captain Save-A-Ho when a nigga's over here. Listen. Let me tell you this. You ain't a man if you need a bitch to go get some money. You need a bitch to go get you some money, you're not a man. A man, we take care of bitches. We ain't looking at the bitch like they got to sell themselves to get us money. If that's what you think is Captain Save-A-Ho by trying to say a nigga who can't earn $1 by is lonely, nigga, he's at no jumper right now struggling to earn $1, nigga. The nigga can't get no views if he not screaming at bitches. The fuck is you talking about? We don't need no fucking bitches to get us cash. If you think that's some Save-A-Ho shit, nigga, you got a problem. I'm just trying to say, like, I feel bad for them chicks.
Call Dago.
Pimp Down. I ain't gonna lie. All right. I ruined that nigga Sharp. All right. Anyway. Moving on. Moving on. What? Okay. Perfect. Oh. Chat. Not gonna cap. We got to watch. Oh, I heard Joe Budden mention me on Drink Champs. My boy Joe Budden. Pump it up. Let's listen to this shit.
To come. I'm not them. Like I was in this.
I like it. Let's go. Next.
Yeah, they try to whitewash hip hop, and a lot of these niggas play a part.
Yeah.
I'm not in that.
No, we are not in there.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, man.
Charlemagne or Academics?
Yeah.
Yo, let's go, man. Let's stop playing with me, man. Big act, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Wait. No, they say Charlemagne or me? Not fucking Charlemagne too. We tied. Not really tied because that's big homie, but still like. I'm about to make a one. Y'all keep fucking with me. I'm about to make a call, man. Me, Joe, and Milagros. We finna just get this everyday sugar shit back popping. Yo, Joe, stop playing, Joe. Stop playing, Joe. Yo, Joe. Joe, you know you got a lot of shit on your table. I see you. You rocking out here. I don't know if you can rock with everything you doing and do some other shit. I got a lot on my table too. Joe. Yo, Joe. Anyway, let's keep it rocking.
Podcast or radio?
Podcast.
Loyalty or respect?
Yo, if I was Old Spicy Joe, I would give y'all some. Y'all are going for growth and maturity. If I was Old Spicy Joe, I hear the questions because I can hear the voice in my head saying,
listen,
get that nigga.
Listen, by the way.
Yo, I haven't watched this yet, so y'all don't fucking me up. By the way, I ain't shot my gifted subs yet, so like I'm gonna get to it. Fuck, okay, no, that's good, that's good. Thank you for that timestamp, by the way. I appreciate you guys on that. Wait. Oh shit. I'll play a minute more. Come on.
By the way, listen. By the way,
this is not a sus shirt. Yo, he's in Miami, bro.
As EFN is asking you the questions, I can see the vein.
I can hear it. I can hear it in brain.
He answers so quickly to avoid it.
Yo, salute to Joe. Gave me some classic episodes recently on Off the Record. He know whenever he call me, and bro, like a lot of things, and this is with everybody who I fuck with. Joe specifically, like, you see when Joe does content with me, Joe says, yo, let me know when you want me to come in your shit. Immediately. By the way, thank you for the
call Dago.
Thank you for the purchase. Yo, when I do Joe's podcast, Joe says, yo, let me know when you want me to come through. That's real. That's real. I respect it so much. Feel me? Like, I'm not going to say nothing else but this. There's a lot of niggas I've been asking, and we're doing the futsal shuffle with dates that I still ain't getting in with yet on my podcast. Have I done things for them? Of course. One thing I can say about Joe Budden, when I do Joe shit, Joe says, thank you for doing this. I know you give it up. I appreciate you. When you want me to come do your shit, we lock in a date right then. He's always on it right then. Joe's my mans though. So I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I feel that's part of being real. I've done a lot of things for people. Like, the thing is, I'm not a nigga who be on niggas' necks like, yo, bro, you ain't going to do my shit. When niggas call me and ask me, Vlad's like that too. When Vlad asked me to come up, Vlad said, yo, when you want me to come do your podcast? I don't do that with a lot of people because like I hate when people feel like it's favor. But Joe is a nigga who be like, yo, nigga, I appreciate how you give it up on my shit when you want me to do yours. That's a nigga right there. I'm like, yo, I respect it. Salute. Feel me? I've been trying to coordinate with other people for a minute. I ain't get them yet. I'm like, yo, when could we? Ain't happening. Nigga, the last time with Joe came up twice to my shit. He's like, yo, he came up one time, then he had to rush to his AMP show. Hour and a half into it, he had to rush to it. Now niggas would be like, yo, we gave you an hour and a half. Joe said, nah, I want to come back when I ain't got nothing to do to give you more time. That's respect. So when, I ain't gonna lie, when Joe asked me to come back up on Joe Budden podcast, nigga, I'm going crazy for him. Because you got to respect who respect you. I ain't gonna lie. The next time y'all see me on Joe Budden podcast, I'm giving it up. Spazzing. All right, what we doing? Talk about it. But Joe always does it for me too. And it's not no slight or shade of no one. I'm just trying to tell you, that's me and Joe's relationship. Like, bro, Joe came on my shit. If y'all watch, I dropped 3 parts of me and Joe Budden. How did I do that? He came one time. He said, bro, I'm so sorry I had to go. He said, I never want to rush you. And you know, and by the way, everybody's perceptive. When I went to do Joe shit, he knows, nigga, I had a Spotify meeting in the middle of it. He said, yo, you can step outside, go do your meeting or whatever. We gonna continue to hop back in. I stayed 6 hours at his shit. He knows I'm not going there like watching time. I'm there kicking it with y'all. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Joe Budden had a chef, everybody there. By the way,
call Dago.
Shit. So I'm like, all right, cool. But when a nigga not only respect what you did for them and they reciprocate it, bro, now, you know what I mean? And that's why when y'all be talking about Vlad do it too. So that's when y'all see me on Vlad TV, nigga, I'm giving my 100. I'm giving my 100 on that. It's not like I'm looking like bitch ass nigga trying to use me for like what type of worth I got. No, that nigga is trying to like, he try to give me anything he got if he got exclusives. He'd be like, all right, I could talk about this on your podcast in terms of Vlad. Fuck with it. Same with Joe. So like I ain't gonna lie. The next time Joe invite me back on the Joe Budden podcast, shit, it might be me, him, Flip. And I know you have a nice, beautiful queen on there. What's her name? Melissa Ford. We all give it up. That's off of respect. So, all right. Anyway. By the way, Joe is on my ass. He wanted to shoot a pilot. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it with him. Me, Joe, Milagros. He want to do the pilot. We got to get the pilot done. I know it's going to be crazy. Because Joe low-key is retarded. And I'm low-key retarded a little bit. But I definitely know that. I definitely know Milagros is like a different type of energy. It's beautiful though. But it's like, let me hold people accountable and get people straight. I like that too. All right, that's going to be crazy. Wow. All right, people. All right. We're keeping it moving. Yo, I'm going to watch this off stream. But yeah, I ain't even watched this yet. Ultimately, also, I definitely want to get Joe back with Charlemagne. Like, Charlemagne is a mentor of mine. I love Charlemagne. And I love Joe Budden. And I want them to, eventually, whatever. But, I have my own relationship with both of them, and that's just what it is. Okay, cool. Here we go. Oh, shit. We got to play this Trap Geek video. Okay. Okay, perfect. So, chat, we got this Trap Geek video, and it's apparently for, like, the Bronx drill. It's 17 minutes, though. Let me see if I can get to a quicker topic. So, I do want to watch some shit. By the way, I seen what Dirk posted. I thank you so much, guys. Shout out to my boy Bad Bunny, man. Holy shit. Okay, perfect. I think we got it. Oh, shit. Yo, I heard Drake preview the new song. Let's listen to that real quick. I ain't even gonna hold you. I would post it on my page, but, like, his label be, like, really, like, weird. Okay. This is the new Drake song. Here we go.
Hey. Yeah. Penny X. I need someone to be patient with me. Someone to get money when I take it from me. They don't even need to be as famous as me. I don't think I meet them at the places I be. But deep down I think about you all day, mommy. I know I'm a pit bull, but darling, mommy. I just wanna take you on a holiday, mommy. Say what's on your mind, I'ma call away, mommy. Come and rescue me. Take me out the club, take me out the trap. Take me off the market, take me off the map. I'm tryna hit the group chat and tell them it's...
Hey, chat. Let me tell you this right now. Drake letting us know. By the way,
call Dago.
Let me tell you what Drake telling us right now, chat. He got some new music planned for the rest of the year. Don't you worry. Drake has clearly got some new music planned. And was I that impressed with the song? It seems like a average Drake song, which is really good. But it's what I expect of Drake. You feel me? What I believe, though, as I was listening to this and I was watching the mood, he's going on tour soon. He's going on tour with 21 Savage. But he's still previewing new music. What's that to tell me? His tour is going to be ending in like about August, September. I think Drake dropping before the end of the year. Don't know if it's going to be a mixtape. Don't know if it's going to be an album. If you ask me, it's going to be a capsule or, you know when he did the Scary Hours? I think Drake is teasing new music, and I think he knows it's important that this music is by himself. Very important that it's by himself. I think Drake is perceptive. hear some of y'all pussy ass niggas talking about, oh, yo, you need 21 Savage. You need this. You need that. You need. No. Drake is coming back. Solo songs. Couple freestyles. Couple hot songs. Also,
Call Dago.
thank you again. I think Drake is also probably looking at, all right, he needs, I think Drake do need another God's plan type shit. Not really need, because saying Drake needs something is like saying LeBron needs to score more points. But I do think Drake is managing a legacy where he knows when people are starting to doubt him. He knows when people are starting to question him. And he knows when, to stay in that untouchable atmosphere when it's probably the best time to do things. I absolutely think he's very aware of that, all that type of shit. I think he's previewing this song because I don't think Drake is done dropping music this year. If you ask me, he's going to drop, this is what I'm guessing. Drake going to drop either crazy, I think he's going to drop mad remixes. He's going to hop on mad people's remixes during tour. So whatever the hot song is during tour, he's going to be jacking for beats in the sense of hop on random remixes, make them pop in. But I think he's going to drop maybe not an album, maybe not a whole mixtape, but I feel like Drake is going to drop 3, 4, maybe 5 songs by the end of the year. Just him. Just to let niggas know he's that nigga still. Does he need to do it? No. Do I think it's a competitive spirit in him that's going to do it? Yes. Do I think he's going to start killing remixes again? Yes. Why? I do think that Drake cares about being number one. Drake cares about being the guy. That's a passion still of his. Even though he said in the Yachty thing, like he planning for whatever, I don't think he's lost motivation of that at all. So I don't think he's just playing this song for no reason. By the way, I believe that that's how Drake kind of gets the gauge on shit. Now, do I think this song ain't it? This ain't, like, and by the way, yeah, this song ain't it. I still think Drake is waiting for, like, remember when even though it was a leak, remember when God's Plan leak came out? You know me. Yo, the God's Plan leak was so crazy. It's like everybody was just like, oh my God, it's the best song ever. It's kind of like the other leak that he had that everybody loved was, what's that shit called? He had another leak. That was wild crazy. So you have God's Plan, and he had another leak that was Grease was okay. It wasn't Grease. It was some other shit. It wasn't no Guidance. Lucky Lefty. Oh, somebody said Fair Trade. Fair Trade is one of them. No. It's not Kiki. It's after. It's like within the last couple albums. I hear you with TSU. It'll come to me. No, he never leaked back to back. He just dropped it. Nah, it's not Wants and Needs. Fuck. Mob Ties was not a leak. Mob Ties just came. Now y'all got me fucking up. Hold on. I'm going to tell you what song it is. No. Y'all know what I mean? Like maybe it was Grease, but yeah, I think maybe it was Grease. Like he knew he had one with Grease. But like, definitely definitely God's plan. Like, he just knew it was a hit. Maybe it was fair trade. I don't understand why you hate me. Take me as I am. All right, it's all good. Anyway, I think, you know, Drake told me I'm retiring. I think Drake trying to dominate the music business for 5-10 years more. By the way, I still believe that Drake's the only individual to have made, just off royalties and record deals, made $1 billion. He's the only person I believe has made $1 billion off just music record deals and possible royalties. Has people made $1 billion off selling catalog plus those things? Maybe. But Drake, from we know, hasn't sold catalog yet. Just off deals he signed and royalties. Yes. I think he's made that. Definitely. All right. Cool. I'm glad y'all mentioned the 6ix9ine stuff because we didn't talk about it. So let me address it right now, man. Listen, man, my boy the 6ix9ine done slid, man. All right. Listen, man. My boy 6ix9ine ain't go out like no sucker. That's all I'm gonna tell y'all, man. Listen, the real cannot be spoken on. You know what I mean? We can't get too federal. You feel me? Just like how Dirk slid for Vaughn, but he kept it low. From what I'm hearing, all right? From what I'm hearing. Now, I'm being honest. Listen. That's the funny thing. And I gotta tell 6ix9ine this. I'm like, yo, you know the only way to confirm to niggas that you slid is to go to jail, right? That's the only thing I'm gonna say. Only thing I gotta say is 6ix9ine, the only way to confirm that you slid is to go to jail. But from what I'm hearing, 6ix9ine sliding, bro. That's all I'm hearing. You feel me? But if he confirm and he go to jail, that's why I tell him, I'm like, yo, I'll confirm it in a roundabout way. You feel me? But if you want to go to jail, you can just confirm it. Anyway, yo, we got to watch this Trap Geek video. I definitely got food upstairs. I'm about to go get, oh, what the fuck? What's that broad back bitch?
Call Dago.
We got to call Dago, shit going on. Oh, shit, here we go. Holy. Yo, I'm about to play this Trap Geek joint real quick, and I'm about to get some food. I'm about to bring it downstairs type shit.
And I had no idea.
Oh, nah, I want to watch this shit, though. Fuck. I got ordered Chipotle. I ordered Chipotle type shit. Here we go.
What drill rapping was, but I called my son. He sent me some videos, and it is alarming.
At one time, the Bronx was a thriving community. That started to change.
We y'all niggas at, bro? We y'all Lori Law niggas at. Y'all niggas pissing on my son, Goon Ward. Nigga, y'all niggas is fucking.
You did somebody who died. His name was Ra.
Yeah. Before he died, 2 days before he died, he said, I'm gonna kill you when I see you. Look how that worked.
These individuals want to get credit for the harm that they're doing.
The gangs are accused of operating out of public housing and often stalk their enemies in broad daylight.
Why y'all running off Dolly? Why you running? Why y'all running? We are allowing music, displaying of guns, violence. We're allowing it to stay on these sites.
Hi, what is up, everybody? We gonna talk about New York drill. Probably one of the wildest scenes in rap, period. 7 years ago, there was a huge explosion with Brooklyn drill. Then the feds started doing gang sweeps, taking everybody down one by one. It got so crazy, you got shootings happening in Times Square involving established rappers.
This week's gunfire in Times Square, police have made an arrest. 20-year-old Kumina Elijah of Brooklyn.
Since 2017, the NYPD has used facial recognition technology, or FRT, in 22,000 cases. Because there's so many cameras in New York, the internet gets their hands on the footage of their favorite rappers involved in shootouts and moving traffic, stabbings, beatings near delis. I mean, some of the songs that were going viral. Every other line was someone smoking on someone's dead ops. Crews would boast about those same crimes and put them in music videos like they were Easter eggs. You had the city's mayor, Eric Adams, coming out in a press conference wanting to ban drill music, even expanding and investing into different departments that tracks everybody's pages online.
Much of that work is done here at the NYPD's Real-Time Crime Center.
They're bragging about what they're doing. Social media has proven to be an invaluable tool.
A few years ago, the Bronx took over. Maybe one of the sickest boroughs in the city.
The society in the Bronx is horrible.
Rappers from the Bronx to stop using the music to encourage shootings.
I remember in the 90s, kids were throwing fridges off the roofs of the River Park Tower projects in the Bronx. And now the kids from RPT are getting indicted by the dozens on federal racketeering and gang conspiracy charges.
Niggas don't care about me, my heart. Like, my only been like 3 months. Like, niggas really forgot about me already. Like,
with the government trying to pin them for everything from murder all the way to animal cruelty. Talking about one of the most infamous drill voices in the scene, D-Thang, who was talking shit to a pigeon on an Instagram live stream with his boys, then shooting it dead for 100 viewers.
your little mate's right here. Dawg, wait. You gonna pick him up? I can't look.
See, everything in New York was getting done for clout, followers, and numbers. With shootings spiking from 200 all the way to 500 last year. It's all young kids, aged 13 and 15, maneuvering the back alleys and the looping hills in the Bronx, using scooters to carry out hits in broad day.
This gang conducted wolf pack-like searches throughout the investigation.
Now, we're getting into all this, but first, check out my song of the day. This is my guy Millie's. Let's go.
I'm trying to send someone to urgent before they make me a patient. With the stroller in a hospital hallway pacing. Put it on my...
think so. Wow. The music in the Bronx is super high energy, sometimes too high. Like these kids got ADD or something. The Bronx has the biggest dropout rate in all of New York, and it's becoming a problem. You got kids going to school in rival territories, with different campuses getting metal detectors in them to squash gang shootings.
Jelly! OIK, you heard?
This, of course, is the rapper Shy K, with 100 million views on YouTube in 2 years of rapping, coming out of the Cortland Projects in the South Bronx, aka Homes Extortion. In 2009, the Cortland Homes was subject to a police sweeping called Operation Bad Apple, which took down 52 people for racketeering and gang conspiracy. The NYPD even went on to build a police building right across the street from the projects called PSA 7, even though a precinct and a Bronx Borough Court are literally a few blocks away. Portland's home to popular rappers like B-Love and Shaike. Shah, who's known for having a deep-ass voice that doesn't really match his face, went to the rival school in Mott Haven campus, just 9 minutes away from his hood, where he would bug out towards any kid that repped the rival gang, the YGs. He was making posts talking about YG killer, even hopping on Instagram lives at 12 years old saying directly to a YG kid named Wu Ladi that he was gonna spare him.
What's up, dear Wu Ladi? Yo, he said what's up, dear Wu Ladi? I know, I'm not gonna jump you, I'm gonna jump Nooks.
5 years later, Wu Ladi would get murdered. See, the Young Gunners, or the YGs, is an infamous Bronx-made gang which started in 2003 in the Mott Haven houses and the Patterson houses, just 10 minutes away from Cortland. 2 detention centers in the Bronx, Horizons and Crossroads, are breeding grounds for gang recruitment, and the YGs were formed to combat the overwhelming numbers of Bloods in adult jails like Rikers Island. At one point, the YGs had dozens and dozens of different sets all banging under its umbrella, with all sorts of different hoods spread out throughout the Bronx, forcing other blocks around them to create their own gangs in response to combat the YGs. You can even see this in the classic South Bronx joint, Shot Caller from French Montana.
It's my song.
In the video, French is surrounded by YGs, and here you can see the leader, Drew Hef, who was killed a few years later at Club Tropicana, beaten on the head with the glass base of a hookah pipe. And when the glass shattered, his ops used a metal rod inside the hookah to continue pounding his head, leaving Drew Hef drenched in blood. He died in a coma a week later. The youngsters who oppose YGs often cite this event to antagonize them. YGs were notorious for violence themselves. Locals remember a horrific event that took place on April 16th of 2012, when a gang of YGs were drinking liquor on a hazy night, discussing who was the toughest in the crew. This crew of YGs made a 7-minute walk and stormed their rivals on Cortland Ave to see what they could catch. The Cortland buildings were empty, except for one kid, a 16-year-old named Noah Bala, aka Moses, was alone walking. Probably weighed about 90 pounds soaking wet. The YGs chased him, kicked him to the ground, and stomped him to death. kids from the Cortland Projects hold Noah's name in high regard. Be Love, whose hit song, If You Know You Know, got 16 million views when it was released 2 years ago. He actually confronted the brother of a YG's member that killed Noah outside in front of the Metro Court, as this guy was waiting to be tried for a different murder of another Cortland youth named Yellow.
Come across the street. I can't even score with it. Nah, flock you, throw that up one more time. What the fuck you talking about? What you talking about? Come across the street.
The Bronx is so crazy. Dudes will get active in the courts, outside the courts, in front of police. They don't care.
Come here, Sean. I'm coming to court tonight.
Now, Noah's death is brought up in dozens of drill songs, all to disrespect him and the Cortland Projects. Notorious YG rapper D-Thang out of the River Park Towers, a YG stronghold in the West Bronx, made the song Wedgie Man This, Wedgie Man That. In it, D-Thang has a cold-blooded line talking about the beating of Noah.
Just once I spin like a fidget. If we catch a hop, be going like that midget. So jelly fall back, I'ma clip on.
That song is riddled with disses. The title itself sounds funny. Wedgie Man This, Wedgie Man That. It's a direct shot at Sha EK, the rapper from Cortland, who was caught on camera getting a wedgie.
Drag him! Yo!
Do you like my new song?
Wait, Sha EK got a wedgie? So I thought Sha EK like kill like 10 niggas. He ain't got no fucking wedgie. We'll do some research on that.
What you mean this? What you mean that?
Now D-Thang's home, RPT, the River Park Towers, alias the Death Towers, encompasses two 44-floor buildings and two 38-story buildings standing over the Harlem River. 8 years ago, the feds took down 20 of their top guys, wiping out the leaders, hiring security guards, and installing cameras to stop people from dealing drugs right outside. Then, the kids took over.
One way in, one way out. So like this my brother for life, forever.
They continued drug dealing, robbing. The feds were actually finding illegal weapons in the music videos, then tying them to shootings.
You got shot, is that true?
Yeah, we know. Word of my mother, we know.
New York has always had very strict gun laws. People wanted to know how these kids were getting their hands on weapons. Ghost guns, these untraceable firearms made from parts you could purchase online. It's been wreaking havoc in the city.
If you're a child, if you're a convicted felon, you can go online and purchase these parts, get the parts, construct a firearm.
Serial numbers, untraceable, no background check, nothing. That is a problem.
The whole of 2021 was crazy. As the feds were tuning into Instagram lives, you could see stuff like rapper D-Thang with his own cousin, K-Flock, flashing out on each other for a live audience.
Yeah, Muddy, don't do that, Muddy. Don't do that, Muddy.
If I see Stunner, you know I'ma whack him. Fuck that. No, I'ma clash him. You saw my energy last time I saw you, Stunner.
K-Flock is literally D-Thang's blood cousin, coming from the famous Little Italy part of Central Bronx, near the 48th precinct. K-Flock's own mom pretended in an interview not even to know who D-Thang was.
Him and D-Thang are cousins.
I don't even know who that thing is. I'm the mom and I'm confirming it. That's nowhere near related to me at all.
His gang, DOA, or Dead on Arrival, is an allegiance of 5 blocks, all of which...
Are they really cousins then? If the mom is like denying it. I don't know if the mom is like into the gang stuff, but if the mom is saying we ain't cousins, how could it be cousins?
Are surrounded by YGs and Drillies, a vicious gang of bloods that also oppose K-Flock and his gang DOA.
Come outside, Flocka. Come play. Come play today. You always playing on the internet. I want you to come play today.
Now, because the fans knew K-Flock as a crash-out specialist who would film his gang endeavors all for social media, this resulted in all his music getting more and more views.
Let me tell y'all what he did, bro. This nigga gonna call me to a mansion party full of ops. Ask Peke. Yo, I was there. We was in there, but who was there?
That's what I'm saying.
Locker in there. Right or wrong, no.
Now, this would make his rivals upset and jealous. K-Flock would bring them into Instagram Lives just to argue with them.
Bro, y'all of scariness. I was volleying y'all. You never did nothing to me though. Really didn't.
Am I tripping? Isn't this a guy named Rajiz? Might be tripping.
Never did nothing. That kid he was talking shit to is Rajiz, a YG member from the 800 block, literally a 15-minute walk away from K-Flock's hood. Now just 2 weeks after they had that argument on live, this YG kid Rajiz would preview a track called Real Facts, where he was going after K-Flock.
Hey yo, kicking out less with the facts. Anytime that they throw out through backs, he blew you a kid, you ain't smoking on Matt.
While this was going on, the feds were catching these same YG kids on surveillance cameras, carjacking Toyota Camrys, Mercedes Benzes, even robbing someone at gunpoint. A month later, on July 11th, those same YG goons were hunting in DOA territory, K-Flock's neighborhood. They only had to drive 6 minutes before stumbling upon a 13-year-old kid named J-Rip, who looked up to K-Flock with huge admiration. One kid hopped out of a black Honda Accord that had 3 orange racing stripes on its hood. The kid aimed his pistol, unloading into J-Rip, who stumbled into this cafe, Angels, bled out, and died in front of customers. The same cafe, Angels, where K-Flock and Shaike were hanging out on a live stream a few months ago, right across the street from K-Flock's apartment.
Word to the God. Don't slide. Don't try to go doing some stupid shit.
Word to J-Rip's murder.
So Shaike and K-Flock on the same team. Okay.
Got out quickly that day. The kid Rajiz, who was on live with Flock a few months prior, was now on social media mocking J-Rip's death. 7 hours later, Jay's friends went off to retaliate. They found Rajiz in a private Uber on the phone. 2 shooters on a scooter pulled up next to him, opened fire through the window, hitting him in the head and torso, killing Ra instantly. And all this happened in Mount Hope, a mile out from J-Rip's murder scene earlier that day. Ra's family learned about his death from a friend who was on the phone with him at the moment he was killed. Revenge does not heal losing loved ones, but Flock's fame was exponentially growing. He got an offer for his very first show, upstate in Poughkeepsie, 2 hours out of New York City, where locals targeted him right away. 5 people were found shot, 1 stabbed, right outside the club Revel 32, as security at the venue scrambled, turning his tour bus into a makeshift ambulance, transporting victims to the hospital. The tour bus got shot up as well, because the people that were doing the shooting thought the K-Flock was inside it.
Most of these victims were occupants of a private bus that had been identified as being in multiple locations here in the city of Poughkeepsie.
But he managed to escape unharmed. The next day, K-Flock would pop out at Rolling Loud, New York for a surprise performance.
With the surprise performance, the next stars in New York.
That nigga used to work at No Jumper. Name was Hakeem. I think he was Our Generation Now.
K-Flock and B-Love.
But he got into a brawl with another Bronx artist as their entourages clashed, thus banning Flock from the festival for life. But all this beefing just boosted his profile. That same night, he would drop the song Being Honest with G Herbo, which now has 25 million views on YouTube. It was like K-Flock was on top of the world, but he was still doing drills. 6 days later, he was in a rental car with his boys, driving to his cousin D-Thang's building, the River Park Towers, spotting an op, shooting them.
This is what I never got about this situation. If K-Flock ever saw, say he was going to go find somebody else, and he saw a D-Thang in the streets, would he hurt his own cousin or he was talking shit? I don't think he was trying to kill his own cousin, right?
On the Roberto Clemente Bridge. You'd think it would stop there, but no. The next week, undercovers pulled K-Flock over in Yonkers, finding a gun in his sock, which if you know New York laws, carries a 3 to 5 year sentence. The very next day, he was bragging about buying a new gun. You're thinking this might stop, and it will. Getting close to Christmas, on December 16th, 2021, K-Flock walked past the barbershop in Harlem, early in the morning. Had a standoff with this man, pulled a pistol out, and shot him dead. The rapper in the city with the most buzz, caught on surveillance video, wearing designer clothing from head to toe, shooting a rival. And the shoes he's wearing in surveillance video that day are the same unreleased Jordans he was showing off for social media just a few days before. The craziest part is the guy Flock's booked for killing comes from a set in Harlem that have the same enemies that K-Flock has. Geographically, they have the same rivals. They both beef with YGs and Drillies. Flock began beefing with this set in Harlem called the OYs because one of their rappers, E-Dot Baby, was seen at a party smoking on Instagram Live with some YGs.
Yo, this shit, why do this shit got 300 views?
So Flock...
I know that, I heard of E-Dot Baby. not Flacco. K-Flock mentioned him. Said, E-Dot Baby, he ain't on nothing. Who's E-Dot Baby? What do you do?
showing off for social media just a few days before. The craziest part is the guy Flock's booked for killing comes from a set in Harlem that have the same enemies that K-Flock has. Geographically, they have the same rivals. They both beef with YGs and Drillies. Flock began beefing with this set in Harlem called the OIs because one of their rappers, E-Dot Baby, was seen at a party smoking on Instagram Live with some YGs.
Yo, this shit, why do this shit got 300 views?
So Flock turned on them, gathered his posse, and made one of the coldest Bronx drill songs yet, called Brotherly Love, riddled with disses towards this Harlem set, the OIs.
I catch the funny gon' knock off his hoe. Niggas talking fuck he wanna do. He chill with them niggas.
Nah, this on fire.
Whatever they throw up, I'm dropping it too.
Shy E.K., the rapper from Cortland, would side with E-Dot Baby, so in turn, he would start beefing with Flock, and Flock would start beefing with him, both of them releasing diss tracks.
Wait, Shy E.K. and K-Flock, I thought they were on the same team. How you beef with your own teammate? What the fuck going on?
Called Brotherly Love, riddled with disses towards this Harlem set, the OIs.
I catch the funny gon' knock off his hoe. Niggas talking fuck he wanna do. He chill with them niggas too. Whatever they throw up, I'm dropping it too.
Shy E.K., the rapper from Cortland, would side with E-Dot Baby, so in turn, he would start beefing with Flock.
So this guy said G-O-M-E-D, G-O-M-D already. What does that mean? What the fuck does this mean? Go MD already? What does this mean? Somebody tell me what this means. Oh, get off my dick. Oh, shit. Niggas got like shortenings for that? Okay. Get off my dick already. And K-Flock says, stop hiding. Let me ask you a question, man. I've been trying to figure this about K-Flock. If this is the Shy E.K. nigga, and they were like friends and teammates, let's say they got upset at each other or whatever, would y'all think that K-Flock would have killed this guy? Nah, right? Just like, are we to believe that K-Flock would have killed his own cousin? Nah, he wouldn't be doing that shit, right? What do y'all think? Like K-Flock not no King Von, right? Like King Von look like you. King Von on some other shit. K-Flock wouldn't have killed his own cousin D-Thing or killed his former teammate Shy E.K., right? No, he wouldn't. Like, I see how a lot of y'all say yes. Nah, he wouldn't. Nah, come on now, bro. Stop it. Nah, come on. You think that he would have been cool with this guy than killed him? Nah, come on now. Stop. What?
And Flock would start beefing with him, both of them releasing diss tracks, with Flock saying he was smoking on Shy E.K.'s dead father.
Free Flock. All y'all niggas music's doing bad now. Y'all need him, but free him, cause you know what he's gonna do. He gonna be the 5th dead DOA member.
Interestingly, just minutes before Flock pulled the trigger at that barber shop, killing.
Wait. What does this say?
Start beefing with Flock, and Flock would start beefing with him, both of them releasing diss tracks, with Flock saying he was smoking on Shy E.K.'s dead.
So K-Flock said he was smoking on Shy E.K.'s father? Nah. What?
Father.
Free Flock.
Oh, so this is after K-Flock get locked up. Then this is a Shy E.K. dude. Is this guy still free? Is he alive? I don't know. So then he started talking about K-Flock. What'd he say though?
All y'all niggas music.
He said free K-Flock. Let me just go back. I want to get the whole thing.
Free Flock. All y'all niggas music's doing bad now. Y'all need him, but free him, cause you know what he's gonna do. He gonna be the 5th dead DOA member.
Interesting.
Did he say K-Flock was going to be the 5th dead DOA? I think their thing is DOA. He said he would have killed K-Flock? No, what?
Just minutes before Flock pulled the trigger at that barber shop, killing the man, he had logged onto FaceTime to talk directly to his rivals, brandishing his gun. And he was filming at the exact same stoops where E-Dot Baby, the rapper from Harlem, had filmed a music video 1 year prior called Ready for War. Slowly, one by one, the Bronx was following the Brooklyn scene, with all their rappers getting wiped out by police indictments. 5 months later, the Drillies would get taken down in a massive RICO case, booking 20 people for murder, conspiracy, racketeering, and gang activity. Not even a month later, D-Thang, along with 22 of his guys from RPT, would get swept up as well. Then if you thought the scene wasn't toxic enough, 6 months later, the young rapper from Harlem, E-Dot Baby, would commit suicide, which has fans still wondering to this day.
Wait, the dude E-Dot Baby that K-Flock rapped about killed himself? Oh, shit.
Why that happened. Fast forward to this year, February 2023, and K-Flock, who was already sitting in prison for murder,
I think K-Flock hella brolic right now. What's up?
would be one of 7 DOA members named in a federal indictment spanning from 2017 all the way to 2023. This is the New York drill scene in a nutshell. Every few years, a scene pops off from one of the boroughs, rappers make a huge wave, and then it all comes crashing down. That's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Well, damn. Well, alrighty then. So these guys are all friends, and they're like, all right. Well, I guess. All right. Anyway, I like K-Flock. I hope he gets out. Not sure if he'll ever get out, but actually he'll probably get out. You know, look like Troy Ave or Tax Stone is gonna get shit. Tax Stone's gonna get like 15 to 20 years, right? I think K-Flock will probably get the same. You know what I mean? Now, here's the thing for K-Flock, which is the lucky part. Will he have a music career? Possibly not, right? If K-Flock get out 15 years from now, nobody want to hear music from him. That's just facts. But will he have a chance at regular life? He's like 20 now. If he gets out in 15 years, he's 35. Yes, you still have the rest of your life in front of you, so we will see. Wow, that's fucking kind of crazy. Listen, I'll give you the last update because we're at the 8-hour mark, and I'm glad that I gave you guys 8 hours again today. If you're wondering what's going on with the 6ix9ine thing, man, there's a lot of lessons learned. I'm not sure if 6ix9ine is going to be abiding by it. I seen a recent article on TMZ where it says, 6ix9ine will, despite what happened, not, which I think is stupid, you know. I talked to him briefly through text, not through call, but me and him are going to be, I'm going to get on the phone with him. He's a stubborn nigga. And I told y'all, the reason why, he's not a nigga who's going to be like, oh, yeah, just cry for me. He's not that guy. And I've always told y'all, I know he's a man who's down to die for whatever he believes in it. I've seen people that feel like that or feel that extreme. I believe, obviously he doesn't act anywhere near 6ix9ine, so I don't want to really compare them. But I want to see the people we like and the people we enjoy live long lives. I don't want to be here reporting the death of anybody anytime soon, especially people we like. So I try to do my best to try to, if I could have any influence or whatever with them, I try to give my opinion. 6ix9ine saying he don't need security and I can't put him off. I don't like that. Now, that's what TMZ said. They said he should get the hell out of Dodge or at least up his security after the brutal beatdown. But they say sources close to him says that he's been going out in public without his hired muscle, which is true. Without issue. That is also true. Security is kind of like insurance. I've paid a lot of money for security. And every time I paid money for security, I never needed it. There was one possible time that, it would have been great to have security. Nothing crazy happened. Nothing, I don't know, you know what I mean? I'm good. Nothing, whatever. but it could have handled the situation with somebody who was trying to clout chase. I didn't have security then. Do you get what I mean? So it's like security is almost like insurance. You're not mad at paying for insurance once you need it, but if you never need it, you look at it like a crazy expense. Unfortunately for 6ix9ine, I think he has to pay that expense all the time for the one moment you might need it, which was like in this situation. So I do believe he's been going out in public without problems, but that might allow you to believe you don't need security. And that's usually when you do need it the most, right? We're told he's not about to let one incident change the way he lives. He wants to live as normal a life as possible. And he's chalking up the beatdown as an outlier. What's more is Tekashi has no plans of leaving South Florida, despite the attackers saying that snitches aren't welcome in their neighborhood. And they say, as they reported, he was sent to the hospital after being pummeled inside the locker room of a LA Fitness, suffering injuries to the back, face, jaw, ribs, and video obtained by TMZ showed the attackers chatting on a cell phone before bringing in other people inside the facility. If you ask me, I believe that 6ix9ine is wrong here. I do know he is with people sometimes that look out for his well-being. And obviously, here's the thing, there's scales of security. The best security company he's ever been with is some people call the Shadow Group. Rest in peace to Shadow, by the way, he passed away. Salute to my man Sam after that, who came from Shadow Group but did his own thing. And they were very well professional. They I believe, is what you would call military grade Secret Service level security. That's before 2018 and shortly after when he got out of prison in 2020. However, after he was allowed by the judge to move out of New York State, I keep telling y'all, the niggas who don't like him, they don't even got a bus pass, definitely don't got a train pass. You go 2 zip codes over, they ain't gonna find you. He's no longer in Brooklyn. And I think once he moved out, he probably thought, well, you know what? Niggas don't give a fuck like that. And I think he probably got a little bit lax. And I don't think normally that would have been a problem, except he still talks shit. He still's an agitator. He's still driving expensive cars that's very flashy. He's out there. He's talking shit. You see him drunk, going on rants. And even if it's not the people that necessarily have a reason to hurt you, people who might just not like you based on what they've heard, them constantly seeing you, it might give them a reason to. Again, I keep telling y'all, I don't believe 6ix9ine has a fearful body and a fearful bone in his body. He's more dumb than he is scared. I've always told people that. I know people want to say, oh, he's pussy or whatever. 6ix9ine, I believe, ain't scared to die. When Wax sat in front of him and Wax said that on the interview I did with him, like damn near feels like almost a year and a half ago, he wasn't wrong. 6ix9ine is not scared to die. And that's scary for people who like him, people who care about him, and people who would want to just tell him that whatever he is trying to prove, trying to be a martyr or whatever, is just not going to do it. Obviously, I'm going to have my chance to talk to him. I just won't believe what I'm saying with this because to y'all, 6ix9ine will forever be pussy. But I will say this. 6ix9ine to himself still believe he gangsta. I'm going to just tell you that right now. So whatever you want to think about this situation, 6ix9ine is not the little bitch who's be like, oh my God, let me go. That's what he still believes. You don't got to believe me nothing more, and I won't say nothing more about that. Is he a cooperant or a former cooperant of the U.S. government? Absolutely. That's not how he carries himself. That's not how he thinks of himself. Do I believe he's willing to die over people believing that he's a bitch or he's just a snitch cooperate? Yeah, 100%. And this is where people like me come in, where we have to have those conversations with him to say, bro, you might be willing to throw away your life, but you support your mama and the rest of the people in your family and a lot of people in your team. And you need sometimes to wake up on not only about what you feel in terms of your selfish beliefs and your ego, but you need to know who's relying on you. So, I'm going to have that conversation with him coming soon. And I'm glad that he's okay in terms of, obviously there's bumps and bruises, who knows, whatever, like the full extent of whatever, but he's alive. For me, just like for you with any person you consider as a friend, you just want to hope they move a little bit better. You get what I mean? And even if they felt they were moving right, just try to take some precautions. Lesson learned. These days everybody look at an L as something they can't tolerate. These days you got to look at an L as lesson learned. That's what an L stands for. A lesson learned. Okay, double L. Lesson learned. All right. I'm gonna try to have these conversations with him in the next coming days, if not weeks. I obviously know he probably has his own plans of trying to speaking out about this. Also, it's incumbent on somebody like me to tell him, brother, you're on federal parole. Also, you cooperated with the U.S. government. You're not in Treyway no more. If somebody did something to you in Treyway, this is how you would handle it. This is not the case anymore. So, I'm going to try to do my due diligence. Is that, am I upset or do I care if anybody, I think anybody who has clowned him, anybody who has commented about him, I think is well within their right. 6ix9ine does vile things. 6ix9ine will diss your mama if your mama die. He's fortunate to have his life. If somebody diss him for getting beat up, it's par for the course. It is what it is. So you don't see me sitting there like, oh, whatever. Now, I will say, I do believe that people clowning him only encourages him to clown other people when misfortune happens to them too. But you can't tell people now to stop clowning him when he never stopped clowning people. So it is what it is. Anyway, me and him hopefully will talk tonight, or if not tonight, early tomorrow. I know it is a Sunday night, so I'm gonna give you guys the rest of your night back, because we have streamed 8 hours today. Thought it was a very adventurous stream. I know I didn't hit all the topics, but I appreciate you guys for rocking with me for the topics we did hit. Okay, I know Dirk posted some stuff, whatever. We will get to tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow is a later stream because tomorrow is Monday. Regardless, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. It's been 8 hours. A lot of things to talk about. Digest the stream. You can watch it on my Twitch channel, or you'll be able to watch the full stream on one of my YouTube channels. If not, you'll be able to see the clips broken up by my man Drill. All right? I want to thank you guys, and I appreciate you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Get ready for Monday. If you got school tomorrow, you got some obligation to do tomorrow. Hopefully this gave you enough fuel and energy to go get your dreams and goals accomplished. I will see you guys tomorrow, whether early in the day or later. I appreciate you guys. I love you. And Christian, we still sliding, okay? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, all right? Love y'all. And, oh, wait, before I get off, I cannot get off without doing this. Oh, my God, this fucking, why do I keep... I gotta go back to this. Oh, no. I'm trying to shout out to my peoples. Here we go. I just want to shout out to all my gifted subs. for my people on Twitch. And by the way, I gotta give me like 5-10 minutes. I have a lot of like donations and shit to read, so give me a second. OVO Rizzo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Playful Anxiety, thank you for the many. I'm pretty sure you probably gifted over like 10 or 20 today. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Jinx9110, thank you for the gifted subs today. Polo PSM, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Ray the Gamer, thank you for all the gifted subs. Too High for This, thank you for all the gifted subs. Appreciate you so much. The POV God _ thank you for like the many gifted subs. NM Guts EBK, thank you for all the gifted subs. And thank anyone else who did contribute. Swigga Giovanni, all my Discord people, everybody. If you watch me, you should get in the Discord. I want you to have some representation in the stream. Now, let me try to read all my. I gotta read these gifted. It's like these donations on. Okay, good. Jeez, it was a lot. Wait, don't tell me I missed them. Don't tell me I can't scroll back up. Frank Myers, thank you. Hustle Crow, thank you. Tony Anthony, thank you. He said, yo, Cola Ray doing her thing with the little player song, ain't it? Yo, that player song is kind of going up. I ain't gonna lie. At first, I thought it was just a remix, but like, yo, there's a movement into itself. I think she got to thank TikTok for it, but we got to give her the credit nonetheless. How to, man, thank you for the $10. He said, I'm broke. What would it take for you to participate in a virtual panel with me and a few others? What are you doing a virtual panel for? Let me know. Big Woo, thank you. He said Flacco built like Consuela from Family Guy. Who's that? I appreciate you though for donating. Big Woo says Flacco learn how to talk before trying to come for the chat niggas. Big Woo look like he's clearly sliding for the chat. Double D, he says, yo, shout to Boom, the regulator for real. Somebody says Suspastor says Flacco lame, he don't got his energy for anyone else. Double D says let's go band for band. Then little boy Blue says fun facts: the age of consent is 16 in 34 states, 17 in 6 states, and 18 in 10 states. This topic shows the issue between legality and morality. That's actually a pretty interesting conversation, or a pretty interesting point. I guess they're talking about the Adam whole thing, right? Okay. There was some more. Fuck. I should have read them when they came up. How can I see the old? Oh my God. I can't see the old, I want to see the old super chats. There's some old super chats that you guys were, when we were having the real good discussion. Fuck. I appreciate all you guys though. Give me 1 second. Let me go check the other YouTube account. The Negotiator. Salute to the boys on the Negotiator, man. Y'all boys be getting it in. I know you ain't bringing. Oh, I thought you brought the dog in here. Here we go. All right. Oh, okay. Shout out to John Smith. He says, shout out to all my black Canadians, Vancouver, Toronto, Winnipeg. Salute to Winnipeg. I've never been there, but heard good things about it. Halifax, Calgary, and Edmonton. Somebody says, when Jim Crow died, so did the black family. John Smith, do you believe that? EX Democrat says, yo, I own 2 box trucks, 2 cars, my own house, and I'm CNG. I guess he was trying to show that, yo, chat niggas, they really holding out here. Ab Studio, thank you. He says, Beyonce PR says her and Adidas split was mutual. Of course it's going to be, they're going to say it's mutual. He says, all cap, she got dropped. She lost them way too much money. Adidas recently gave Ye a shout out during an earnings call. Did they? Oh, wow. If you guys, if you guys listen to the earning calls, you'll be able to hear and see a lot of shit. It says also, Ivy Park is Yeezy, whatever. Adidas lost U.S. market share. All right. Thank you, guys. All right, people. I'll be back on tomorrow at some time. Expect a podcast on Off the Record. It's just going to be a rant podcast. So if you enjoyed the stream today and you want a little bit more of it, definitely watch the entire 8-hour broadcast. I think we did a good job of trying to entertain. But if you still want more, please tune into Off the Record. I'm going to drop a podcast where it's just me ranting, talking a bunch of shit. Hopefully you guys will enjoy. Other than that, I appreciate you guys for tuning in, and I appreciate you guys for popping out on a Sunday, enjoying the vibes, and also being entertained. I will see y'all tomorrow, and hopefully we could give y'all some more entertainment tomorrow, all right? Other than that, I think we are good. All right? Love y'all. Talk to y'all soon, people.